Yeah, perfect.
Oh, we're back. We're back.
All right, we're back. What a magical day.
See, ask a magician to show up and we crash.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
You broke the internet with those shoes because
That's
they're
right.
awesome. I'm all about shoes, all about being on brand, so we got that covered.
Yeah.
Paul, we met probably like 15 years ago, like when I met Eric, and I there's so much I love about you. But a few things I wanted to point out is one, when you bring peanut butter cups whenever we go out to dinner.
Yes.
I love that. Also, Paul is on the board of the Magic Castle.
I'm a used to was.
A former board member of the Magic Castle, close-up magician of the year. Just like really cool stuff.
No pressure. I like
no
that.
pressure.
Yeah, that's good.
It's funny because like this was, I mean, probably like 8 years ago. We were randomly at the Houdini Estates for like a music event, and we ran into Paul doing close-up magic. It was like, you know, Paul is a staple in the magic community, and it's such an honor to have you be a part of this day with us.
Well, I'm very pleased to be part of the conversation and to remember why we're here.
Yes.
And that's to honor you and honor We Got This. And we want people out there to, dig deep and play the game and give us money, because we want to get up to that $500,000. So if I take that and fold it in half, it's just $50. And if I fold
Yeah,
it
we're gonna
again,
need more than that,
that's
unfortunately.
we should make more.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the point that I like. If possible, this is the kind of thing that we're looking for. We want more than $1.
Oh.
So dig deep if you possibly can. I know that we have a $1,000 challenge and a Magic
Yeah.
Castle visit, so that's really wonderful.
Yes.
And I'm leaning so I can be the microphone.
Do you want to just scoot? Make yourself comfortable. Do you want to sit up, scoot your booty a little bit?
I'm the oldest guy here, and I've been told to scoot my booty.
I'm a mom. Can you not?
There, is that better?
Yeah, is
okay,
that good?
That's
Yeah.
great. Well, as a thriver and a survivor myself, we all are going to be touched by cancer. It's really an unfortunate situation, but we're all going to be touched by it. And you've brought up some really interesting things that as cancer patients, we're afraid to ask for things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we really need to get beyond this. And my own journey, when I finished my chemo, I actually said to my wife, now that I'm alive, it's time for us to live.
Love that.
And that's the kind of thing that We Got This stands for. And not only do you act as an inspiration, because you really are, it's an amazing thing that you've done, but for the rest of us that are in this group of people, we can make a real difference. I've tried to live with purpose and intention of making the world a better place, and I end up doing card tricks.
I mean, that definitely helps. And I mean, anytime we've had an event, before Eric even reached out, Paul was messaging, and I feel like I forgot to message you back because it was that week of my surgeries. But he was like, hey, here you're doing a thing. Am I a part of it? And it's like, it's just so amazing how much you're willing to come out. We did Not Dead Yet Fest at the Hard Rock. I mean, the amount of people that I've just witnessed you spread joy to is tremendous. And I know it goes way beyond just when I'm with you. I'm sure you do great things even when I'm not there. And it's really, I don't know what I was meaning with that. It's been a long day. But we'll edit it out. Yeah, cut that out of the line.
Keep it in.
Yeah,
Keep it
yeah.
in.
No, it's just like it's amazing. Not only how much you're so willing to come and be a part of people's, and I really like using the word joy for this, because I feel like a lot of what we've done, whether it be like the magic kits we were talking about earlier, we've also done experiences, of course, giving away and fundraising through Magic Castle experiences, but also for families, patients going through it. We've had some pediatric patients who've taken to brunch and other things. And I said earlier, and it's what really sticks with me, and I feel this way about Legos, I feel this way about magic, everyone can enjoy it.
we trust that everyone
we hope.
enjoys it.
We hope. Some people get spooked.
Hey, if you don't like magic, make a donation.
Yeah.
And if you do like magic, make a donation.
And don't heckle your magicians.
Oh no, go ahead. You can heckle
Yeah.
me. It's fine. I've been heckled before.
Yeah.
And you know, it's the time for us once we get past the cancer. Once we get past that, I'm not going to ever be in remission, but I'm alive and I'm here, and I want to share my gift, and my gift is card tricks. So, you know,
means the
that's
world
what
to
I
us.
do. Well, you know, family is family.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of thing that we really play for.
Well,
And
yeah.
it's an important thing. It's an important thing. You know, people are afraid to talk to other people. I actually, during my treatment, I put out a 35-page diary of my treatment.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like
got
the updates, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got tired of explaining, so I said, "Here, read this." So, you know, for me, I didn't keep it hidden. There are many people in our circle of friends that keep it hidden.
Mm-hmm.
That's their choice. There are many people in our community that keep it hidden. Again, that's their choice. So we all choose to take our steps in the way that's going to be comfortable for us.
Yeah.
I've given myself no other choice but to continue to live. And that's what I do. It's not a battle for me. For many people it is. And I'm not going to get in that fight.
Yeah.
For many people it is a battle. And it really is if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But for me it wasn't. It was a matter of acceptance. And I've been very fortunate. Very, very fortunate.
I mean, I love that. And obviously the distinction between being alive and living is huge. And it's what I live by. And it's something that I lived life to the fullest before cancer, but I think that I'm very much an amplified version of that now, because staying alive just isn't enough. Like we're worth more than that, and we didn't set the bar that low before
Whether or not we have cancer, we have a limited time to be on this earth.
We're all terminal, unfortunately.
That's right. We're all going towards that end.
Yeah.
How much better to have experiences that are pleasant, that we can live, we can laugh, we can eat, we can do, and then throw up after chemo. You know, those are the things that make our life worthwhile, and it's just wonderful that we can do that. Yeah. So, you know, we're asking you, the people that are watching, and those people that you know, to make a donation for We Got This, and it's a very, very important thing within our community. I can't ask you enough. I don't beg, but I can't ask you enough to really feel that Alyssa and I and the other people that are within our community, we want to be alive. We want to live. We want to enjoy ourselves. We don't want to be downers. You know, we want to be accepted. And it's the life we lead. It's the life we lead. So I have a card trick for you.
Oh, bring it at me. And
okay.
I love everything you said. I just can't echo enough, so thank you.
So it's a deck of cards.
And the cards are green. Like I said, Paul nails the branding, and I love it so much.
It's what we do. Cards. And I'm going to have you take a card.
Okay.
Okay. And don't let me see it.
Okay. Can I show them?
Of course, show the camera.
Okay.
I will not look. That's cheesy. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Take the card.
Okay.
Put it back. Okay. This is how most card tricks start. You know,
I've seen a couple.
You take a card. Well, you know, let's say that your card represents somebody that's watching right now.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what the card is, but this is always interesting. If I go through the cards, you may see a card that's a little different than the others.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And it's festive.
Indeed, it's festive.
I love that.
Well, it's because I have to look for it myself. It's here someplace. Oh, there it is. Let me show it to you.
Oh.
Oh, right there. And
that's our logo.
we got that. So that, you know, that's the kind of trick that we do with We Got This. And, here, this is strange and bizarre. I'm going to put the card right here.
Okay. I never question anything, especially with magicians or Paul.
There. Oh, yeah, get it out of the way. Yeah. Okay. Magicians are strange in this situation. There's not another We Got This card. And I'm going to do the trick again, which is something that most magicians don't do.
Yeah, doing a
do
trick
the
twice.
same trick. So you know what to watch for this time.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So just say stop as I riffle down these cards.
Okay. Stop.
Right there. Happy there?
Yep.
Oh, goody. Take a look at that card. Don't let me see it. Show it to the camera.
Okay.
Okay. Got it the first time. Here I come. Here I come.
Okay.
Take the card. Put it back. Put it back. Same trick.
Okay.
Okay? So look for the red card.
Okay. Anyone see it? I didn't see one.
No, the red card.
The one your buttons? Hey!
Hey.
We
got
got
this. And
this.
this is really important. So for those of you in the community that are watching, hey, take a minute, call in, text 50155, and make a donation. Make sure that the people that are watching us and that are supporting our organization just really understand that we love them, we love you, and I appreciate being part of the conversation.
Thank you so much, Paul. How amazing is Paul? This was wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for the help and the support, and anyone who needs it. I really liked what you said about, everyone's different and how they choose. I'm obviously very open about my cancer experience. But meeting people where they're at, and with the registry, you can make it public, you can make it private. If you just have particular questions or things, please, everyone feel like you can reach out. You can email us, info@wegotthis.org. You can message us on social media. Really, please utilize our experience and what we want to do to help.
And by the way, I was at my oncologist this morning for my 6-month follow-up, and I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah. How many years now?
We're at 11.
11? That's how long I've been married to Eric.
Yeah, don't blame me for that.
That is unbelievable. 11 is something I strive to and am excited to surpass with you.
I will see you there.
Oh, it sounds
I will
good.
see you there at 11.
I'm ready for another hug.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That was
Take
great.
care. Ooh, I dropped my card.
Oh, yeah.
Keep that.
Oh, thanks. All right.
Oh, a souvenir.
I got my souvenir. I'm so excited. I'm going to put in my trophy here. I'm going to bring it to chemo tomorrow. I won't do the trick because anytime I try to do a trick, I mess it up. Even the kits we did for the kids, they did a great job. Me trying to do it, not good. There were no oranges. Paul and I had this joke for years now. I mean, it's been years, where I was like, if I could do a magic trick, I would want to do the orange one, where someone has a bill and they sign it, and then it appears in a corner with an orange, and you cut the orange open, and then the bill's in it. So we always joke. And when I was first diagnosed, you sent me a thing of oranges. Yeah, so I appreciate it, and of course, never forgot that. So love you, Paul. Thank you, everyone, for the support. This is exciting. Our next remote guest, and we have a pre-recorded. Oh, I got to put in the in-ears. I'm already out of practice. Okay, it's just echoing a little bit. Perfect. Thank you, guys. So our dear friends, Congos, which is, it's funny because before we became really good friends, it was actually Eric's favorite band, and has become one of mine as well, of course. They have done a performance for us. We're going to get to watch now, I believe, and then we're going to chat with them. Unfortunately, they moved out to Austin, so we got to do it virtually, but they are the best, and appreciate their support. They've been along the way well before me having cancer. And the song is called I Don't Mind. You should recognize it. If you don't, go stream it, download it, all that good stuff. Congos is awesome. You might recognize Come With Me Now, all those good, amazing songs that they have. This one is I Don't Mind, and please enjoy.
It's the start of the night, head of my shoulders spinning, low light, passing through people from room to room, room to tune. Got to reunite and break some breaks like 86, and if I lose my mind, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So all the corners getting crowded, people, music getting louder, places out of space, spilling it into the street. Just stop thinking all together, close your eyes and shout out loud. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. And I know what I know, girl, but I don't know what I know when I know it, yeah. And I hear what I hear, girl, but I don't know what I hear when I hear it, yeah. And I see what I see, girl, but I don't know what I see when I see it, yeah. And I know what I know, girl, but I don't know what I know when I know it. The sun will rise and fall again. Kick my shoes off and count to 10. Get this girl closer till we're touching skin, making some space. And if she don't mind, so all the corners getting crowded, people, music getting louder, places out of space, spilling it into the street. Just stop thinking all together, close your eyes and shout out loud. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. And I know what I know, girl, but I don't know what I know when I know it, yeah. And I hear what I hear, girl, but I don't know what I hear when I hear it, yeah. And I see what I see, girl, but I don't know what I see when I see it, yeah. And I know what I know, girl, but I don't know what I know when I know it. But I don't know what I know when I know it. I don't mind. 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 And I know what I know, girl, but I don't know what I know when I know it, yeah. And I hear what I hear, girl, but I don't know what I hear when I hear it, yeah. And I see what I see, girl, but I don't know what I see when I see it, yeah. And I know what I know, girl, but I don't know what I know when I know it. But I don't know what I know when I know it. I don't mind.
All right, we are back. Oh my goodness, how much of a fun day has this been? I have no idea what time of day it is. Like, I have no concept of where we're at, what we're doing. We're halfway. I halfway the 8 hours. I thought that it was Giving Tuesday 2025 already, but I guess it's still 2024. Okay, got it. No, this has been so much fun. Thank you for everyone who's been tuning in. We appreciate all the donations. Just as important as the donations is spreading the word about wegotthis.org and that it is a completely free resource. It's a gift registry for cancer thrivers, survivors, patients, people living with cancer to ask for what they really need. So I hope you guys enjoyed that awesome performance from Congos. I love that song. And I'm going to say my favorite Congos member because he's the one who's here. I love all the brothers, but also Johnny holds a very special place in my heart. Johnny Congos, how are you?
Good. What's up, Alyssa?
Nothing. The studio looks so cool. I got to come out and visit.
Yeah. You know, you can just call me. You don't have to set up a whole telethon for it's just a chat.
Oh, you figured me out. You know, I was. Did you ever watch the show How I Met Your Mother?
I didn't, but we've talked about this. But go ahead.
So there's an episode early on in How I Met Your Mother where he wants to like see Robin, like his crush again. So he keeps throwing a party every night, hoping that she'll show up. And that's what we've done. This is our 3rd day live streaming, and I appreciate you finally being here, Johnny. How was your guys' Thanksgiving?
It was good, man. It was first time we'd all been together, all the brothers, whole family together for a while. So that was nice. All the cousins, tons of kids. It was noisy, but in like an awesome way.
Totally. And Dylan like has a whole farm now. So was a lot of the Thanksgiving spread like farm to table?
Yeah, definitely. He's got a little regenerative farm out here, just about an hour outside Austin, and he's growing a miraculous amount of food, like to the point where we're like, I don't know if we can get through this week. We're having to like turn back food, which is a good problem to have. But yeah, he's doing amazing with that.
Oh, I love it. How's it been? So for those who don't know, Johnny, well, originally you're from South Africa, but but you guys were out in Arizona, right? And then you were living in Hollywood, and then we lost you. How many years ago now? Like, I don't know.
It's like 3, 4, something like that. I don't know.
Bummer.
It's been. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's felt like not at any time, but then when someone asked me, I'm like, I don't remember when anything happened. All those years were not a buzz, a blur.
A blur.
And a buzz.
Yeah. I know. I remember the first time I saw you guys was at the Wiltern, and it was when Eric was just a fanboy. Like we didn't know you yet. And we were there in the audience, and Ashley Harris, our good friend, introduced us to her good friend Michelle Fisco, Johnny's wife, who's one of my favorite friends, and we all became good friends. And it was years ago. We were all at the Magic Castle actually one night. Magic keeps coming up today, and Michelle was like, "Yeah, you know, the brothers are going on tour. The first stop is in San Francisco, so I'm driving out." And I was like, "Oh, you're just like driving out like by yourself?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Do you want company?" And she's like, "I mean, I'm good, but like if you want to come." And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to come." So we became much closer friends quickly because of me, and it was a blast. I had so much fun seeing you guys.
I mean, that
perform.
little moment really does like encapsulate Alyssa for me. It's like you're just so open and ready to go that like people have no other option but to just like go with you. And yeah, because like you had literally just met her, and then you guys road trip to San Francisco.
Yeah.
And came to our show, and you stayed there, right, in like a hotel together.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we stayed over. We all went out for drinks after the show. It was so much fun, and I mean, you guys are just such special friends since. And I mean, I'm glad I forcefully did that. But all jokes aside, I mean, you know, there's certain people in our community and in our life that like when hard times happen, like when I was diagnosed, you know, you immediately feel comfortable going to. And you guys are definitely, you know, some of those friends. And I remember, you know, from the beginning kind of having these conversations, especially with Michelle about like this crazy idea I have for this gift registry. And then, you know, here we are 3 years later, and, you know, we're only roughly about 50,000 away from hitting $1 million raised, which is pretty wild.
I mean, I shouldn't have expected any different, but yeah, over the last year or two, hearing the phone calls with my wife, just like in the background, hearing like literally the inception of the idea to like, oh, we've started to do this. Now we've got employees. Now it doesn't surprise me ever with you, anything that you accomplish, but it still does, because, you know, to watch it all come together and see where you guys at is just like truly remarkable. And such an inspiration for my lazy ass to just do stuff.
You guys, I mean, I appreciate that so much. And saying that I love about you and all the brothers and all the spouses and friends and the community you guys have. I remember, so many fun times in the backyard in Hollywood when you guys were out here of like, pizza making nights, all that stuff. And in addition to you guys all being wonderful chefs, I think that we've talked about this earlier today too, with like Allison Hagendorf and some other of our friends about how like music is just so impactful in bringing people together, of spreading joy. Like it's been a huge thing for me throughout life, but like particularly during treatment, to be able to be amongst as much live music as I can. And what I love about you guys is like your space was always a place for like your friends and family and community too. Like I felt like, since becoming friends, like it's like we immediately like we're in your practice studio and we're in your house and we're leaving with merch and all that fun stuff.
Can I tell you a little secret? I think all those parties we used to throw in the backyard in Hollywood is basically just our way of saying we'd really rather just be making pizzas for our friends than like ever working in the studio. As much as we love being in the studio and like I couldn't picture doing anything else, part of me is just like, why don't we just have parties all the time? I think that's what a lot of people, like what a lot of musicians are doing. Like, when can we get to the green room?
Yeah, I think you're onto something, because I feel the same, because it's kind of like I started this nonprofit, and the way, I'm not sure if people fully realize that, like, this almost $1 million that we've raised, like we've had no major grants or anything like that. I hope that that's where we develop now that we've gone to build out a team, and a lot of this funding helps, which is like all these other resources and bandwidth, but like it's all been peer-to-peer and through fundraisers. And I end up kind of in this like funnel of just having so much fun planning fundraisers and parties that it's like, oh yeah, we need like the next iteration of the website, and like we need to do this or that. But it really is just like so nice when it can overlap in that way.
That's a testament to the type of project and thing that you've built here. If you're having fun doing it, I feel like that's a good place to be, and that's an indicative of like, oh, this is a good thing we're doing. If you're hating it, then maybe it's not the right thing. But I've never seen you not be like really enthusiastic. Like we were just at your house a month ago, and we saw all the chrysanthemums.
All the Lego flowers. Yeah,
it was like,
I know.
Yeah.
I honestly like have never enjoyed doing something more in my life, and the circumstance of getting to here I wish wasn't the case, but I'm really grateful that this is the silver lining of it. It's initially there's some family and friends who were like, just worry about yourself and like slow down, and definitely that wasn't the case coming from you or Michelle, because I'm way too crazy for that team.
I would never dare mention the word slow down with you.
Yeah. The slowest I get is, virtually watching Cats with you guys in the middle of COVID. But no, it's been such a special thing, and it's like these events keep getting more unique. This is something totally different than anything I've ever really done in my life, and especially for We Got This. But like being able to tie together all this stuff is so fun, and I just love you guys so much and appreciate the support.
Thank you. We love you too, and we miss you guys. And we're not coming back to LA, but it does like cross our mind constantly. Mostly because of the friends, because like I like my house here, and I can't have my house out there in LA, but there's other things.
Well, you can shack up with us anytime. Please send love to the rest of the family, all the brothers, and we'll keep rocking out to your music and all the good stuff. So we will see you guys soon, and keep doing the things you're doing, because it makes me happy, if nothing else.
Well, that's more than enough, honestly. And thanks again for always, you and Eric both just being so supportive and like great friends to us. And then, like I said before, I'll say it again, watching you throughout this process is truly an inspiration. So it's really remarkable. I'm honored to call you a friend and someone to look up to. So.
Aw, thanks so much, Johnny. Love you so much, and we'll keep you posted on this 100,000. Anything you guys wanna post or all that, you're quite the video maker over there. So throw out some hits.
I don't know if I would say that.
You're the best. Love you guys so much, and we will be in touch.
Next event you got to do in Austin.
I know. Seriously.
Do it. Just do it, Alyssa. You can do it. Just say it, and it'll happen.
Let me know where we're doing it, what we're doing, and I'll book my flight. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. We'll see you guys soon, and we'll keep everyone posted on the Austin event.
Will do. Love you guys.
Talk
Bye.
soon. Love you too. And speaking of that, if anyone ever has, ideas or fundraising things or events that they want to do locally to them, please let us know. We've been doing a lot of events ourselves, but we love partnering up and collaborating. And if there's ways that you want to help us, raise funds or awareness and bring the community together, we'd love to do it. So I'll travel wherever and hit us up. We'll talk to you soon. What do we got next? Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for everyone. But she has been sitting here waiting very, very patiently. I love Holly so much. I love Lucius so much. Jess is at home with her new baby. And I'm going to take off this headphone because we got our in-person... Can I get you anything else? We have like iced teas and all the good stuff. And I got up as I was talking, but Holly from Lucius. I love hanging out with you in general, but we never get to sit. I've never also done this, so I've never gotten to do it with anyone, but sit and talk about things you do. Yeah. So this is fun. Yeah.
I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you. Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving? Were you here?
I was here. It was very mellow. We actually went to Jess, who is my bandmate. We went to her house to see the little baby, and it was a couple hours, and ordered in some food.
How old now?
Beginning of 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Today, I think. She's in the thick of it.
Oh my god.
So otherwise she would be here, but yeah, I definitely feel a little naked, not singing with her right now.
Yeah.
I'm just talking. And you're amazing. You're such a good, I don't know, you're good at this.
Oh, thank you. Well, don't ask me to sing. you won't feel the same sentiment. But I appreciate that so much. Honestly, I'm having a blast. We have so many amazing people, and it's crazy because this is kind of just based on people's availability on this particular day.
Yeah.
The amount of people who have been willing to support and all that stuff is just so amazing, and it makes this really fun to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have so many questions. The first thing that I think is so cool, because we're obviously both moms, is I want to hear about touring experience with a baby. I'm jealous of of your kids. You know?
It's really fun. And luckily, I feel there has been one tour where I brought my son. That was not the best age for it, because it was...
What age?
He was I want to say 1.5 years or something, and we were going through the U.S., and it was the middle of winter, and we kept arriving, we would arrive at 10 a.m. or something like that. So he's up at 6.
Yeah.
So that was just the small lounge of the bus with a kid who's ready to jump off the walls was a little bit hard, and but mostly it's been really, really fun going from place to place. I usually find, as soon as we land wherever we are, find a playground.
Yes.
And
when you
and hang out all day.
You guys are just the amazing rock star power parents. You
Oh,
know?
thank you. We're trying. Like all parents,
I'm
we're
sure there's no playbook
figuring it
for
out.
This,
Yeah.
And I just think it's so neat, just the amount of experiences. I remember seeing the picture. I don't even know how long ago this was now with Elton John.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oscar was 5 weeks old.
Yeah, 5 weeks old. Oscar, I see it pop up on an update.
Yeah.
Just Elton John holding Oscar.
Yeah.
Baby.
I took him to, that was our first outing, really, and I took him to Joni Mitchell's house because we were doing these jam sessions at her house to help rehabilitate her. And so he was 5 weeks old, and I took him, and Elton John was there. He was like, "Give me that gorgeous boy." And I was like, "Absolutely. Can I take a picture?"
Take him. What do you need?
It was great.
I love that so much. Speaking of just amazing female musicians, you've played with some of the biggest legends of all time. Who's been those dream come trues for you?
Oh, they're all kind of, I can't believe it. That they happen sort of things, but we've been singing with Joni a bunch, and it's been magical and wonderful to see her heal with music. She had a brain aneurysm several years ago, and Brandy Carlisle put these jam sessions together to at first just to kind of like be in her living room and play music for her. But then as we kept going, she started chiming in.
Yeah.
And then she wanted to play shows. And then we played shows and she sang entire songs and did guitar solos, and like we were just like, wow, music is magic. You know, music's amazing.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
Have you guys always had like the style and like just the like awesomeness of how you're like, has that always been your vibe from the beginning, or like?
Yeah, I mean, both of us come from families of visual artists, so I think the visual is super important for us.
Yeah.
And so from the beginning, we always coordinated and kind of like wanted, you know, it's when you're starting out as a young band, you don't have the resources or money or to have a big set that you know, like you can envision this, especially if you're a visual person, you're like, I want this and this and that, but so we were like, okay, well, we'll be the set. We'll match and we'll like look really weird and freaky, and like that will be the striking thing, you know. And we'll play festivals and we'll walk around the grounds and people will be like, what's going on there, you know? And that will be our
brilliant.
thing.
Yeah, it's so smart, because then also like, you know, as you're building up from venues, it's like it doesn't matter what the production value is.
Yeah.
What is like some of your favorite venues that you've ever played at?
Oh God. I mean, I always like the little funky ones. There's a bunch of really good ones in Europe. We played a place called Whelan's in Dublin, which I love, and everyone there was just drunk and loud, but like singing every word at just very engaged, very fun. Yeah. And everyone's played there, but it's really tiny little Irish like dive spot. And those are the spots that I love.
Yeah. And you guys have played Red Rocks before, right?
Yeah. Red Rocks is beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I've never seen a show at Red Rocks. We were supposed to go see Lindsay Sterling. Is that okay? Do you need any help with it?
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
We're good.
Let us know. Keep us posted.
Is it okay for you? Okay.
Awesome. We were supposed to go to Red Rocks, and then it was actually like right before that I got the call that I had breast cancer.
Yeah.
And so we've never gone to see a show there. I'm actually going for Andrew McMahon is doing Jack's Mannequin, something corporate, and Andrew McMahon in the Wilderness. So I'm so excited to like finally be there, and like, because we went on our road trip with Ellie during COVID. Yeah. She was 2 months old, just to see it. Yes. But like I can't even imagine like being on that stage. In that environment.
It's incredible. Red Rocks and the Gorge are both like incredibly beautiful, just those natural landscapes that make you feel small in a good way.
Yeah.
And Red Rocks is an insane place to play because you're just in the rock. It's just in the rock. Indescribable.
I love it. So you've been here patiently watching. So you've heard some of like our registry ideas. Yeah. Are there any different ones that you have, or ones that resonated more than others?
Well, yeah, I have been sitting here for a while. I got to see an amazing card trick a couple moments ago, which was insane. But it's been really wonderful to be here and kind of hear about like everything that you've been saying. I just found out last week that my mom has liver cancer. She has surgery coming up like next week, so I'm gonna go home for her, but I kind of feel like this is the perfect place to be right now to see to kind of hear what is helpful and like all of those things. I really liked what you had to say about putting things on the registry that you wouldn't necessarily think were cancer items, that were living items, you know. And so I think like concert tickets and stuff like that seem really important and obviously resonate with me as a musician. Although I will say I don't listen. This came up earlier. I don't listen to music that much.
Oh yeah, because we were talking about earlier with Alyssa Sabo.
Yeah,
of, like,
I listen to podcasts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that about your mom. If there's anything we can do to support you guys, please let us know.
Thank you.
And grateful that you're here and sharing that with us, being part of it with us. I mean, it's so amazing to think like how many people throughout the years have gone to your shows as like their thing to make them feel normal and have joy and be happy. And,
absolutely.
And I think us talking about that so much today, like I can't stress that enough. Like as someone going through it, that like that's transformative. It's like it brings out such a normalcy that I'm sure so many people experience through your music that you I'm sure a lot of them let you know, and I'm sure it's exponentially more than what you would even imagine.
I'm so happy to do that for people, and we'll continue to make music. I mean, I do think it's magic. I do think it has that special thing about it. So thank you for having me.
Oh my God, of course. So I know there's no like shows coming up because Jess, of course, is a new mom. But what's the plan?
No, we're going to Mexico.
See, I don't know why I just underestimated. I mean, you guys are you are amazing.
In January, Brandy Carlisle's festival. Girls Just Want a Weekend. Yeah, we do it every year.
Girls Just Want a Weekend?
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Yeah. Shania's playing. It's going to be...
Oh, my goodness. We might have to save that date and see you guys.
You might.
What part of Mexico?
It's like Riviera Maya.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, so Jess will get like a good getaway too.
I mean, we'll see. It's gonna be intense.
I mean, I say good getaway as you work.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone else will enjoy
you
watching
work with
you.
a newborn.
Yeah.
No, but it'll be good. Yeah.
Well, I love it so much. I'm so glad we got to take some. I promise. I'll see you sooner than like planning a whole full day live stream event.
This is amazing. Let's do it every week.
I'm in. If Drew, I know we haven't mentioned this. Drew here at DSB Productions, like, oh my goodness. I will be posting about this for the rest of time. We like had this idea of the live stream, and I never imagined it being like this.
Yeah.
And when I tell you, like, I mean, it sounds like so much money that we've raised, and it is. Like, I'm really proud of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of expenses that come along with like raising that much money and like doing a brand new tech platform. Like, this is like we're recreating Baby List. Like, it's not like And so when we do things like this, we don't have big budgets, and we usually call in a lot of favors. And we were expecting to be doing this like at my house and just to have a couple cameras and maybe do it for an hour. And like Drew and his team have been helping us, for weeks now and days setting this up, and like they have completely donated this entire day for us.
Yeah.
It's really unbelievable.
Incredible.
So everything people have been donating is just, 100% towards the cause and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And let us know if we can send over a squishmallow for your mom too when you head out that way.
Thank you.
It is one of my personal favorite things. But yeah, I just love you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. I'm happy you're a part of it. All right, well, give it up for Holly from Lucius. Oh, I love that. It's funny that I'm like, oh, you guys probably aren't playing anytime soon. And no, January in Mexico. When Brandy Carlisle calls, you answer.
Hey, Alyssa.
Yes.
We have a video from someone.
A video?
Unexpected.
Okay.
So I know people in the room won't hear it, but
So put in my headphones?
could you please put on your in-ears?
Okay.
Get ready.
One sec. Wait, let me make sure.
Is that just a door? No, it's me, Bobby Moynihan. Hi, Giveathon. I just said it, and I'll say it again. It's me, Bobby Moynihan. I'm here to donate something. Or no, it's me, Bobby Moynihan. Hi, Giveathon. I just said it, and I'll say it again. It's me, Bobby Moynihan. I'm here to donate something for the Giveathon. It is a cue card here from Saturday Night Live, from a sketch called Legolas at Taco Bell, of course. It was a sketch about Legolas from Lord of the Rings at a Taco Bell. Legolas was played by Andy Samberg. I played Gimli, the little guy with the beard and the axe. And this is a cue card from it, from the real television show Saturday Night Live, and I would like to donate it to you, Giveathon, for money. For something nice, not for just frivolous things. I love you. That's still a door.
Oh my God, I love you too, Bobby Moynihan. So everyone here, sorry, everyone in the audience here did not just hear that Bobby Moynihan just donated a cue card from SNL from a sketch he did with Adam Sandberg for us to be able to raise money with. I'm so excited. That is so cool. Wow, that is so awesome. Bobby Moynihan is hilarious. That is so cool. I didn't even, him just knowing that we exist makes me feel exponentially more special. So we're gonna have to chat, with how we're gonna get that out there and how we're gonna give that away. That is like I've never heard of like getting to get something like that. That is so cool. Well, thank you guys, and thank you for coordinating that. That is so neat. Awesome.
Next guest we have on Zoom.
Okay, let me put these headphones back on. Chuck that card. Okay, so we got not that. Okay. So okay. Are they? Oh yeah, hey guys. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, our next guest is. Are we? Am I ready to go right into it, or how are we doing on timing? Okay, so our next guest has become a really close friend of mine. She is just, one of a kind. We met initially because a mutual friend felt like we had so much in common. We just have very different diseases. She doesn't have cancer, but we both live with, terminal illnesses, and we both have amazing daughters. We have musician husbands and all these things. I'm so excited to talk more and have you meet my dear friend, Taylor Kaufman.
Hi.
Oh, I didn't turn the thing on. Taylor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Let me is the screen gonna come back on? Okay. So hold on one sec. One of these headphones works better than the other. I keep forgetting which one is which. How are you? How are you feeling?
Hello, I'm good. I'm thrilled to be here and have a reason to put on like a little lip gloss, and
Oh yeah.
I've been sort of like burrowing a bit.
Understandable. So I've been like asking everyone to start off how their Thanksgiving was, and your past couple weeks are just insane.
Yeah.
Before we dive into it, just because if not everyone knows Taylor, I was mentioning about how we met. Would you kind of give a quick rundown of after you gave birth to July, what you've been living with?
Yeah, unfortunately, I gave birth, which was fortunate. The unfortunate part is as I gave birth to a new little healthy life, I unfortunately started dying. I had triggered an idiopathic rare disease. It just awoke in my body. Birth is not a casual thing, and you just don't know what can happen. And so I got something called, and it has a really long name. It'll wash over you like salad dressings at a restaurant. But I'll try to give it to you just because it often needs awareness. So it's called atypical hemolytic uremic syndrome, or complement-mediated thrombotic microangiopathy.
It rolls off the tongue. You make it sound really great.
Sounding. It sounds really like, whoa.
Yeah, I know. Very medical sounding. And it's, and like you said, you literally like died. You were like in a coma after giving birth, and it's unbelievable. And I'm sure that this is a lot of what people say to me is like, I forget you have cancer, this or that, because, we're talking right now. And like, I would have no idea had you not told me that, you'd just been in the hospital having emergency surgery. How long ago? Like a week ago? Not even?
Yeah, like literally. So basically I got home like Wednesday night, right before Thanksgiving. So I had an emergency surgery last Sunday. So not this Sunday, but last Sunday. So yeah, kind of one of those, like, I think sometimes when you find yourself with these medical
catastrophes. They seem to collect other medical catastrophes. Like once you buy a ticket to the fair, like there's a lot of rides. Unfortunately, you find yourself on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I because of my disease, I had to have multiple surgeries, and I have had 4 abdominal surgeries, and so the scar tissue from that surgery caused another medical problem. So I was sort of rushed into surgery very dramatically last
Oh, so
Sunday.
it was a totally unrelated, like it was related but unrelated issue.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it definitely causes what I would call like a sort of complicating factor to any issue that I have. But yes, it's definitely a byproduct of what happened to me many years ago. The gift that keeps giving or not giving or taking. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
the
yeah. I mean, what I will say is, what you've done with it is amazing, and obviously I can relate to and appreciate so much. You're doing such great advocacy work. You're speaking. You wrote a book. All these things that we like to twin on. We didn't even realize when we met. We're
Yeah.
like, are we each other, but
I
totally
know.
different? Yeah.
We even put the pillow like on our foreheads sometimes.
Yes.
So weird, but it's like
Yeah.
feels so good.
I know, exactly. And so, initially meeting, I loved talking with you. And it honestly, it really was just so interesting getting to connect with someone who I felt so connected to and like so much in common, but such drastically different things. And, having not only cancer, which is like a common thing for people to know about, but breast cancer is the one, a lot of people have heard of. and then your rare disease is so unique, like that. I admittedly, like, I say this all the time, like we've talked so much about this, but like I'm learning new things every time, and it's like, I think because it's so much too within the story that it's a lot to even fully wrap your head around, like what you've endured and what you are enduring.
Yeah.
I was talking earlier, I don't know, have you met Annie, my friend, who was
Yeah,
on
yeah,
earlier?
yeah. I
Yeah.
think when you jumped off the building.
Oh yeah, when we rappelled off the building. Yeah, we can't say jump. Glozell got in Facebook jail for that. So yeah. Glozell was saying that she put like a Facebook post about jumping off a building for cancer, and they interpreted it like not a good thing. Yeah.
Oh,
So we very safely rappelled and
safely like left the edge of the building and climbed
exactly.
the
Yeah.
ropes.
And you and JJ came out and Allie was there. It was
Yeah,
so fun. Yeah, so Andy and I were talking earlier. I don't even know if I'm going to talk to you about this yet, but we've been doing we haven't done it publicly yet, but like a little podcast of not another cancer movie. And it's a podcast where we watch a movie and then we talk about it in my bed together. You're gonna have to come on that one with us as well, and then we'll have to have Annie on ours because Taylor and I have also been working on a totally different podcast idea called Dying to Live. And we recorded our first episodes together right before I ended up going in for my, very minimal surgeries in comparison to being rushed into the hospital the way yours recently was. But I'm so excited about it and what we've been doing. And like kind of what I was saying earlier, what does excite me a lot is the idea that we say all the time, like it's not just cancer, any one thing. We all go through things big or small, and it's all relative. But being able to really talk out like this whole idea of living, knowing that you get infusions regularly, just like I do. We have, young daughters and all these things. I'm rambling on this. You fill in some more stuff. I'm so excited about it.
I will say this, like, I think we got this, even though it's a cancer registry. I totally like rep it all the time within the disease circles, because I think there's so many diseases now that essentially get chemo treatment, if an infusion and things like that. So
Yes,
the
so true.
the stuff is similar. I also am a graduate of dialysis. I was on a dialysis 3 days a week for about 9 months, and that also has so many similarities. So like I think We Got This would be amazing for folks who have kidney issues and going through that whole process. There's so many things that you need to make that experience comfortable. I will say I wanted to share a little something with you because I was thinking about you, and I've been thinking about We Got This. So again, I was just sick, right? And people are always like, coming out and really like putting love into action, and they're often like getting me things to sort of make me feel better. And I want to introduce you to my blanket mountain. I don't know if you...
I love
So this, and it even goes down even
Taylor,
further.
it's a blanket mountain. How many blankets are there?
It's a lot. And this isn't even all of them. These are all the ones that like were just in my living room before we started. I have a blanket in the laundry. There's some in JJ's room. And so like what ends up happening a lot of the time when you have a chronic illness or any sort of thing, like people want to give you a blanket. And it's a great gift. You want to be warm. You go in your treatment, you want a blanket. I just got a box in the mail today. Guess what's in it?
Oh my goodness. So it's not exclusive to cancer.
No.
The blanket gift, if you will. Look, I mean, you do look very cozy. I think that we should bring all of our blankets the next time we're able to record in person, and take some notes there. I love that. That is really, really funny. And I will say something that I think is so important is like, in your scenario, like we're talking about, like if utilizing a gift registry is beneficial, like, well, our mission is surrounded around the cancer community, like absolutely utilize wegotthis.org. Like, please, I really think big picture, a registry for the hard times is what is needed and what I think will be. And I tried to, start in the sense of like Amazon started selling books. I want to make sure to make the biggest impact in my lifetime that I can. And, the whole idea is just knowing how to give and receive and be able to ask for help. And I'm just always so inspired by you and just feel like it's this odd comfort of getting to talk out our chronic diseases together, which I know, like Annie we talked about with and fellow thrivers it's just, it's a community and it's this like club none of us asked to be in, but like, I mean, how wonderful that we get not only blanket mountains, but we get some cool silver linings of being able to support each other and our families. So, so much love to you and the family and Zach and JJ.
Love you too. Yes.
Yes. And other than blankets, we'll think of some other registry things.
I love that the robe one. The like, what was it?
Oh yes, Casadano.
Yeah, I want a Casadano.
Thank you for bringing that up. So Kristen Chester from Casadano, she was diagnosed with breast cancer, triple negative breast cancer, when she was 6 months pregnant. So they really hit us hard as moms, huh? And she is just an amazing human. Like her energy is amazing. We just we're all obsessed with being around her, Zooming with her whenever we get to connect. She made this amazing, line of robes and clothes and all that. She's actually doing a lot with giving back to the community. I know I can speak for her that I know she would love to send you a robe. She's donated some for us to give away today. So. Yeah, so why don't we? So we're gonna have Kristen send Taylor a robe, and then Jillian's gonna let me know another winner we're gonna give away for a registry. All right. Denisha Williams from North Carolina. It's one of our registry users. So she's gonna get one of those badass robes too. They're so comfortable.
Beautiful.
They're beautiful. I feel like just like a boss wearing it around and stuff too. It's great. So we'll get one out your way. You'll have to let us know how you like it. Denisha's gonna get one too. Please, add Casadano to your registry. It's something you'd like too. We're gonna be giving away a few more also, and Kristen's always about helping the community. So reach out if you need anything. And Taylor, I'll be in touch and keep living for me because I really enjoy spending time with you.
Too. We got this.
We got this. I'll talk to you soon. Love you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So that is Taylor. I'm so glad she's doing well. I mean, it's hard seeing her friends going through tough times, and it's something that, like, I've always had friends who might get sick or things like that, but I definitely have a lot more friends who are prone to, certain complications and stuff, and being able to be there for each other is really amazing. So a big part of our community, we got this.org. And then circling it back, we got some more magic. We got Bruce Calver, my father-in-law. Oh, we got to stretch it longer. So, so what I will say is just reminding everyone, if you're just tuning in, we are on this, little road to 1 million right here. When I started the idea for WeGotThis.org, I announced it almost exactly 3 years ago. It was November 22nd. And the idea was to have, a nonprofit gift registry for cancer patients, which is what we've launched and done. We raised just over $100,000 in that initial GoFundMe, which not only helped get all this started and the platform and all of these things, but it also, to me, showed a pretty huge proof of concept that people really need and want this. Not just the patients and the people living with cancer, but the people who support them. And it's really for all of us. I don't know anyone not affected by cancer. So if you're able to donate, please contribute towards that. We're, roughly 50,000 away from hitting $1 million. And if you're someone going through cancer yourself or could use the registry, it's completely free. It's very easy to use. We have instructional videos on the website. You can reach out if you have any questions. And please, let a friend know about it too. Just as great as donations is posting about it, sharing with friends, posting your stories and all that good stuff. All right, so my father-in-law is back on. I am so excited. Did you get to see Paul on here?
I did.
Yeah, Paul.
I did, my good friend Paul.
Yeah, did you hear when I told him how I love how he brings peanut butter cups when we go out to dinner? It's like one of my favorite memories at Cantor's with the whole gang, When
all
you
this
go
private stuff, we can't,
Yeah. Okay, so you said for people to have a deck of cards.
I need to know, if take a moment, everyone, if you're watching right now, or if you're watching the video after, because you're going to post this later.
Yeah, we're going to be posting this later. So if you had watched
Get
previously,
a deck of cards. Get a deck of cards.
Get a deck of cards. Yeah, we need a deck of cards.
How much time do I have?
That honestly, I have no idea how you did. That was really cool. Everyone here can't hear you, but Bruce just turned a card into a watch, and that was pretty awesome.
So
yeah, Dana screamed. Yeah,
so I have
Eric, how
about
much
10
time
minutes.
is it?
Okay.
Yep, exactly. 10 minutes. Let's see some magic. You're the best. Thank you.
So I'm gonna do one amazing trick
Okay.
that if you all have a deck of cards out there, you can do with me, and I'm gonna do the magic to you through the Zoom. Okay? Even in this 31-degree cold Rhode Island weather. All right. So if you don't have a deck of cards, go back to this tape and try it with me, because you'll see that it works. All right. The name of the trick is chaos, because we're going to create some chaos for you right now. So you need 5 red cards and 5 black cards. That's all you need from the deck. 5 red and 5 black. Okay. This is going to be an amazing trick if you do it with me. If you don't do it with me, we're just filling time. Okay. All right. So here we go. So make sure you have 5 red cards, 5 black cards. I'll give you a second. Okay. Take the 5 red cards and give them a little mix. All right. We're going to create chaos. All right.
That could be my nickname.
Yes. And
the trick's called chaos, Sarah and Amber. So I figured that defines me pretty well.
Chaos. Okay.
Chaos.
All right. So now you have the 5 red cards here, 5 black cards here. You're going to hold each pile in your hand, just like this. Okay. All right. Just like with your illnesses, with cancer, with any illnesses, there's time for chaos. And we're going to create the chaos right now. So I want you to take 1 card from each side and make a pile with alternating colors. Okay. Seriously, if you were doing this trick with me at the end, you would be amazed. Okay. So now we have a pile with alternating colors. All right, everybody with me on this?
Yeah.
Now, give you a moment to finish your pile. Stephen in Ohio, your pile's not done yet. Okay, here we go. All right, now pick up the pile and hold it face down in your hands. Okay? So now I want you to do anywhere on here, cut the cards and complete the cut. All right? Okay, let's do that again. Let's do it again. Cut the cards and complete the cut. Melissa, should we do it one more time?
Yeah, one more time for good measure.
Okay, so we'll do it one more time for good measure. Okay. Okay, so now we have it. Okay. If you want to do one more cut, do it. If you don't want to do it, do one more cut anyway. I don't care. Okay. Now, the pile, you're going to take the first two cards, the top two cards, and you're going to turn them over. Okay? And now cut the deck. Cut the pile so you lose those cards in the pile. We're creating chaos. Okay. Take the next two top cards, turn them over, and cut them into the deck. We don't care if you're messing them up, it's okay.
Because it's chaos.
Absolutely. All right. Don't worry if you have cards already face up. Just turn over whatever's on the top when it's time, okay? All right. So now take the two top cards and turn them over and cut them into the deck, creating chaos. All right, Alyssa, do we want to do 4 or 6 cards? I'll let you decide.
Let's do 4.
Okay, so take the top 4 cards, 4, and turn them over.
Okay.
And then cut them into the deck. All right, so we've got a mess here. All right. Now, let's put some astrology in this, okay? If you were born from January 1st to June 30th, turn the top 2 cards over. If you were born from July 1st to December 31st, don't do anything. All right. And once you've turned those cards over, cut them into the deck. All right. Just out of curiosity, I have, how many face down cards? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 face down cards, but you could have a different number. Some people have 4, some people have 2, some people have 6. Some people have messed it up already, so it doesn't work.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Now we're going to take the cards that are in your hand and you're going to deal them one at a time onto the table into 2 piles like this. Chaos. Okay. So now we have 2 piles. We're almost done. We're going to take one of the piles. I don't care which pile you do. Pick it up, turn it over, and place it on top of the other pile.
Okay.
All right, now that we've done chaos, with help from friends, doctors, magicians, we're going to do order. Okay?
Okay.
So now we're going to look at this pile, this mess that we've created, and we've all created different messes. All right. Hold them in your hand. Put the cover on it with your other hand. And I'm going to say the magic words. We got this.
Yeah.
Did you all feel it? I did it already. You should have 5 face down cards. Let's look through. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you have 5? Now, those that did it are probably screaming right now because they all have 5 face down cards. But I did something extra. You'll notice all the red cards are face up. And all the black cards are face down. And that
is order.
That's
magic. Oh, I love that.
Now, if you didn't get a chance to try this now, try it when you watch the video again. Okay? All right. I know we don't have time for Eric's favorite trick, the trick with the thread.
Okay.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is time. I don't know. But what I want to
yeah,
say,
we're running behind, but
don't forget to donate money.
Yes.
Don't forget to donate some money.
Oh, that was awesome. I'm going to save that video and be practicing that trick. Maybe it's one I can finally get right because I tend to mess up the tricks.
Maybe so. Maybe so. No oranges involved.
No oranges involved. Oh, man, thank you so much. So fun having you along today.
You are so welcome again. We are so proud of you.
Oh,
folks.
Thank
we
you.
are more than halfway, and we're almost there.
We're getting there. It is an exciting day, and so glad you got to be a part of it. Please tell Arlene, Mom, I say hi as well. And we'll be planning out some more magic in 2025. I'm so excited.
All right. The next time I'm at the castle, we'll all go.
Yes, I can't wait. All right. Love you, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much for that awesomeness.
All right.
All right. Bruce Calver, my father-in-law magician. Yes, that was cool. I admittedly did not prepare having cards, but I'm definitely going to try that at home. For people who did it, the chaos led to 5 red face-up cards, 5 black face down, and I have yet to do a magic trick correctly, so maybe it's good I didn't do it with a live public audience. But my next guest, I am so excited. She's been here all day. She's been a huge help with WeGotThis.org in general, and just one of my OG cancer buddies, I'd say too, through social media and all that stuff, and now we get to be together in real life. Katie! Love it. I've had so much comfort just looking over and seeing you all day.
Just see me lounging in this chair, staring at you all day.
It's what I need. You have some cool stuff with you. So I saw you posting about a lot of it.
I don't know.
Oh yeah. Feel free to
this
adjust. You can move the squish.
I've never been on an official podcast before
Yeah.
with the microphones and stuff.
It's
so
cool,
this is
right?
cool.
I know.
Yeah.
It suits you.
Yeah, so I really wanted to do something to encourage donations. So I spoke to my friend Jack at We Are Ocean, and he also got super psyched about it. And so he and I have just been running around for the last couple days, talking to sponsors and seeing what people could donate. So we put together this bag, and it's worth over $1,000, but it's probably closer to $2,000 at this point because Jack just can't stop.
Yeah. Oh, well, appreciate it, Jack. I got to meet him soon.
I want to go over some of the stuff, but the first thing is a robe by Radiant Wrap, which is started by a breast cancer survivor, and they're looking to replace all of the scratchy blue gross gowns that come that the hospital gives you so that everybody can have a nice silky smooth satin robe in the hospitals. I've seen you
post it at scans and things.
Yeah. You can take your own, but the overall mission eventually is that the hospital will give them to you.
Just offer it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. So I have this one.
Oh,
whoever donates $200 during this live gets the entire bag of stuff, including this wrap.
$200 for a couple $1,000 worth of stuff.
$2,000.
And this is stuff, they can use, they can keep, they can gift.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And these are great registry ideas too, if anyone's watching.
Oh, 1,000%. And this one's for you.
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I love it.
So when you go in for your exams, you can wear that instead of, your regular old.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Exam
and blue's
robe
my favorite color. This is great. Thank you, Radiant Wrap and Jack and Katie. You guys are awesome.
And so I'm also in the bag is going to be Bee Cure, which is a really excellent radiation cream, or just any kind of burn cream in general, or even if you just have dry skin, that one's really great. We have a donut headband, which my We Got This friends have seen me sport before. These are pretty cool.
You wore that on Halloween, and it is. I didn't see a blinged out one. That one's
this one's blinged out.
Who makes that?
This is by Jess Paul Art. She was kind enough to give us one of these for this bag.
Thank you. I love that.
So that could be a great
I love
gift
donuts.
for a kid. Yeah. And then Range Essentials, they donated their entire kit. So it'll come with a candle, 2 sunscreens, a sunscreen kit, a pillow spray, and a whole bunch of other things. But they're donating their entire kit.
Entire kit,
yep. And then everything will go in. I have a list because Jack just kept going.
I love that. And We Are Ocean is a really cool org. I know you recently went on a couple of their trips. I was hoping to come with you. The timing,
Yeah.
this darn surgery really got in the way of some
We need
cool
to get
things.
you and Andy Bond on
Oh,
one of those
man.
trips soon. But I want to go over everything in the bag first.
Okay.
So Salt Optics sunglasses that are going to be it's a $610 value. We don't know which model we're going to put in yet, but those are
Wow.
being donated by Salt
I don't think
Optics.
I've ever even worn $600 sunglasses.
I know, right?
That
Me
is
neither.
very cool.
And then Florence Marine and We Are Ocean Gear will be in there, and it'll all be inside a Western Hydrodynamic Research Canvas tote bag, which is one of one. Each bag is constructed out of a unique cut of upcycled sail, upcycled nylon handles manufactured by Mafia Bags and made in the USA. So
Wow.
that's what we have in our kit. And so if you donate $200 while I'm on this live, you can have all of that,
So
which is
$200.
that's a lot of
yeah,
Christmas shopping just done.
So Jillian
right
and
there.
team, they're on top of seeing what comes in. The first person to donate $200 right now is going to get all that stuff Katie just went through.
And it'll be in a nice bag, not a CVS bag.
I love that, and that's great stuff for people to know about too. Like in general, if you need any ideas on things to add to a registry, sometimes like
Those are
what
all
I
great
love about
things.
the Radiant Wrap, and for now, and I think that's an amazing mission and goal to make
Right.
it so that we just don't have to do those things ourselves.
Right, yeah.
But for now, it is nice that it's something that is somewhat medical, but it like makes you feel normal while being in a medical setting.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It takes away that lack of individualism that you like inherently feel whenever you're just in that situation.
Yeah.
You're bald, you're wearing the same gown that everybody else is wearing, and it just kind of feels like your self-expression is sort of
Yeah, like how cool
stolen
if you
from
went in
you.
and there was like a rack of different ones you had to pick out like
Yeah.
what you're wearing.
Like
then.
you get a cheetah print one,
Yeah.
you get floral, like you get whatever, it's just a really nice idea, and I thought it helped me a lot to just feel like I had some control over radiation.
Yeah.
Because I really felt out of control
Well,
in that
not many
period
people
of my
realize like
treatment.
how many consecutive days you're going for radiation. Like how many radiation?
It was
is there?
28 days in a row, and you have to go every single morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is like an impact
Mm-hmm.
mentally.
I
It's
mean,
hard.
between like the commute to it, the going in for it, what you're wearing during it, burns happening, the tattoos from it. I mean,
Right.
there's
And
really
I
a lot of elements.
refused those tattoos.
I remember you saying that. So what did they do? Did they each time put?
I did my own henna tattoos. So they gave me little like Sharpie markers and they put Tegaderm stickers over them, and then I would go home and replace them with henna tattoos. So I would have to like lie there for an hour while it sunk in, but it just felt worth it to me because I was like, absolutely not, do not tattoo my body. I want to
Well,
forget about this one day.
Yeah. I think that's like such a great example of what I was saying is like
Yeah.
there's so many reasons that there's different things throughout, this experience of having cancer that we
Right.
can't control. But then like after, if there is an after treatment or things like that, like, there is certain stuff that we can control.
Yeah.
And a lot of great organizations and companies like Radiant Wrap and We Are Ocean, all these things are, they're making ways for us to be able to have more of an option and a choice in something like that. I think that's great. And I'm glad that you spoke
Yeah.
up and advocated for something that's so important to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we're so quick to be like, oh, no, it's okay, or I don't want to be a nuisance, or all this, and it's
Yeah.
our lives.
And truth be told, I did experience a little bit of like, oh, are you sure? Because I know it is easier for the technicians, but like the first thing, they're like, oh, it's so small, it's like a freckle. I was like, oh, can you show me on you? And then then they were like, okay, we get it. Yeah, okay.
Imagine if they were like, sure, and they just like tattoo themselves. That would have been epic.
That would have been epic, yeah, but
Yeah.
they
Oh,
didn't.
man.
So it worked out, and everyone thought it was a cool idea.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so and if you don't mind backtracking to what type of cancer you have, and
Oh,
for those
sure.
who don't know.
Yeah, so I am a stage 3 triple negative breast cancer survivor. Triple negative breast cancer makes up about 15% of all breast cancer cases, so it's relatively rare. I do have the BRCA gene, so I'm actually a 3rd generation triple negative breast cancer survivor. My grandmother had it and my aunt had it before me. Yeah, really, but I will say I did get it about 17 years sooner than anybody else in my family age-wise.
Wow.
Yeah, the two of them were like way older, past having a family,
Yeah.
and so
It must be so wildly different too. What treatments
Yes.
between the three of you have? You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, absolutely. My aunt before me, she was actually a bit of a trailblazer because she, knowing she had the BRCA gene and knowing that that also carries a risk for ovarian cancer, then this is like 30 years ago. So this was like crazy then, even though people do this a lot now. She did her initial treatment. She wanted to be really aggressive. She was only stage 1. She had a double mastectomy. That wasn't standard at the time. And then she also wanted a hysterectomy to completely get rid of any chance of her getting the ovarian cancer. And she had to go around to like 5 or 6 different surgeons before someone would say, yes, I'll say what I need to say to your insurance to get this surgery covered for you. And she's, you know, she just celebrated her 30-year cancerversary and went on like 3 back-to-back cruises. And I feel like that's what what it should be.
Amazing. I know. Yeah, it should. Yeah. And I mean, having that kind of like intuition to be able to advocate for yourself, like in that kind of scenario of knowing, you know, to push, because
absolutely
people might not have. And I mean, now that's not uncommon at all. Right. But at the time, like you're saying, very much a trailblazer. That I mean, yeah.
Like she thought of that on her own, and now that's what we do. So at 35, I have to do that.
Yeah.
As well. That's like recommended by my genetics counselor. So yeah.
Well, that was one of the surgeries I had the other week. So if you need any hysterectomy tips, keep it posted.
I know you were like, yeah, it was no big deal. I was working the next morning.
I'm all about a good distraction. No, I've just had so much fun getting to know you and spend time with you.
Likewise.
There's just so much more. I feel like between you, me, and Annie, we have a lot of initiatives to work on, I think, and cool orgs to connect with.
Totally.
Julian, do we end up getting in a $200 donation? A couple $100 donations.
Come on, guys.
Can you name off some names for me? Like who donated 100? Yeah, Amber, will you come up and grab a mic? And Amber, will you bring my cell phone with you? And okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Les donated 100? 180?
Oh, you were so close.
Oh, you're so close. Can we grab my cell phone real quick? Oh, who has my cell phone? I have your cell phone. Okay. We're just going to get the last donation to get this in.
The latest donation of $100 was from Lindsay Santiago.
Oh, okay. Oh, here. Here, sit down with us, Amber, for real quick. Yeah, sit down. Grab a mic on the side there. Okay, I'm going to call. Les is actually my stepfather. He's on our board of directors. That was really nice of him to send a donation. 180 is a lucky number, so I think that's why he did that. I'm calling him. I'm calling him right now. If he doesn't pick up, I'll call my mom.
I'll call my mom.
Hey, Alyssa.
Hey, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but you're on my live stream right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
So you just made a really generous donation of $180.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, first and foremost.
You're welcome.
Yes.
You're more than welcome.
And so
Glad
my friend Katie's here. We have like this package of like, it's worth over $2,000 worth of like really great, like Radiant wraps is like wraps for, you know, when you're going in for a scan or something, around those like scratchy, papery ones. You like use those. There's burn cream, sunscreen, sunglasses, all this stuff. And
SPF 50
yeah, we're about to
shirts.
end this segment.
Yeah.
And we were gonna give whoever donated at least $200 the whole package. And what I was thinking is, if you're open to donating $20 more, would you donate the whole package, and then Katie can help us find people on our Instagram to gift all the stuff for their treatments?
So, wait, if I give $20 more,
$20 more, we're going to distribute like $2,000 worth of swag to Thrivers.
To a bunch of friends.
I'm in for the $20.
You're the best. Mr. Dr. Les Selbovitz. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you know where the 1-8 came from, right?
Yes. Lucky number. So I figured that's why. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Very cool, right? I'm gonna send you the examples of what it is, and then Katie, will you help me? We'll find tons of people to give it all to you. I love you, Les. Eric's giving me the signal. I gotta wrap up. Thank you so much.
I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it. Bye. What a good sport. We'll see.
Yay!
Right?
We're
What
gonna do
could be
more of
better
this
than
later,
that?
so I'll bring it back up.
Awesome. We'll do more of that later. So I
Yes.
think an even better result, right?
That is a better result because now we
Yeah.
get to give back. That's
Yep.
so fantastic.
So we're going to work on this. I texted you about this. We haven't gotten to meet about it.
Right.
But I want to talk about now through the end of the year, we're just going to bombard people on their registries with tons of stuff.
With presents.
Yes.
I love giving
A lot
presents.
of it. Yeah. So Katie's going to help me do that, team, and all that. So please stay tuned if you're a thriver, survivor, patient, or know someone. Like, please make sure you're following We Got This Org on Instagram and all the socials, because we have a lot of Squishmallows to give away too. I'm really excited about and all that stuff. So thank you guys for pulling that all together.
Absolutely.
I'm excited
My
to see everyone be
pleasure.
excited. All right, love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, man, I'm excited about my radiant wrap. All right, we'll keep on schedule here, even though I know we're probably already behind. But appreciate everyone's patience immensely. Everyone feeling good? All right. Well, while we're on the theme of badass thrivers, our next guest, I'm so excited. I got to see all about him when I was at the Visionary Awards for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, which is one of my favorite nonprofits I've done marathons and triathlons with well before having cancer myself. And Jared was like the star of the show. I think he raised over like $160,000. I'll confirm all this when he comes on. But Jared Lipscomb. So good to see you.
Can I just say it's over $200,000.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I'm very proud of that.
You should be. It was, I was blown away. Like, I've been to a lot of the visionaries, formerly Man and Woman of the Year.
Yeah.
For LLS, and it was like everyone was there for you. Like, even like they were auctioning off a bottle of Vouv, like champagne for the night. Someone paid like $10,000 like to go towards Jared. And yeah, so how much was it? It was 200.
It was over 215, yeah, raised for research.
Was that some kind of record for?
Not a record, no. There's been some really amazing fundraisers, but as a patient and someone with, I'm a makeup artist, and in my 30s, I don't have necessarily these big business connections, so it felt really cool and kind of powerful to. It's my 5 years in the clear this year as well, so it was like a way to celebrate that.
5 years is huge for it's lymphoma, right?
I had leukemia, acute myeloid
leukemia,
leukemia, a stem cell transplant, a couple of hip replacements, and now I'm back on the stage hitting these low squats,
Oh my God, I love that. You're just like, I get it though, how you raise that, because you have like this energy and just like feeling about you that like you just is infectious. Like you want to be a part of whatever you're doing.
Oh my gosh, well thank you. And drag shows help, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
so
who's not
that
gonna.
Was that the big event you did?
That was
it
my big.
Or like
I had a lot of
drag
events,
show?
obviously, to get to that number, but my passion of mixing like makeup and drag artistry and obviously giving back to this community that's given me so much is really meaningful, but also so much fun. Like drag shows are psychotic in the best way possible. Do you know what I mean? So to be able to channel that kind of energy into raising money, it's like, oh, you get to come see an amazing show with all these fabulous queens dropping it low, death dropping, doing everything. And then it goes to research and to patients. Oh my God, I love it.
It's amazing.
I want to do a drag show with you guys next year.
Oh my goodness.
I think we'd slay it so hard.
I would love that so much. Like,
Yeah.
thank you for even considering that. I'm so excited. Because tonight we were supposed to do drag queen bingo originally.
I know, yeah.
And then with like these unexpected surgeries and other things, and we figured we could get more of a reach from really trying to aggressively, hit this goal and all that. But
2025 we'll do drag queen, something drag queen.
Yes. Oh man, you heard it here first. I am excited. I can already see Sarah's wheels turning. Sarah, so you like designed the set. She is all about a good party.
Yeah, I do need an entrance, so it might involve, I don't know, some sort of wheeled egg or something that'll crack open.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah. What's your email?
Just off the top of his head, like a wheeled egg that cracks open.
Something like that, yeah.
And Sparkle is your drag queen alter ego,
Yes,
right?
oh my God. So I started doing drag when I was 19. I'm 36 now, and I have always been Sparkle, the famous Sparkle Antoinette, that bitch known as Sparkle. And then when I got sick, no joke, this isn't like one of those like bits of like, oh my God, listen how my drag tied into this thing.
Yeah.
I had to channel, as you know, you have to kind of like, you're not always ready for the treatment. You're not always ready for, oh my God, the biopsies, just for all of the stuff of having cancer. And so I would literally be like, oh, I'm gonna do a dual personality, a Sasha Fierce and be Sparkle today. And yeah, I mean, and that's how I kind of channeled a little bit of it. And that's why I'm such a big proponent for beauty in the space of, you know, cancer recovery, just treatment, whatever. I know it's not the priority, you know, obviously getting better and thriving and all that's a priority, but it's a big part of feeling confident and like and who you are and feeling, for me at least, very empowered. You know, when I feel like my skin's not dull and I feel beautiful, like I feel empowered. And I channeled that with my, you know, what is that thing that we used to push around the hallways?
The IV pole.
The IV pole, yeah. So I would walk around with that like that was my snake, and I was Britney Spears for Slave for You. I would do my Katy Perry Eye of the Tiger song for my lung exercises. So I really channeled all of my aspects of drag to get through a lot of my treatment and stuff. So I really am a big believer in, you know, if the warrior mentality, you know, there's so many mindsets you can adapt to. I did not relate to the warrior. You're a warrior. You got to get up and fight every day. That did nothing for me. If anything, that scared me. I was like, I can't do this every day. Are you joking? Yeah. But you told me, oh, you just have to sing a little Katy Perry. You can just lip sync a little. You can sashay down the hallway a couple of times. I get to put on a show for other patients? Oh my God, let's do it. So
I love that. I could not agree with you more. And I believe that the beauty aspect or whatever that is, right? Like fill in the blank for that patient or thriver, survivor of like what's going to make them feel empowered, beautiful and strong. You know, like I have so much more fun being distracted heading to chemo or radiation or whatever with a championship belt, you know, or like I'm delivering like Lego flowers to my peers, you know. But so it was like 48 hours before I started chemo. And a friend, this was, you know, before we got this and all of that. It was when everyone was asking me what I needed and just sending me blankets, which thank you.
Yes,
for all the
blankets and socks, blankets and socks.
But a friend was like, if you can, rush to get your eyebrows microbladed. And I was like, oh, well, I figured I would do that. Like when I lose them, I knew I would lose. I was on tax tier, which is like 100% hair loss. And they were like, no, you can't do it once you're on chemo because of risk of infection and all that. So I got a doctor's note like immediately, and a friend of a friend who I'm now friends with came in like on a Sunday night, did my eyebrows, and one, it was amazing because even when I was bald, I like really felt like myself and had my face. But I left that after feeling like, I'm like, oh my God, why haven't I ever done this before? Like, I feel great. Like I was telling this to Grace Helbig earlier, how when I was having my port put in, I was like taking selfies like of my eyebrows. And you know, like I still have those pictures that I look back at in these like really scary days were actually really empowering, and I have good memories of them. It was also like the next day, another friend was like, you should, you know, consider cutting your hair short. Because I've always had very long hair. And they were like, you know, as it falls out, when it's hard, when it's really long strands. And also it kind of hurts as it's
it hurts,
right? Yeah. And so I didn't know what to do. It was like middle of COVID. And I was like, is there anyone that could like come to my house and do my hair? So I reached out to randomly dear friends with Tori Spelling and Dee McDermott, and I was like, you guys must have someone who like can remote do glam or, you know, cut my hair.
Yeah.
And they were like, we got you. And within like less than 24 hours, I had someone over doing it. She's still my hairdresser, Vanessa, to this day.
Oh my gosh.
And it was just like really special. I like have these selfies with this like A-line bob I never would have done. Like I've never cut my hair short. And then eyebrow microblading, I was like always too afraid to do in case it didn't look good. And it
you're
changed.
Feeling yourself, and it gives a little shift in the mindset, just ever so slightly, and sometimes that's all you need is a small shift, and sometimes you need a full beat down, you know. And I have the same moments. I look back on my Instagram and like, you know, I'd be sitting there also during COVID recovering, and I would just sit at my vanity when I had the strength, and I would put on all this glam and, you know, bald headed as can be, and just was like, okay, I just feel good. And it just like for a little bit, it was like, okay, this reminds me. I mean, obviously during COVID, there was a lot to remind us of the past times. But then it was like, oh my gosh, I forgot. I still have, you know, that little sparkle in me. And so that was kind of like my, so I get that.
I love that. And I saw you again at the Beauty Bus 15-year anniversary at Skirball, which, oh my God, my 4-year-old daughter who was there like had the best time of her life. She's like going around, you know, getting all of her makeup and her hair and all that. But they started doing those boxes, the beauty boxes.
Yes. Oh my God.
And that's the kind of thing. So Beauty Bus, for those who don't know, is this great nonprofit. We partner with a lot. They were at our Not Dead Yet Fest, the concert we did. You're gonna have to come to when we do it again. And they do a lot of beauty services and things of exactly the reason why we're talking about. But they've launched this idea of these clean care boxes, I believe they call it. And with a donation, it donates, to a patient the box. And so it's the kind of thing that people can add to their registry. Like they could actually add from the Beauty Bus site, like, oh, I'd love this clean care box. And like that's cool because they're also getting the box, they're donating to another nonprofit. It's like really wins all around.
That's amazing. Yeah. And I was just talking to someone right before I came on. I was like, this organization is so special, especially as a patient, because there's not a lot of nonprofits like this. Maybe it's the only one like this.
It's the only one for sure. I've done a lot of checking over the past.
I did the Google, and it just means so much because, like you said, I'm sure the jokes have been made all day about getting tote bags full of blankets and socks and stuff like that. Yeah. But it really does take the pressure off of your family and your friends of like what can we do to help, and because that is a stressor for people, and then it becomes it can be irritating for us as we're going through the treatments and stuff.
The last thing they want to do is burden us.
Yeah.
And then it also, I think the last thing that I know I want is like, I don't want people to feel like I'm not grateful.
Yeah.
Or like I don't want them to be a part of it. And so I think that by being able to register for things like understanding that makeup or glam or, a day at the spa and all these things are things we can do as cancer patients, I think means a lot to people who support us because it also educates them on we're still us.
Yeah.
We're still people. Here are the things that would make me feel good. And I think that that's so essential. And that's why it's really meant to be for everyone because of course we joke, of things that people might say wrong or all that. And I was saying earlier, I'm so guilty of that sometimes.
Yeah.
Even still, I'll just forget and I'll be like, hey, let me know if you need anything. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's not what I say to say.
Or how you doing? Sometimes I'll text that to someone and I'll be like, what am I? If someone texted me, how you doing?
Yeah.
My God, they're either getting no reply for a year or they're getting a multi-level novel of how not well, bitch, not well.
Yeah. Which version do you want? So to me, just as important as all the other pieces is that community. And I hope people feel that. And unfortunately, so much of us all of us, I think, are affected by cancer. But that night that we were at the LLS event, I hadn't even met you yet, but I met your dad.
Yes, oh my God.
So my husband was playing drums in the 90s band that they had that
Yes,
night.
Oh my God.
And I was there with a friend, and I was just sitting, they had candy after. That was really fun. And then your dad was sitting next to me and just started talking started talking conversation. He's like, yeah, my son, he was so proud of you, which is understandable. You're amazing. And it was just, he was so proud, and you could tell that his involvement in being a part of your fundraising, of your cancer treatment, of your life, it's so important. And I think the last thing we want is to shut people out. We just want to find the right way to involve them.
Totally, yeah. I'm so lucky to have my parents that I have. They're wonderful. They moved out from Florida to cross country to LA to be with me during my treatment, and they loved it so much they stayed, obviously. But yeah,
you can't beat it.
You can't beat it. From the Florida Lagoon, are you kidding? So so it means a lot, and they were very proud, and they were also a huge part of the campaign. They're both school teachers, so they got their schools involved, and it's all about community, baby. We got to build this community one registry at a time. I love that. So
well, you're sucked in now, and you heard it. Jared offered to do a drag event with us. And
what's you have from now till then to think of your drag name? I can only think of the dirty ones right now, but there's other versions of it.
I did a pinups for cancer photo shoot.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, you should come do.
Yeah, of course. I'm a gorgeous pinup girl.
I bet. It was so fun. So it was the day before my hysterectomy.
Nice.
Yeah, it was just a few weeks ago, and I was dressed as Rosie the River. I really didn't have any pinup clothes, and I was like, oh wait, I have a jean jumpsuit.
Yes.
And I went, they do your hair and your makeup. It was so fun. We just got some of the pictures back. And my pinup name was Tenacious E.
Okay. Wait, that could work for drag. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Glozelle's done good drag. Have you seen?
I love Glozell. Yeah.
She was here earlier.
Yes.
She's
We connected through the Free Britney Spears movement. We
Oh,
would, yeah. I was
good.
very
Oh,
involved in the Britney
yes.
Spears movement as well.
Well,
I'm very charitable, as you can tell.
Okay. Yes, yeah. If we didn't mention Glozell in this context, I know she would watch this later and be like, "You talked to Jared about doing a drag event and didn't even bring me up." So don't worry, Glozell, you will be hosting that with us.
Where's the barrel of the lens?
Yeah.
Glozell, you're coming. You're gonna be there.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad we had this time together. Let's hang out
Yes.
more. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't bring up Wicked.
Bring up Wicked real quick.
Well, no, it's become my entire personality trait. So I have it's amazing. It's my favorite movie of all time. It's been out since a week ago. I've seen it 11 times, I think.
Oh my God.
What if that was true? No, I'm not going to tell if it is or not.
I believe it.
Yeah, no, you should.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yes. We
Okay.
all saw it. It was a company outing.
Oh, nice.
We did it on a Friday at 10 a.m. Like, Mom, the day it came out.
That is what I like to hear.
While our kids were in school, it was me, Amber, Jillian, Sarah, and Eric, my husband. And the
Nice.
person who definitely cried the most was Eric.
Aw,
Yeah,
Eric.
it was really sweet.
Are you a Glinda or an Elphaba?
Ooh, I mean, I feel like I've always gravitated to Alphaba.
Yeah, I'm a Glinda, so this works out. Oh my God. Popular.
Yes. That's actually, I'd say, other than like Define Gravity, that's my favorite song.
Yeah.
I love it.
No, the whole way here I just sang Defying Gravity. Let me tell you something. I can hit those notes.
I believe
What if I did
it.
it right now? Get
Do
close.
it.
No, could you imagine? There goes the sound system.
I heard there's nothing singers like more than being asked to sing on the spot. Just kidding.
Really?
No. It's a joke because I feel like everybody.
I
hates that.
lip sync.
Oh yeah, that's a craft.
Can you someone put the sound over it?
Yeah. We'll do that at the event.
In post, yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking Ellie, my 4-year-old, to. We were like debating if she'd be scared by the monkeys at the end and stuff, and I really feel like it's worth the risk. I think she would love it.
Risk versus reward.
She's
do it.
been asking.
Yeah.
Like, she knows.
And
about
that's on
it.
her, honestly, if she gets scared. How old was she again?
She's 4.
Oh.
She's been asking.
Maybe not.
How old did you think I was? How much older? No, I'm just kidding. No,
20,
but
I don't know.
she's been asking for the witch movie. So we're
Oh,
gonna have to see
nice.
it. I'll
I
let you know
love
if you
it.
want to see
Yeah.
it for the 26th time.
You know,
Yeah.
we're all friends of Dorothy around here.
I appreciate you so much. I love you.
I
And
love
we're going to
you.
do lots of amazing things together.
Tenacious
like living life.
E.
Tenacious
yes.
E.
Tenacious E and Sparkle.
Tenacious E and Sparkle. It just rolls off the tongue. Thank you.
I love you.
I love you too. Aw, you're so fantastic. I love it. Okay, man. So we're not spending the next 4 hours just with Jared. I thought that might be where we were going because that was so fun. Okay, throw in these, try not to ruin the decor. Chucking them. Okay, this is the moment I know I've been waiting for because I've been trying to drag them up this entire time. The WeGotThis.org. Swapping it out. All right. Okay. Sorry guys, I see you there now. And I have pretty decent eyesight. Instead of spending on hair extensions after the first time I lost my hair, I did LASIK. It was much more permanent. It was a great solution. I can see you, and I am so excited to meet you. Will Hines, Lily Sullivan, and Scott Ackerman. Yes. How are you guys? Come on in. So there's a mic here, and then the other two can hold mics over there.
We're very good. How are you?
Yes,
You've been
very
talking for a long
good.
time, huh?
What a great introduction, by the way. These are the people I've been waiting for. Oh, no, it's not them.
Yeah.
As a performer, you dream of hearing
Yeah,
words
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. So
In
thank you so much.
fairness, I'm pretty eccentric and excited about most people, and I'm really excited about you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. We're
Yes.
excited to be here.
Obviously, we're best friends and roommates.
Yeah, we all live together.
Yes.
We live in a big studio apartment.
Yeah,
We make
it's
it work.
for a studio, it's big.
Yeah.
For a regular
What are we
apartment, it's very,
talking?
very small.
Like how big?
300 square feet.
Yeah, 300 square
300.
feet. The kitchen is also the bathroom, which we love.
And, is
And
it LA
also
or
the
New
apartment.
York?
And also the apartment. It's
Yes.
here in LA.
Here in LA.
Yeah, it's actually
It's right in the center of the O of the Hollywood sign.
Oh wow.
That's our window.
So this is a very expensive studio apartment.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
you
Yeah.
might say that.
Or it's unpermitted and very inexpensive. You don't have to.
It's very expensive, but we all thankfully have rich uncles.
Yes,
so-
and I wanted to make an announcement. Which is my camera here? Is it this one? Right
Yeah,
here?
it's
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
one right here?
Yeah.
The little one.
I This one right here? Great. Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
that one.
I am personally donating $100,000
Oh my God.
Wow.
of my time
Oh wow.
to this. I normally charge $200,000 for something like this.
Oh
so
my God, you are so generous.
Thank
That
you
is
so
so
much.
brave.
Wow. Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
That is
so-
Thank you so much.
$100,000 of his time.
of my time.
And I would just like to say I am also donating $100,000 in hugs.
In hugs.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd like to cash in on $1 right now.
It's 100,000 per hug.
Per hug?
So
Oh,
yeah, it's just one hug.
Oh, we have to be
I
very
cannot wait to give
selective.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess I will give $100,000 in cold hard cash.
Wow.
Devoted, deferred.
Okay.
Deferred over a series of decades,
Okay.
pending how my career goes.
Yes, and
But-
your death.
And my death. But this charity will have the right to garnish my wages until they get $100,000
Wow.
in
Okay.
cash.
Are you
So
making any
cool.
money right now? by the way?
Currently none. Currently none. But I'm optimistic about 2025.
I believe in
Okay.
you.
I really
Oh,
believe
thank
in
you.
you too,
Yeah.
Will.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
We actually are on today because we wanted to talk to you. We know you run such an amazing charity,
Thank you.
and it's really so cool. But we would love to just,
We know there are a lot of eyes on this.
Yeah.
raise awareness about
We,
some
we work with a lot of different charities.
Amazing.
a lot of
Thank
really cool
you.
other
So
organizations.
if it's okay, we sort of wanted to co-opt.
Oh
thi-
yeah,
what-
we're all,
this
time.
right
we're all
now.
about partnering and collaborating. I'd love
Great.
to hear
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, how many eyeballs do we have on us at this moment?
Yeah, how many people are watching right now?
300,000?
I
Yeah.
guess at least 100,000
A million.
intended eyeballs.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's awesome. This is such an important day.
So we just want to shout out some charities we're working with. We have Beach Balls for Everybody is
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
that we're very
So
close with.
important.
Everybody deserves
Yeah.
a beach ball, and we're going to make sure they get one.
Yeah, at least one. And that's our goal for 2025, at least one.
At least one. It's
Yeah.
just so important to have a beach ball in your home.
Even if you live nowhere near the beach.
It's just nice to have. It brings joy. You know what I mean?
100%, yeah.
I wanted to bring up another one of my favorites.
Yes.
Teeth for Toys.
Wow.
Yes, such a good
So
charity.
Teeth for
So good.
Toys is such a beautiful organization.
Yeah.
We work with all different types of toys that
we
don't
work
have
with,
teeth.
Yeah, we work
Well,
with
the toys don't.
The toys don't have
that's
teeth.
in a
Teeth.
different
Yes.
direction
and
than
we
I
work
thought.
with people with just disgusting mouths
Yeah.
that they need all of their teeth removed.
Yes.
Yes.
And then we donate the teeth to the toys.
So we give a
wow.
handful of teeth and we put the nasty teeth into the toys, and it's so cute.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the children love it.
Sometimes it works great, like a hungry hippos. They don't have teeth, but then we put a lot of human teeth on the edge of the hippos.
Yeah.
The toy's better, and the mouth that loses the disgusting teeth also better. So.
And then it's gifted to children.
and
Then we
it's
give it to
gifted.
No.
The children
we
pay
want,
for
We
it.
want to make this explicitly clear. The children have to pay for the toys.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they
Okay.
are expensive.
They're very expensive.
Well, they're
toys.
priced fairly.
Yeah.
Fairly, yeah. We also work with Squeaky Shoes at Christmas, which is
Oh,
Squeaky-
squeaky shoes at Christmas.
Yeah, really
One of
good.
my favorites.
Lily. You work closely with them.
I work intimately with them to make sure that the shoes are as squeaky as they can be
Yes.
for the day of Christmas, so that when people are running towards the toys, you hear.
Now, I know last year we didn't get anything done until December 28th.
That's right.
It was a little late, but we swear we're going to be on it this year.
We are.
We're going to get those squeaky shoes to people
Yes.
for Christmas.
We
Or at least
swear.
the day after.
yeah.
Yeah.
Squeaky
Yeah.
shoes for Boxing Day is a good
Yeah.
runner-up.
Bill, what's the
Wow.
next one that
I want to shout out Doctors Without Shoulders,
Oh,
which is
so
a
important?
So important.
push for skinny beta doctors who do not intimidate you. That's an important.
You want your
need.
doctor to be intimidating
You
when you
really
see him.
do.
Otherwise, you're like, this guy's going to work on
I
me.
need confidence.
I'm
This
having
beta
trouble
cuck?
like understanding a visual of that. Do you guys like? Could
Doctors Without Shoulders.
So, yeah, like, how
Basically,
would
look
they-
at Will's body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
It's
is
like
an-
that.
It's like the, yeah.
like a
Just
weak shoulderless frame.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Instead of a hefty triangle-shaped doctor, like a real ectomorph,
Like a Charles
needle.
Atlas.
I think the opposite, right? I think
almost
it's
like a
without shoulders.
pear-shaped
Like
doctor.
you wouldn't be scared to advocate for yourself.
Right,
And I think this
exactly.
is important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one that I've worked with a lot, Shazam for Shazam,
Ah.
which is it's exclusively Zachary Levi.
Yes.
And you bring up Shazam on your phone to him,
And-
and then he guesses what song is playing.
Yeah, you ask
And-
Zachary Levi to say, "What song is this?"
Yes.
And then
he
you.
tells you the answer instead instead of Shazam.
Okay.
It's one of those organizations that, like, when you hear it, you're like, how does this help people? When you see it in action, the way that people just light
Their
up.
eyes light up because it's Shazam himself. And honestly, he's not working a lot these days.
Right,
So
he's not.
We don't know why.
Yeah.
We
I have
don't-
no idea why. I
we
love
don't
him.
know why.
I love him.
100% approval.
I
love you.
We love you. We know you're watching. We love you.
What song is this? La da 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 da. We love you.
Wow. Thank you.
This
for
reminds
that.
me of one of my favorites, the 6.5 Foundation.
Yes.
Right.
This is for people who have 6.5 size shoes.
Yeah.
And it's just for them. It's
So they'll send people to go with you when you buy shoes, so
Right.
you don't feel stupid.
you don't feel small. You feel like everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's just so important.
Because it's so small for our tiny individuals out there in America.
Some of us, like myself, have gone through this before in their
This
lives.
is your size of your shoes?
This is my size. I can't believe
I
I've
had
never
no
told
idea.
you.
Oh my God,
I
honey.
am working up towards the 7, but for now
You'll
I
get
am
there.
a 6.5, and I am proud of it.
Can I tell you a hot tip on this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, one, thank you for sharing that and being so
sure,
vulnerable.
Of course.
So I too actually was a size 6.5 at one point.
Oh my
There's hope.
God.
Lily, there's hope.
I know you wouldn't even believe it, because my shoe size has actually grown to 7.5.
Stop.
Incredible.
Tell us
You'll
your
get there,
story.
Lily. You'll get
so
there.
yeah, pretty big secret: pregnancy.
Okay, I have to get pregnant.
That did half size, and then chemo did like another half size.
Okay.
It's a
This is
tough,
such
it's a
great
tough
information.
prescription,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah,
worth
This
it.
is inspirational to you.
It's truly inspirational for me.
And
You
some
really
might
wanna
say
get
like,
there.
"Ooh, Alyssa, you're making them uncomfortable," but we're talking about cancer all day.
No, we
Yeah.
are.
And-
There's
and
not
you
a lot of
guys- I
chemo
feel
without
safe
cancer,
with
but
the
I-
amount of
yeah.
nonprofits you guys are a part of.
I mean, look at this.
I
This
might
We have
isn't
such a
even-
list. We DMM, which is working to digitize Maxim magazine.
Isn't
Yeah.
that great?
Those
want
Maxim
Mac-
magazines
they-
are lying fallow.
Yes.
No one can get them anymore.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
need to see, these hot starlets.
Who
of-
was on the hot list of 1997?
Yes, we need to see them.
I'm just worried about our boys. Our boys need to see that.
Our
Yes.
boys don't have any boner material.
They
Yeah, the
don't.
boys-
It's a constant
Other than
concern. I feel like
just
for
hardcore
men
porn.
It's just
boys
hardcore
in the US,
porn or the
yeah.
Disney Channel. We need Maxim magazine to
We
thread the
need it.
in
needle.
between step.
And
Middle boners.
you bring up a really good topic,
Thank
boners,
you.
and I want to bring up a really important organization,
Yes.
Jackets for Jacking.
Yes.
This
Yes.
is. We work intimately with men who want to jacket on the street,
But they're ashamed of their bodies.
and
Yes.
they don't have the right coat. They
Yeah.
have a tight jean jacket. They have like a leather crop top. We need them to have
the
full
buckles.
trench.
What if they were a size 6.5?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we have big coats. We have small coats. All people can jacket in the street by working with Jackets for Jacking.
I want to shout out. I want to shout out. Speaking of erotic things, DD with DD's D&D, which is Divorced Dads with Double D's Dungeons and Dragons.
Wow.
So if you are a divorced dad who has double D's and you want to play Dungeons and Dragons, this charity will pair you
I
up
know
with.
it sounds
other-
specific, right?
There's a lot.
It sounds
There's
extremely specific.
No, there's
So
a
many.
huge
not.
community of
Okay,
divorced
okay.
dads who have gotten double D's and want to be playing Dungeons and Dragons only with other divorced dads with double D's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to shout out, this is a great charity that we do a lot of work with around this time of year. It's called What He Say.
Oh.
And this is a charity to help dads who are not really listening during the holidays.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it helps, it just gives them some icebreakers like, what'd he say? And
Yeah,
it's
like
just,
you could say that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
like
I
that's-
say I have my husband, I sent him to this organization. We were having a really big issue where I felt like he wasn't listening to me. I asked him to get his ears cleaned. There was nothing in there.
Wow.
And then he started working with them, and I swear you guys, sometimes now when I say, "Hey Tim," he goes, "Huh?"
that's
Oh,
such
so much
Such
better.
an, if you had seen,
That's
if you
so
had
much
heard him
better.
before this is a huge improvement.
You guys, I mean, you were all roommates. I'm sure they've met Tim.
Oh,
so-
they absolutely
wow.
have.
Oh yeah, he's our-
married,
we consider
to our
him to
roommate.
be our fourth roommate.
Yes.
In a way.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
He doesn't
we
pay
do.
any rent though.
He
Yeah.
doesn't. We're working on that. We are working on that.
Yeah.
I'd love to bring up another one
Yes,
if you
How
don't
much
mind.
time do we? Do we have another hour? I'm hoping we
Yeah,
have
how much
another
time do
hour.
we
on
have?
this.
2
Is that
hours
right?
even, or just
4
4
minutes.
minutes? 4 minutes.
Okay.
Oh
wow.
my God, 4 minutes.
right.
Well,
Okay, we got to
We'll
rush
go.
through
We
these.
gotta really prioritize.
Let's
All right, here's
see.
another charity, a Flintstone car for real, which is a charity to build a real Flintstone car.
We're about 30% there
Yeah.
at this point.
30% there.
We have
they
the
did
rocks.
the Batmobile. It makes sense.
We got the
Yeah.
rocks. We got people with bare feet. We
Yeah, we
just
haven't
need.
put any of these things together yet.
We don't have an engineer. or wood. But
Um,
yeah.
Okay.
I want to bring up American Candy Canes. It's a really awesome organization. They provide life-size candy canes to people who have injuries who need canes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very important. I want to bring up Jerry's Mids,
Oh,
which is an organization that restores Jerry Lewis's sort of meh comedies.
Jerry's Mids.
Well, this was all kind of based on the Jerry Lewis telethon, so that
Oh.
really that
This-
hits
there you
home.
go.
it really does.
Yeah.
Never would have got that.
Unbelievable. Oh, the Emily in Paris Foundation. They are sending berets to beautiful American influencers living abroad in Paris. Every girl deserves to feel like Emily.
And it's going to be possible with that organization.
It really
A lot of
is.
people don't believe they can be as glamorous as Emily in Paris. And that organization is going to make sure they too will do things like eat bagels in front of the Eiffel Tower.
Yes.
We also want to bring up GoFundMe, which is an organization that pays for people to be pranked.
Yeah.
So
Fund
fun.
So fun.
That makes sense.
GoFundMe, like
GoFundMe,
F-U-N.
yes,
Yeah.
F-U-N,
GoFundMe.
yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
I
did
li-
you hear something different?
No.
Or
Go fund
No.
yourself. That's what I like to say. It's so fun. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
SPCM, the Society for the Protection and Care of Manimals. Manimals is a men from the
1980s
from the
sitcom?
1980s sitcom who could
Wasn't a
turn-
sitcom, actually. It was a 1-hour program.
Was it? I never watched it. It looked funny.
But it's very important.
It's very crucial, and if you are a human who can turn yourself into an animal or a mammal, and therefore you are a manimal,
Yes.
this is a society that will be dedicated to the protection.
It
and
doesn't
care.
offer any resources.
No, it just calls you up and says, "We are thinking about you."
So cool.
But
Wow.
that's,
Oh,
that
feeling
means a lot.
seen.
That means a lot to a manimal.
The Bang Institute. I love the Bang Institute.
Oh.
Love these
They
guys.
basically provide a safe haven for women who have cut their own bangs.
Yes.
They can go, they can be provided for, taken care of. It is so,
And you're working at preventative measures, too, to
Absolutely.
intercede before they cut their own
yeah,
bangs?
so we come to your house, we take the scissors out of the house. I mean, most women should not have a pair of scissors in their home.
All
period.
knives, all scissors.
All anything you can cut with.
Yeah.
Toenail clippers, no.
I know a lot of women are like, well, how am I going to protect myself? You leave a gun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Guns.
Take scissors, leave a gun.
Guns
That's
are
right.
good.
Yes.
That's what we always say at the Bang Institute.
Yes.
Here's one, Habitat for Zoomanity. This is an organization that's going to build residences in Las Vegas for people who want to see the Cirque du Soleil show Zoomanity.
Yes.
Wow, what
Like
a
for them
gift.
to live there, or just like visit?
No,
and
live
person
there. If
show
you
live
are
there?
addicted to the show Zoomanity and you need a permanent home in walking distance of the show, Habitat for Zoomanity will help you out.
It's mainly it's a Las Vegas hotel room.
It's a Las Vegas hotel room, and this organization is going to cover a lot of the fees.
I did want to mention one last one. I know we're so close
So close
to
out of
but
time.
We have so many more. We have pages.
We have pages, but the
So
Alan
amazing.
Parsons Project, very important. This is not an organization. This is a band
Oh.
that I like, and I wish they would make more music.
Yeah,
They
we're
kind of stopped in the 80s, and it's like, guys,
keep it going.
Yeah.
I want to bring up one more as well.
Yes.
This is the Build a Cave Foundation. This is for husbands who want to build their own man cave. And how beautiful is that, you guys? We build a cave for a guy so he can not be with his wife and kids.
That's so
Wow.
lovely.
Isn't that
Has
so
Tim
nice?
You need
thought
some
of
time
taking
away.
advantage of that one
Yes,
too, or
Tim
no?
does live in a man cave.
Okay.
He lives down the stairs and
Yes,
in the basement.
his wife lives with her 2 roommates.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I live upstairs. It's like a sitcom. You guys should watch.
Oh, if only we were a sitcom, we'd be
be
paid like,
rich.
yeah, we'd
Yeah.
be rich.
Yeah.
We're not.
But we're not.
We're not
But we
rich.
do donate.
Well, you do so much philanthropy, so I appreciate your service.
It's too much work,
It's too much
honestly.
work, yeah.
Honestly,
But it's
we
worth it.
It's worth. I mean, not really.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. But
It's terrible.
like, if you get the chance, we just ask that you can write a big check
To each of
to
these.
each of us, and
Mhm.
also to the Lisa Vanderpump's charity for dogs who look like donkeys.
Yeah.
Yes.
They need it.
They
They
need
really
it so
need
much.
it. They
They
do good
really
work and they
do.
need the
These
help.
these are her own personal dogs who look like donkeys.
Yes, they look
Yes.
like tiny donkeys, and they do go hee-haw.
So sad.
They may be donkeys. We haven't ascertained that yet.
yeah,
don't
it
know,
would
but
make
she
a lot
believes
of
they
sense
are
if
dogs.
They were
Yes.
donkeys, but
Yes.
they're
So
telling us we're
Wow.
that they're
if there's
dogs.
anyone who needs your money right now, it is Lisa Vanderpump and all of the organizations that we just
Schwartz and
listed.
Sandy's going out of business.
I know, tragic.
Oh.
Tragedy.
Wow.
So keep that in mind. Obviously, donate here as well. But consider these.
Consider these in addition to.
In addition to.
Wow, we work with a lot of other nonprofits, but I mean, in comparison to this, like Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, Teen Cancer
Also
America,
good. Those are good.
Dear
I
Jack.
never heard of those.
We're gonna need. I'll follow up because we don't have a ton of time left, so I can't go full into that. But I learned a lot. As a cancer patient, I'm not sure that I can use a lot of those services necessarily, but I don't know if you guys have met my new friend Bob Duca. He was here earlier.
Oh yeah, we know Bob.
him.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Bob, very kind
He
soul.
can use he honestly he is a big part of all of these.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he is perhaps the only recipient of some of a lot of the services.
Yeah, I remember. I think I met him at a fundraiser for the Katy Perry Zooey Deschanel School for Children with Celebrity Blindness. They can't tell celebrities apart. It's really tragic. And I remember meeting Bob, and we hit it off, and we work with him a ton.
Yeah. He's a caring soul. He was here earlier.
He was here earlier. He looked the way he looks.
Right.
We went through. I was blown away by some of his ailments. But what we really focused on were things that he could register for to help with them.
Okay.
It was a lot of things I'd never heard of, like foreskin cream.
Oh yeah.
Like
So
he has a lot
important.
of
That's big with
really
him.
unique challenges, which relates a lot.
Honestly, his foreskin is more of a 5 skin. Not because of the length of his penis, but the foreskin,
foreskin
is just
itself.
it's very droopy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you
Yeah,
guys know a lot about Bob.
We know a
shares.
lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've heard of that movie, What About Bob? We live it.
What about Bob?
Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Of course.
Your $100,000 meaningful donations. Thank you.
Do we
Absolutely.
get like a receipt for those?
Yeah,
or-
we can send you a tax receipt.
It's all tax deductible.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Oh, good, great.
I'm gonna cash in the hug.
Oh,
If
great.
that's okay.
Absolutely.
I don't mean to be selfish.
That's
Take
so
a look
nice.
at this $100,000 hug.
Wow.
Yeah, very nice.
This is great. Thank you.
Of course.
Incredible.
Oh, I feel rich.
Incredible.
Wow. Thank you. The $100,000 in your time.
My time spent right here. Yeah.
Time spent here.
In my
15
future,
minutes.
my future earnings.
In your future earnings.
All future earnings.
It sounds like it. Yes, probably a total of my future earnings.
All of which I will, of course, give back to the nonprofit communities that are
Thank you
that's
so much.
great. Thank you.
That's
So,
very meaningful to us.
We didn't accomplish a lot in terms of moving the needle on the thermometer of money.
Yeah.
But I
Right.
feel like we did a lot on moving the needle of joy.
Yes.
Sure.
Confusion.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Those are
and-
important. Those
and
are so
love.
important.
Yeah.
People underestimate
Yeah.
confusion.
People are too understanding of what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm confused right now.
Yeah. I'm like, do we stay? Do we go? I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
We've
We're-
wrapped up this
Feels like
segment.
we were wrapping up
we
in
were
8
wrapping
times.
up. You know what I've been doing to really seal the deal?
Yes, please.
I've been going, woo!
All right. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Wow, that was fantastic. I feel things. I don't know. That was great. Thank you guys. Wow, that was fun. My in-ear monitor. Okay. Wait, sorry, I need the other one. Oh, we got my buddy Eric. How are you? I can't hear him quite yet. Let me see if I'm turned up all the way. Eric, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I'm gonna switch. There's one favorable in-ear, and I get it
Yes.
wrong most times. Yeah. How are you? So good to see you.
Yes. Well, thank you for having me. How's the day so far?
The day has been amazing. You were brought up from the very beginning because we started the day with Ben Irwin from Charity Buzz. And Charity Buzz, thanks to you introduced us to Ben, who's amazing, and it was really it was very cool hearing more about the origin of it, which I know you talked about on your Worthy for 30 podcast as well. And Charity Buzz has been helping us out with an online auction throughout, not only today, but I think most of the auction items have a good 5-6 days in them. There's some pretty crazy stuff. I don't know if you checked it out. It's like trips to Fiji and crazy memorabilia. There's Christmas vacation sign stuff. There's some Taylor Swift sign stuff. I mean, it's really unbelievable. So yeah, you've been on my
Yes.
mind.
I've been on your mind. Yes, I know. Like all the memorabilia, like just seeing all the lots, and I appreciate that the connection between you and Ben has blossomed into all these different lots and all the great support that Charity Buzz has provided. We got this in such a short amount of time. Ben is an incredible human being. I just thought just connecting you two would just be just a casual conversation, and to see all those lots. And I encourage everyone who's listening to this live stream. I know this is going to be recorded and posted to social media and everywhere. Maybe it'll be on a Times Square billboard. Go to
Yes.
CharityBuzz.com and check out all these great lots. To Alyssa's point, these vacations that I wish, maybe in another life I can go on. Memorabilia, just incredible, memorabilia and experiences. And what happens is when you purchase these experiences and the memorabilia and Taylor Swift, you feel all well and good that you're getting something and you're experiencing something. At the same time, you get that double benefit of supporting such an incredible organization. WeGotThis.org.
I couldn't have said it better myself. And we got a surprise video from Bobby Moynihan earlier, and he donated a cue card from SNL from a skit he had done with Adam Sandberg. It's so cool. So we're going to have to hit up Charity Buzz after this to what did I say?
Yeah.
Oh, Andy Samberg. I don't know. I mean, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is like one of my favorite shows of all time. I don't know how I just messed that up. Now I'm going to be afraid to say his name for the rest of time. But if you're seeing this, I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. But yeah, so Eric, tell everyone a little bit about your podcast and a little bit about you, and then I want to jump into some other things that you've just helped us so much with.
Yeah, absolutely. So Worthy for 30 is a podcast. Again, my grand vision is to, like, similar to what Alyssa and her team are doing at We Got This, is really scale its impact. How do we showcase amazing people, the business leaders that you see on social media, on LinkedIn, in newspapers, as well as that person that you met at a networking event, and you hear and learn about the business or the initiative that they're working on. And yes, they're professionally ambitious and they want to make money and make a great living. At the same time, they really want to impact the communities that they serve. That's what Worthy for 30 is. It's really, again, showcasing these people. Again, they're extraordinary people, yes, but they're also ordinary in the sense that, they're just like you and I. But what the differentiator here is, what I think is the through line is that insatiable curiosity. I know that sounds more romanticized as it should be, but you're going to Alyssa and the way that the concept that We Got This came about, is again this curiosity. I got all these blankets. Why are people sending me blankets? Is there a way that I can tell people preemptively and proactively what I would like and what do I need? And you did some great research. And again, it wasn't, spending lots of money and lots of time. You have Google, you have AI, all these different sort of tools that are at our disposal, everyone's disposal, not just you and I, Alyssa, who, again, if you have an idea, again, I encourage, to seek it out, to see it through. So really Worthy for 30, again, is really focusing on those people who are ordinary, who want to do extraordinary things in their lives, really impact the world around them. Again, being incredibly professionally ambitious. I'm not knocking that. At the same time, you can be charitable, you can be mission driven, you can infuse your core fundamental values to make the world around you a much better place.
I love it so much. And we met because I was a guest on your podcast. We got introduced by my good friend Adina. And
yes.
What I love, I obviously can relate so much to all these things. One being I never worked in tech and then decided to start basically a nonprofit tech startup. And when initially coming up with the idea, I was really intimidated about the idea of making it so big, like and national. I really was focused on it maybe being specific to Los Angeles, being specific to breast cancer. Like I just didn't see how I could help everyone. And I wanted to make sure to make a proper impact where I wanted to. And the biggest thing, which I'm sure I feel from you and we've gotten to do together is networking. The power of networking has expanded. You could use this in so many examples, but as it relates to WeGotThis.org, our first partner was Bombas and Crocs, because of the power of connecting and networking and coming up with a concept that people can relate to and understand. And the way that that's expanded has obviously been huge for us in the past few years. But it's really people like you in my world that we come across, and I have stopped acting surprised because it's just so amazing getting, when minds like ours, and I think it has a lot to do with people like you. You genuinely want to help and do good. And I felt that from the minute that we spoke, initially. On the podcast, you asked me, like, what is one of the brands that you've wanted to partner with that we haven't? And I wanted to emphasize, too, I said this earlier, that while we have partners, like we have brands that we partner with and all that, and they donate product and a lot of great stuff, the We Got This registry is intended for people to register for literally anything that they need. It doesn't matter if we partner with them or not. So we weren't partnered at all with Jazzwares or Squishmallow, but it was the most registered for product, and I love it. And so I mentioned that on the podcast, and you were kind of like, hold my beer. And I would say within a week of the podcast, the podcast hadn't even aired. You only posted the clip of me asking about it.
Yes.
You got me a meeting with an executive vice president from Jazzwares. He was unbelievably nice, so generous, willing to just be involved in a big way right off the bat. Jazzwares Cares has donated 100 Squishmallows. We've been starting to give some away today. This is the first time we're announcing how many they donated. What we really want to do is today is so focused on hitting that $100,000 goal. After today, or after we hit that goal, we're so focused on continuing to send all of these amazing gifts out to the thrivers and patients and survivors who need it. And I'm just so excited to be able to do that. And really, you were to thank for that, connection. And I really think wholeheartedly, you're really to thank for us. I know we're going to hit this goal, whether it's, today or a bit past it, because Charity Buzz has really shown up for us in such a big way too. And we've worked with Charity Buzz for years, and they're great, but we've never worked with them in the capacity that you've allowed us to, by creating a real relationship in a very different way. And that's what's so special about what you're doing. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, wow, I'm taken aback. I really do appreciate, all the kind words, all the sentiment. I feed off of energy, and especially very positive, very giving energy. So I see that you are trying to scale this and try to make the We Got This .org so impactful and so again national, right? Getting people from across the country to really tune in. Whether it's on this live stream, following you on social media, going to the website, seeing you talk in person at different companies and different organizations, to talk about your story, to talk about We Got This.org. Again, I feed off of that. So the one thing that I also want to impress to the people who are listening, again, this is not me pontificating, but this is just based on personal experience. Doing good doesn't take much effort, right? I went on LinkedIn, I saw a mutual connection. Thank you to David Honig, who put me in touch to Judd, who then I spoke to very quickly. He said, "Let me talk to Alyssa." Just however you want to make the introduction, make the introduction. So I was just like, again, I was totally enthused, and again, totally appreciative of the people who are in my network. Again, you're talking about networking, who appreciate what I'm doing, what you're doing, who are willing to, again, just send a quick note to see if, again, yes or no. Because at the end of the day, if we don't ask, the answer is always going to be no.
100%. And what I'll also say, and what I love about everything you just said so much, is it relates directly to not only the cancer community, but just like advocating for yourself while, going through any kind of medical adversity. Is a lot of times it's not only financial toxicity. A lot of times it's not knowing where to go or the right doctors to see. In a little bit here, we actually have my oncologist here, so I'm excited to chat with her. But getting to the point of having a medical team that I was so comfortable with, that I didn't question everything or all that. Like my first oncologist gave me a lot of statistics. And they were not good statistics. And that's the case where, who you end up with, whether it's in business, in life, in medicine, it really matters. And so who we surround ourselves with, who we network with, paying that forward. And that's like, meeting with Judd from Jazzwares, he's an amazing person. I could tell with the 30-minute meeting, I feel so connected to him. And just being able to have that conversation, I knew, like, that's why I said Squishmallow, because I was like, I know that they would want to help. But sometimes it's just connecting it. I was talking to Dax, one of the founders of Trophy Smack earlier, about the championship belts we've been surprising, patients with. And when we first met, it was just, we were just getting trophies for a golf tournament. Like it wasn't like this big initiative, but I mean,
Right.
put me in the room and you're kind of stuck with me forever. So, so he showed us these boxes of like extra plates that they had. And he's like, we can customize these bling belts. I mean, these are $300 belts. Like these aren't toys. Like these are like what they show on WWE. It's amazing.
Yes.
And he's like, we can customize these. They say cancer sucks. We got this on them. And, be able to do something like, can you help me distribute them? I've been wanting to donate it. And he's like, I don't think people are taking me seriously. And it's such a win-win. Like, not only do we all feel amazing about it, there's nothing I enjoy more than getting to surprise someone with a belt. But it's good for business too, frankly. Like we all are successful when we work together. And I think there's just no doubt about that. I feel very strongly about that with other nonprofit organizations too. We're so fortunate to work with other orgs and having kind of a business mindset in the nonprofit world, because I'm new to the nonprofit world, just a few years in, I think has really transformed the way we approach it.
Yeah, it is incredible, and I think what you're doing is you're manifesting. You're not just talking, you're doing. You're learning as you go. You're not afraid. You're not daunted by any of the challenges that are thrown your way. Which again, I feed off of, and I can definitely attest to the people who are listening and who know you as well, Alyssa, who also feed off of that energy. Again, if there's a challenge or an obstacle, it's not okay. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna figure out, okay, how do I pivot? How do I change direction to get to that place? People think that life is one sequential linear line. It's a lot of squiggly lines in between from A to B. So it's just, again, figuring out, where to go. And I love that, that whole concept of, the surprise and delight, for example, with Trophy Smack and surprising, cancer patients and thrivers with championship belts, which is amazing. Their statistics are out there. I'm not going to talk about statistics and like specific statistics, but consumers want to transact with companies that serve local communities and make an impact, that want to do good. Yes, they want to drive profit. Yep, they totally understand that. They're in business and they need to stay in business by turning a profit, but they also want to transact with companies that, again, do good, who have a clear mission statement, who have who are outwardly, whether it's giving back or whether it's giving back, let's say at the end of the year with some charitable endeavors, or throughout the year they get their employees energized, whatever it may be. Again, consumers again are able to see transparently whether this company really walks the walk, and instead of just talking the talk. And also, again, if you're building an organization, whether it's a nonprofit or for-profit organization, employees again also feed off of that. Are you walking the walk? And there's a huge correlation between employee retention and doing good while doing well.
I love it. I love everything you do. You're stuck with me for a very long time. We're going to
Yes.
continue to do some pretty amazing things together. I can feel it. Thank you
Yes.
for taking the time today, and always. I feel like you're very much
Yes.
a big part of wegottthis.org, and thank you for doing so. So we'll be in touch. We'll keep you posted on this $100,000 goal.
Yes.
And let's just keep getting at it. We got this.
we got this, and I saw the thermometer was at was it 44,000 or 45,000 last time I checked.
Yeah, we're gonna
We have a
need to
lot-
do another check. Yeah, we're getting close to the 50,000, I think. So
Okay.
please, if you're watching, text 50155. Text we got this to 50155. Help us move that needle. If there's ways you want to be involved, spread the word to friends and family who might be able to use it as well as a resource. Appreciate you all. So we'll talk to you soon, Eric.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay, Eric Tash from Worthy for 30 podcast. Super excited. We have a video coming in from Paul F. Tompkins, who's an amazing comedian, podcaster, all the great things. So we're going to get that queued up.
Hi, I'm Paul F. Tompkins. I play the voice of Mr. Peanut Butter on BoJack Horseman. This is what I look like. Imagine this, a gift registry, but for cancer patients. Similar to a wedding or baby registry, We Got This is the first nonprofit registry platform designed to help people during some of the toughest times in their lives. Instead of helplessly texting, "Let me know if you need anything," We Got This offers you a way to help that won't require someone going through a hard time answering the same questions over and over. Here's how it works. Cancer patients can create a free registry on wegotthis.org where they can list all the things they actually need, like groceries, blankets, help with transportation. And We Got This also encourages patients to add things that bring joy. Concert tickets, a guitar, a night out at a hockey game, whatever is comforting and enjoyable. It's not just about getting by. It's about living fully during the cancer journey. And caregivers, friends, and family can buy these items directly from the registry or donate funds. No more awkward, what can I do to help conversations. You just check the registry, problem solved. We Got This has been on an incredible journey. Back in 2021, they started with a GoFundMe campaign and raised $100,000. Now, just 3 years later, they're only $100,000 away from hitting the huge milestone of $1 million raised. Here's where you come in. If you're feeling inspired, donate by texting We Got This to 50155. Or if you or someone you know could use this amazing resource, go to wegotthis.org to create your own registry. It's completely free and so simple to share with your community. Once again, that's wegotthis.org. Let's help make the world a little brighter for those who need it most. Now back to the Give-a-thon.
So now is the group that I was so excited to announce earlier, and then it was actually Scott Aukerman and Lily and them, and Scott, politely pointed out that was a downer for them, that I was so excited, but I have the best team in the world. This is so amazing. When I started the GoFundMe 3 years ago, I had a lot of support and volunteers and things, but it was really just me talking about an idea, throwing up a video, and hoping that it landed, and it did. And now we're very lucky to have 3 employees at wegotthis.org.
Jillian's got to go get the pizza.
Oh, okay.
Pizza's here.
Okay, so Jillian's heading out to get the pizza, which
We
you
do
met
a lot of
Jillian
things.
earlier, and Jillian doesn't want to be on camera anyway, so let's be honest here. Sarah Kovacs and Amber Packer.
Hi, babes.
Welcome to the
Hi.
live stream. You haven't seen them yet. Well, you've seen maybe inklings of them, but I mean, this whole thing is
Our
thanks to you
masterpiece.
guys. It's really unbelievable. Oh, yeah.
The pizza has arrived.
Oh, great.
Thank you,
Jillian was
Pitfire.
not getting out of this fully. Yeah.
Very stressful. What is this?
Okay, so I'm going to start by our normal Zoom interviews that we would do in order, where Jillian joined the team about 1.5 years ago.
Yes.
8 years at ALS Association.
Yes.
We met at an indoor playground with our kids.
We did.
And we had just kept running into each other, weirdly, at soccer practice, at the bathroom of the AMC movie theater at Topanga. That was weird. It was weird. Literally.
I was washing my hands,
and then I walked
looked
into
in the
washroom,
mirror, and I just see Alyssa's face behind me.
It happened. And now you're stuck with me forever. Yeah, so we ended up having lunch, and before you knew it, you were the first employee of wegotthis.org.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been an incredible journey, to say the least. And it's so funny. I looked at Amber 20 minutes ago, and I said, remember when we were sitting in the office and we said, we should do a podcast thing? Right? We were all talking about it.
Sort of your idea.
And then, guys.
What?
Oh, I thought
guys
it was
were-
Amber.
We're sitting here, though. This is
I don't remember.
really weird. Doesn't it feel like it was 2 days ago that we had that conversation?
Yeah, and it was whenever Amber says I have a controversial idea,
It's the best idea
it's
ever,
really the
and you
best
better
idea
listen
ever.
to her.
Yeah, and you always she assumes that I'm gonna not be for it, but I mean, I don't know if this is what she had in mind. She said, do something virtual, and I was like, oh,
No,
yeah,
it was amazing. You said, give me a mic. I got it.
yeah.
No, it's been incredible, and I'm really lucky to be here, so thank you.
Well, so lucky to have you, and I'm gonna say more about that, but I want to go into Amber. So Amber now over 6 months.
I think it'll be 8 at the end of the
8
month.
months.
Whoa.
Wow. Amber, we've been longtime friends since being in LA. Went to Berklee College of Music with Eric. And Sarah for that matter, but we're not there yet. We're just kind of talking. You're like, I'm looking for a change. And I was like, oh, do you want to grab dinner? I had no idea what we were going to do together or not, and it's tremendously surpassed my expectations.
Same.
Yeah, so it's been pretty amazing. Not only getting to, we feel like we've hacked life. We get to spend time together all the time, and Amber's a really good baker.
We've
which
really
is nice.
figured it out.
Yeah, yeah.
We eat
How
well.
have you been feeling? Is this this came together?
It's
pretty
fucking
well thanks to you
insane.
guys?
It's great. It's fine. We're fine here. It's really just, I don't know. The Alyssa effect is real. It's like nothing I've ever experienced in a lot of the best ways. You just really, I don't know. There's some people you meet that just like suck everything out of life in like the best way possible, and I feel like you are just like the epitome of that. So it's been like, I don't know, so refreshing to be in that energy. A little chaotic at times.
I'm doing my best to not suck everything out of you guys, but we have great communication. So it's been good, yeah. And then it was, Sarah texted me. It was like, I don't know, maybe not even a month or two of you.
No, I think it was like 2 weeks.
2 weeks, and she was like, "Hey," and I was shocked.
You guys were on a call, and I called Amber because I had reached clarity that I could not continue to be employed where I was employed, and I knew this for a long time, that like my life had to take a different direction and my energy had to go towards a different thing, but I hadn't pieced it all together, and I called you being like, ah! And you were like, well, we do kind of need a new COO, and I was like, I don't know what that is, but I'm in.
Yeah.
Call Alyssa, I'll text you when you're off this call.
Yeah.
And then like that 30 minutes went by, and I called you, and you were like, hey. And I was like, hey.
Talk to me.
Talk to me, baby.
And it was funny because it obviously moved fast as things with me tend to. And you were like, is this crazy? Like, am I crazy? And I'm like, I mean,
that was a Friday.
Yeah.
And then
That's
I think
a prerequisite.
No, that was a Thursday. We saw each other Friday. You came over for dinner.
Yeah,
we
you
talked
made
more about
sourdough
it.
pizza. It was amazing.
We checked in on Saturday. I think we had another call Sunday.
Yeah.
And then on Monday, I was like, I'm ready. Send me the letter. And then I think you sent it on Wednesday. I gave my notice. And that was 5 months ago.
Sarah was at her prior company for 15 years.
Yeah, her entire career. And then not like a small thing.
No,
You
no.
were a
I love you, Kraft Angle. I miss you.
Major talent
But I had
agent
to.
for composers. I mean, I'm so grateful and lucky. It's funny because now when I show up to anything with music friends, they come up and like, wait, how did you get Amber and Sarah? And I love it, and it makes me so happy because I'm like, yeah, I did.
Well,
but I'm so grateful. You guys are just. There's certain things where like I don't believe that everything in life happens for a reason because that's unfair for a lot of us, for all of us.
Yeah.
But this kind of thing fell into place in a very odd way. I mean, it really.
We all found each other at the exact moment that we needed to.
Yeah, which is really special. So, I mean, everyone, I appreciate all the compliments and stuff. I think I'm a big fan of being real. So I want to know, like, what's the most stressed thing that I've made, or like, what's the craziest thing I've thrown your way that you want our audience to know how much you've endured for WeGotThis.org.
I think planning a free music festival for 1,000 cancer patients within 6 weeks
As
was
your
really
first thing. That
first
was your
order of
project.
business.
While you were still finishing up your other
Well,
job.
I worked 2 full-time jobs for a couple weeks. Would not recommend. I also have 2 toddlers, so definitely would not recommend.
Yeah.
But that was probably like music festival in 6 weeks, probably.
Music festival in 6 weeks, yeah.
But there's been a lot of things. Like I could think of a lot.
Our big goal going into 2025 is to not just have keep up the crazy ideas, and then maybe we can have a running list and we can have time to plan them. And I will say that like the reason why I get so anxious to do things and excited about it, and in general they all work out great because I have amazing people who are willing to follow my crazy, which again I'm aware. I'm very self-aware, but I think we're so eager to like make the impact that we're making. And I know that we're making such a tremendous impact, and no matter what we do, it'll never feel like enough because there's so much that we want to do. But I think it's such a big reason why we're like getting to this point where we're trying to really directly ask people for money. Yeah. Because it's kind of getting to that point where like there's only so much of ourselves that we can throw in and donate and get people to donate and all this stuff, where at the end of the day, it's really this tech platform that's bringing everyone together that, we need to not always be event planners and be working on too. Do you guys have any interesting things to add in? I mean, Jillian has.
Yeah, I want to hear Jillian.
I have so many secrets. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah.
Jillian knows where the bodies are buried.
I know
Jillian's also the only one out of the 4 of us that actually has nonprofit experience.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's funny because like my nonprofit experience, like I come from a very like, am I okay here? Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, I love talking into a microphone. I come from such a different world, and so when I jumped in, I just kind of like, you know, you just go with what you know, and when I came in, it was almost as if I had to kind of forget all of that in a weird way because this is such a unique experience, and it's like I'm doing all the things I was doing, but just in a different way and in a different light, and it's been. Somebody asked me the other day, like, what's your day-to-day like? We got this. I swear. Totally
Real life
true.
question.
Real life question. And I said I couldn't tell you because every day is different.
Yeah.
And it's wild. Like, it's such an incredible thing. Like, I kind of said it earlier, but, like, I so feel just, it's been crazy. It's been such an experience. I feel really lucky. Our kids all go to school together, so like there's that side of things where like we get to walk out your door at the headquarters and then put on mom hats, and then like there's just, it's incredible. You've really like built a family. And it's wonderful.
We have. And it is, you know, in headquarters being my house. Yeah. And it's amazing. And like I recognize, you know, I probably don't say it enough, but I recognize that other nonprofits a lot of time and normally, and what Jillian was used to was like you do an event and you'd have, you know, like a dozen people doing departments of what one of us might be doing for an event, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Sarah was literally here steaming these curtains, you know, and putting together. I mean,
it's hard to steam velvet.
Amber
turns out
had cold messaged Hollyball on Instagram. You know, we went yesterday picking up pizzas.
I was
you know,
say, this is a great time to shout
as
out
we were
Pit
setting
Fire
up,
in Echo
and
Park.
yeah, we ended up meeting the
Laura.
manager at Pitfire Pizza in Echo Park, and we were like, "Hey, here's, you know, something we're doing tomorrow. Would you be open to donating pizzas?" And they've donated 15 pizzas now for everyone coming in and the crew and all of this, and it really makes such a big difference. You guys are amazing.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
That's one of Alyssa's superpowers is like, I remember when we were talking before, we were like, let's definitely do this. I remember we were talking about all the millions of things you guys had going on, and you were like, like you leaned in, you're like, basically I just know a lot of people, and like there's always a guy, I got a guy for something. I got a guy or a gal for something, and that in my last 5 months is exactly what I've experienced. Is we've pulled all this stuff off because you either happen to meet someone, you make a new friend, you got a friend from Babson, like it all just intertwines. And what we're really excited about, maybe we talk a little bit about like A, where people's money's going, and B, like where we're headed into 2025 and some of the stuff that we want to do, some of the initiatives and goals we have. But what I'm really excited about is taking that energy and like building this thing, because you've laid an incredible foundation. This woman has raised $900,000 almost by herself in peer-to-peer donations and in kind. I mean, like that's incredible. And so now, you know, as chief of development, I'm still figuring out what that means. But I'm excited to be developing a, oh my God, what's it called when you, grants.
Yeah,
grants.
Those things. We would love
still
grants.
learning.
Anyone watching
We're going to do a
we're-
really hefty grants program and start to get into major corporate gifting. So my
I feel
friends
like we
at
have
Universal
to-
and Netflix and Sony and Disney and all the places.
Yeah, we have to shout out nonprofit growth
Nonprofit
advisors.
growth advisors.
yes.
Our
Yeah.
fairy godmothers.
Melissa, Jan, and Robbie. I mean,
we love you guys so much. Thank
Yeah.
you for
They're showing
everything.
us how to do this.
And it's not the first time that I've used consultants. So Nonprofit Growth Advisors, amazing nonprofit consultants. We met at the LA Big 5K. We see them all the time at other partner events and things like that. And the thing is one, I feel like everyone's been coming in at the right time, you know, as we're ready to have it. But certain people just come in and know how to help. And that's like Melissa from our first conversation, you know, just wanted to help us. And it made a difference. I've talked to many nonprofit consultants and things like that. No one has been able, because I don't know what I don't know, right? Or
Of
we
course.
don't know what we need or not. And so that's been a complete game changer.
They know everything
They
we
know
don't know.
everything.
Yeah.
They know everything.
They are so smart,
Yeah.
so wonderful, so kind. They hold our hands. They've been just so incredible.
Yeah.
to work
And I
with.
think that infrastructure is what, I mean, I didn't even realize, but I think people watching, just so you know, like a lot of, that's not even necessarily where money goes. It's where a lot of our time and bandwidth and like intellectual property of these people who want to help. And to Sarah, to your point of what you were saying, is it's like the registry.
Yeah.
And we think we don't want to burden people by asking for help, but people want to help. So we're actually doing our supporters a disservice by not including them in that.
Yeah.
And when we talked to Drew about coming here, and Dana about planning this and all of that, you know, we're so cautious to like not want to ask too much of people. And they're like, guys, this is like so exciting for us to help. And Drew was like, this is why I wanted this space, was to do these kinds of giving back opportunities. And I'm excited that we're like getting better at asking. I'm getting better at asking for that.
We're all getting better.
We're all getting better at it, because you don't know what it's like so related. You don't know what to ask for when you don't know what you need.
Yeah.
And how will we know what to need? You know, we meet with our friend Rachel St. Fermain for grants and those things. Like, how would we know what to put together?
Yeah.
You know, these are all things that major nonprofits have like whole departments for.
And we're unique in the fact that we aren't a nonprofit that's been around for many years, like decades. We've been around for 3 years, and not even as a foursome.
And 3 years since the GoFundMe. So like we weren't a 501c3 yet and all of that.
Right.
And I'll say a big purpose of why we need to raise more money is the platform itself. So the registry is up and running. It's amazing. Liberty Concepts did that completely custom for us, and it is just like we've really had very little tech issues or anything like that. It's been amazing. But then there's elements to the resources and recommendation side that we really want to build out. And what's crazy is that when I started this idea, a big part of it was to have a marketplace, like how Babylist has a marketplace. That was the registry I'd most recently used. And like Shopify Collective didn't exist yet. So we had to kind of create this like affiliate marketing model, which really you can go on wegotthis.org now /recommendations, and there's discount codes and things like that. But we're reimagining it because that hasn't been intuitive for people to use. And we're learning like the way that a tech company would learn or anything else, what's going to be most beneficial. And now we've like figured, I'm really excited about the marketplace. What like partner or like have you guys been most excited that we work with or had the most fun with so far?
You know my answer. Oxford Pennant.
Oxford Pennant. We haven't shout out David yet, but Oxford Pennant. You reached out on Instagram before.
I bought a pizza pennant for my kid, and it was like all hung in her room. She was born like height of COVID, May 2020, and I just stared at that pizza pennant in her room every day. And I came over to Alyssa, and I was like, everybody would like a pizza pennant, you know?
Yeah.
And he's just so great. They're just so lovely, and his mission is like so aligned with ours. And he's actually worked with like Lucius, who was on earlier.
Yes.
A lot of my favorite musicians.
And he donated for today, you know, monetarily, and these pennants that we've been having in our office and all of that is amazing. Yeah. I'm getting cued that we should read the donors.
Wait, I just have to quickly, before you read the donors, I'll make it fast, I swear. You asked who our favorite partners are, right? And there are so many that we love, but I just have to shout out Matt from Flipmits, because
oh my God, thank you.
It has been just so incredible, period. They are the first, I guess,
they're the first item on the marketplace that's like,
and it's been incredible. Matt's also just somebody that's like, how can I help? You know, just above and beyond, and just wants to just be a part of it. So it's been incredible.
I love that. Yeah, shout out to Matt from Flipmits. We have the pink skelly hands.
That's so cool.
And which I'm going to bring up one more, Amy Kestenberg, and I will talk about this more later too. But for October, Amy Kestenberg bags and Matt at Flipmits were our two main like philanthropic partners for the month. And I'm really sensitive about October for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, who we partner with and what it is, because there's a lot of marketing tools with Pink and all of that. It's like 5% of, and it's not necessarily meaningful amounts.
Do you want to explain a little bit about the ick factor with Pink in October?
Yeah, well, you know, pink washing and all of that, of the like, you know, making it seem like maybe more is being given than is. Sometimes nothing's been given. We're not tools for people.
Dr. Sharf is nodding her head
very
intently. She agrees and probably sees it left and right.
You know, breast cancer isn't a marketing tool intended to drive profits. It's intended to raise real awareness. And that's something that becomes a real gray area in October. And it becomes, Annie had said before that we almost get weaponized by pink as patients in October. And I feel that a lot. And so when we started talking with Amy Kestenberg about partnering for October, initially we were going to do one product. It didn't necessarily have to be pink, but maybe it was the backpack or this really cool bag, and just something. And they got back to us and they were like, we decided we're just going to donate a percentage of all of our online sales for the entire month. And we really had no idea like what that would amount to. And we just got that donation in of nearly $10,000.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah, that blew us away.
It just really was amazing. In addition to them donating bags that we, gave away.
It just came at the perfect time too.
Yeah, it was really amazing.
And
And Matt
only-
from Flipmit's donating 100% of profits from the pink skelly hands. So like, well, we did, if we're gonna go pink, we're gonna make it skeleton.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
In a certain shade of pink is acceptable.
Well, and I think that's, the breasties and doing Reclaim October, I think is so important because a lot of it is that it's not that pink's bad. Like some of these things are so great.
Yeah.
It's the intention behind it and it's genuinely doing good, not just wanting to look good. And I think it's something that, you've said to me before, Jillian, that sometimes people will question how good you want to do. If we've had, frustrating moments or things like that. And it's there, you want to believe that everyone has good intentions, but we just want so much to make the biggest impact that we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm getting the
Okay,
wrap.
all right.
We're gonna need we got this podcast.
All
family,
right. So is this our current number?
Cottontail Bow Co, by the way.
Oh,
Okay.
and Jillian's bow, Jamie at Cottontail Bow
Yay.
Company.
So right
Yes,
now
we
we're
got this.
at almost half. We're at 46,037.
46,037.
So we're at 46% as of 19 minutes ago when we came on here.
I want Alyssa to do I want to time her and see how quickly she can read all of the
All
names
right,
on this
start
list.
here.
Okay,
We have one right here.
Okay, ready?
Okay.
Oh, we're really doing it.
Okay.
Okay.
If I say anyone's name wrong, like I'm
Sorry.
doing this fast,
Amber
it
has
is what
really
it
good
is.
writing,
All
by the way.
right. Thank you.
Go.
Ann Mansella, Margaret Kovacs, Guy and Leo Bertinelli, Ashley Harris, Jonathan Clark, Jenna Lilac, Sissy Dong Bryn, Jerry Ranlett, Bridget Pearson, Stacy Brooks, Dan Wessels, Jamie Garoffalo, Eliza Chichia, I should know your last name, Eliza, I'm so sorry, Jackie McNitt Engels, Cindy Lynott, Mandy and Jay Sturvin, Alex Kovacs, Katie Seta, Sarah McClay, Helene Termino, Grace Helbig, Lori Gill, Daniel Brown, Alan Friedman, Michael Barnett, Arlene Hong, my mother-in-law. Nope, Arlene Arlene Hong,
married
my
to
good
someone
friend and former member of our gym. Arlene Calvers, my mother-in-law. Diane Papaleo, Gina Buckalter, Allison Marino, Les Elbovitz, who did the 200 so we could donate more stuff to patients, Lindsay Santiago, Erica Weeksall, Johnny Atkin, Jim Hooper, Rachel Aldrige, Kara Corwin,
that
our
was
attorney on the
Aldridge.
board. Aldridge, that was not Eldridge. Is it? Okay. All right, Lisa Corin, man. Charles Elboy, Melissa Sackerson, Nadine Spiegel, Juan Ponciano, Teresa Wessels, Garni Koshuk, Brett Morris, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you. And if we missed anyone, we love you and thank you.
We love you. We appreciate it so much. I can't express how much I love you guys.
I love you too.
I don't get emotional often, but if I were going to cry, it'd be if I talk about that longer. So I'm going to stop.
Goodbye.
No, I'm just kidding.
Love you.
I love you guys so much.
Love
You're
you.
amazing. This
Thank
all would
you.
not exist without you, and I can't wait to see what we do in the next 3 years.
Ditto.
All right,
Yay.
love you guys. I was standing to hug you. It's okay. I'll hug you later. I'll hug you later. Yeah, later. I got Sarah. Okay, would you guys want your notebook back?
Just had to get it back up here.
Amazing. Well, I have to say, we set really aggressive goals, and I haven't heard of many times that nonprofits have raised nearly $50,000 in a day. So I do want to recognize that this is unbelievable, and that does not include the lots happening on Charity Buzz. So the online auction is on our site. If you go to wegotthis.org/events or text We Got This to 50155. That's all in addition to this, so we're going to have to do a tally on that too. But I'm very excited about our next guest. I mentioned her a bit earlier. Going through cancer is so important for your supporters, caregivers, family, and friends, but I'm not sure that there's anyone quite more important to my survival and quality of life than my oncologist. And she is here today, Dr. Marla Lipstick Sharf.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Oh
This
my
is
goodness.
so fun.
It's unbelievable, and also knowing you, not surprising at all.
Yeah.
But unbelievable.
This still surprised me. I like walked in and I was like, oh my God, there's like a floating sign behind you. I don't even know. It's amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah. How are you?
I am great. I'm so glad to be here. You know, these are the things that as an oncologist just enrich our meaning and purpose, to see people that are doing such important good things for the masses. It's amazing. And to see good people that like mean well and are sort of the opposite of the pinkwashing that we were just describing, it's amazing.
I appreciate it so much. We've never gone to hang out outside
Yes.
of the office. So this
I
is
know.
fun.
This is so fun.
I know. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm so excited.
At my infusion tomorrow.
Yes.
But no, I mean, I talked about. Oh, I talked about earlier how, you know, obviously financial toxicity is a real thing, and it's brought up a lot. But I think just like how we bring up that people also need like quality of life and other things, having like the right team and that you feel comfortable with is so critical.
The most important.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to tell everyone just kind of your background, I know we're both East Coasters.
Yes, I would love to. So I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio in the Midwest, and went to the East Coast, was there for like 15 years. I'm like trying to add it up in my head. Was in New York and Boston, and we have a lot of mutual connections in Boston, which is so fun.
Yeah.
My 4-year-old was singing Sweet Caroline on the way to school this morning, and I was like, I feel like I've done something right.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I came here to LA from Boston, was so excited to be a part of this incredible breast cancer community. There are so many people in Los Angeles that have contributed to improving the survival of patients with breast cancer, and there are so many people here now that are really working on trying to improve the quality of life for people with breast cancer, and it's amazing to be a part of. I'm really glad to be here.
It's awesome. I mean, and I didn't know till recently that a lot of the research that you're doing is around liquid biopsies and like Signatera.
Yes.
Which is so cool. If you could explain to people what that is.
I would love to. This is my jam. So I study liquid biopsies, which in today's world in breast cancer usually means a blood test to detect something called circulating tumor DNA, which is when we, through a blood test, detect fragments of DNA that have been sort of extruded from cells, cancer cells in the body. And it's a way of detecting the presence of cancer that, for example, a scan cannot detect. And so we are using this in so many ways. Part of my research is trying to figure out how to use this to detect resistance to treatments and try and intervene before people develop resistance to treatments. Part of my research is focusing on using these tests to prevent cancer recurrence, reduce the risk of recurrence. I really think this can be a game changer, and I'm thrilled to have the support here and support in Boston and from folks all over to be able to work on this.
I love it so much, and it's funny that like I had no idea that that's what you studied, and it was Les, Dr. Les Selbovitz, my stepdad, who earlier made that donation, that was like, you know, make sure to check if you can do liquid biopsies, and you're like, oh, that's actually my main thing that I'm studying. But I mean, it really is wild to like think of a future where, you know, a lot of times it's like I think that people want so bad for us to cure cancer, and obviously, like I hope that happens. But like it's pretty amazing what, you know, I'm able to live with. And a lot of the piece that I think makes living with cancer really stressful is the fear of recurrence. And so like, I mean, that really resonates with me that like sometimes we just can't control why we get cancer. Like I have no family history, I have no genetic mutation, like it doesn't really make sense. But like if we can have more insight as to like, okay, well, even if we're going to get cancer, we have treatments for it, we have ways to live with it, and then more ways to like make sure that we're staying in tune with the recurrences and all those kinds of things in the future. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
I completely agree. I mean, I always tell people, yes, the goal is to cure cancer and prevent all cancers. And I always tell people, I hope one day I'm out of a job because there is no breast cancer.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I think one of the major things that we're trying to figure out if liquid biopsy can do for us is really to turn cancer into a chronic illness like diabetes, like asthma that people live with throughout a lifetime. Do they wish they had it? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But can we figure out a way for people to live with this with an excellent quality of life in the long term?
Yeah, and like, you know, it's like we don't just go and run a marathon overnight. Sometimes we start with a 5K or a 10K and a half, you know. And I think that, like, I've reshaped my perception that having cancer myself, and almost, you know, saying the term curing cancer is the most broad thing someone could say. Like,
Yes.
it sounds frankly ridiculous because, you know, what might cure my cancer someday might not cure someone else's, right? I mean,
Correct.
treatments that I, like, none of it.
Cancer is not one disease.
Yeah.
It's like, and I think that's a common misconception is that even within breast cancer, there are so many different kinds of breast cancers that I completely agree with you. It's so personalized today, which is also, I think, another huge advantage and also something liquid biopsy can help with.
Yeah, definitely. I would love for you to explain for people the difference between like ER and PR positive and negative and HER2 positive or negative. These are things I feel like I try to talk about a lot on my social media and things because I think that's a clear distinction for people when they think like, oh, my sister's cousin's friend had what you had and all that, and we're so unique.
Yes.
But yeah, we brought up triple negative earlier. We've brought up my HER2 positive. I would love to hear kind of, you know, you to help educate people on the differences. If you don't
Totally. Let's talk breast cancer 102.
Yes.
So within breast cancer, one of the major ways that we classify tumors are based on subtype and specifically on receptors. So the three sort of biomarkers that we care the most about are estrogen receptor, progesterone receptor, and HER2, also called ERBB2. And
I didn't know that.
There you go. And so when we're thinking about how to treat breast cancer, the first thing that we want to know is sort of what are the statuses of each of those biomarkers. And ER, estrogen receptor, and progesterone receptor, sometimes we sort of lump those together as hormone receptor positive. And so for people that have hormone receptor positive breast cancers, oftentimes we're targeting treatments to those anti-hormonal therapies that will target that pathway. And similarly, for people with HER2 positive breast cancer, we're targeting treatments to that ERBB2, HER2, what we call overexpression, which means just that there's a lot of it.
Okay.
And then triple negative, of those three, ER, PR, and HER2, means that none of those were overexpressed or showed up in someone's breast cancer. And that we treat entirely differently from someone who has ER positive breast cancer or HER2 positive breast cancer.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Of course.
And it's something, I mean, I had no idea about before having cancer myself, and I'm HER2 positive, ER, PR negative, but, you know, and I've so many friends of all different, you know, puzzle pieces there, but it's a huge distinction because there's a huge difference between like, things that will accelerate your breast cancer if you are hormone positive, you know, or certain things. And then, you know, a lot of people think like, oh, this will help or hurt, but it might not be relevant depending on the type that the person has.
Yes.
And this is just breast cancer. Like we're just scratching the surface on one type of cancer.
Yes.
Within and there's so much more even beyond that. And we haven't talked about stages and other things. And then, you know, going beyond that to so many other cancers. And we even had my friend Taylor Kaufman on earlier who has a rare disease I can't even regurgitate back to you because it's such a long thing. It's like kidney blood clotting. Sorry, Taylor, I'm screwing it up. But it's just this idea.
Hi, Taylor.
Yeah. It's just this idea, I think, a lot of like, you know, not just feeling like we have to survive or stay alive. And we've talked about this because when I was on in HER2 and tucatinib, and I didn't know if I wanted to live that way. Like that was a really hard way to be alive.
Yeah.
And prioritizing switching treatment, even though that was working, to really focus on living too.
Yes.
Yeah.
These are the hardest things, and to ask people to make decisions like that are just questions that, you know, I wish that we never had to grapple with.
Yeah.
But that is why I think something you were saying earlier is so important, is that I tell my patients the most important thing is that you are comfortable with your medical team. And whether that's me or whether that's someone else, that is the most important thing, because these questions come up that we don't have data for. And we need to make an educated decision, the patient and the provider together.
And no one knows 100%. So
that's right.
Yeah, like if we could, then I mean, it'd be amazing, right? And hopefully someday that's the case. But yeah, being comfortable with those decisions is the best we can do.
Yeah.
And that's why I think a lot of this now, currently, like with the recurrence, we just recently did the lumpectomy on and stuff. We'll talk about more tomorrow too.
I know. I was just
yeah. I need you to feel my armpit a little bit tomorrow.
You got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. We got this.
We got this. Yeah. But a lot of these aspects, it's like I know that you don't have all the answers.
Yep.
But no, like I feel so confident that you're gonna give me all the options that I have to choose from, and that will make like an educated decision altogether. You know, not only us, but with Eric and you know, and that really I think is like the best we can do, and it makes a big difference. So I appreciate you so much.
Oh my goodness, I appreciate you so much. I feel like you've brought so much to my practice too. I've been able to share We Got This with a lot of my patients, many of whom are young women that may not have HER2 positive breast cancer, but have all different kinds of cancer. And it's been amazing to see the impact that you have on so many.
Oh,
so thank you.
No,
well, it's true.
If you had a We Got This registry, what would you put on it?
I actually was brainstorming about this.
Yeah.
I would have all of the comfort items. So I feel like there's so many things in the world that will like naturally cause discomfort, especially for people with cancer. And so I'm like, bring on all the comfort at any time, because why ever cast that away? So I definitely Bombas. Definitely, there was like an amazing like robe company.
Yeah, Casadanu.
Yes.
Kristen, she was diagnosed triple negative when she was 6 months pregnant, and has an amazing son who's I believe 3 years now. She is just amazing. I got to get you one of those robes.
Oh my goodness.
It's you feel like just so,
it looks so luxurious. That would definitely be in there. And then some Squishmallows for the kiddos.
Yeah.
And me, let's be honest.
The other day, I had Ellie's Squishmallow. So after the lumpectomy, it's like, it was one of the smaller ones. So I put it like under my armpit. It was
what a good
really
idea.
comfortable.
Yeah.
And not that they're like a medical product, but I can say as someone, it was really comfortable.
Yes,
And so
I love
Ellie
that.
came into my room like in the morning and saw me with the pill, and she goes, "Oh, do we have 2 of those?" And I was like, "No." And she goes, "Oh." So she called me out on borrowing her Squishmallow.
We got to get you your own.
Which it was mine
Absolutely.
originally, but you know, everything of mine is hers.
That
but
is how it goes,
It's pretty funny. Yeah,
That's
but I
amazing.
totally agree. I think that we really undervalue comfort in general. Like cancer's not a prerequisite to that, but just you know. Staying alive just isn't enough. And I didn't understand that before having cancer myself, because I would think like, no, I'll do whatever it takes. Remember when I was getting diagnosed initially, I'm like, cut off my breasts, do whatever you have to do.
Yep.
And, you know, luckily, because my initial oncologist was willing to do those things out of my fear. And luckily I found the right people which, you know, we've had conversations like, do you feel like is this something that you really want to push for other things? But knowing what is like the most productive, what is most proven, what's going to help the most is just critical, and being comfortable and all that stuff. So thanks for keeping me alive.
Oh
and
my
thank
goodness, thank you
for helping me to continue to live, because that
thank-
is equally as important.
I completely agree. Thank you for inspiring me and all of this. This is just amazing. Every time you come in and tell me all of the amazing things you're doing, my jaw just drops. It's unbelievable.
Well, one time I brought Sarah with me for my infusion into the appointment, and we like spent, you know, half the time, maybe a quarter of the time talking about like what we were going to do next. And then we're like, okay, so now We Got This. And I love it because I was saying earlier, I forget who was mentioning this with, that like, with Jared, so our friend who like when he was going through chemo, like, you know, being glammed out and being himself, like really made him not dread each phase of things or each round of chemo, because he would go and like entertain other people with him and all of that. And just like, you know, last chemo round, I brought some of the Lego flowers with me.
Oh my goodness, the
or,
best.
you know, I think tomorrow I might bring this goat trophy.
Amazing.
Yeah. But
I love
I'm
it.
trying to come up with fun ways to like distract myself too. And it makes it's fun.
It's so important for everybody. I think the idea idea that you can incorporate fun into almost everything is a foreign concept to a lot of people. A lot of people think that in order for cancer therapy to be effective, it needs to be horrible. And
Yes.
I think that our goal is really to move towards a way that we can incorporate ways to make this more comfortable, more bearable, more fun, because it's not always at the antithesis of treatment. Like, you doing all of these fun things is amazing. It probably improves your treatment rate. So
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like I have to keep reminding people like that I am actively in treatment because I
Yes.
have hair and and all
Yes.
these things
Yeah.
that like might not fit certain stereotypes. But it's like people are so surprised when I'm like, I'm active. I've been actively in chemo for 3 years.
Yeah.
But like what that can look like is redefined sometimes in different ways.
Yes.
Yeah. So
exactly.
we'll keep pivoting where needed.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, thank you
Oh my
so
goodness,
much.
this is the best. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh my God, thank you for coming. Dr. Sharp. Oh my God, my oncologist. That was awesome. All right. Well, we are moving on. I get to throw this card. We have one of my dear friends. I am so excited. The first podcast I was ever on. Like, I didn't even, she asked me to be on it. I was so honored. It was like in my, it wasn't? No, Eric pointed. I knew who was next. I'll tell you why you're up here. Lauren LaGrasso from Unleash Your Inner Creative. My girl. Oh my God. My road trip buddy.
Oh my gosh. Oh God, this is bringing back
man.
some memories. I feel like we're right back in the Tesla again. In the desert with the car shutting down.
I haven't see you in person since then. So
Is
I'm
that
glad-
true?
I feel like that's true. No,
Oh,
like
not dead
briefly.
yet.
Super
Yes.
brief. Oh yeah.
And where else?
You brought over the SD cards.
Oh, right.
So it was like very brief. But so I'm glad we planned
Yeah.
this to be a part of it together.
I'm so glad that we planned this.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh. Also, I'm literally blown away with how much you've pulled together and how beautiful it is. This is a professional set. I feel like I'm on Good Morning America right now.
I mean, I can speak from personal experience because I had Oxford pennants in the background in my GMA interview
See?
as well. There you go.
It's happening.
But I mean, this is amazing, and you're in the podcasting world, so you know how much of a feat this is. I
Oh
mean,
my
with
gosh.
Drew and his team. Dana, you did a consulting call with me about this.
Yeah.
Like back. I mean, it hasn't been that long.
Back 2 weeks
Way
ago.
back
It
a
was
few
an
weeks
astounding
ago.
amount of
yeah,
time.
Eric has just been like around the clock producing this. It's been really special. I mean, Sarah's never designed a set before, and you're
Sarah.
like, wait, what?
This is
yeah.
badass.
Don't recruit her though, because like I really need her.
I'm
yeah.
not gonna recruit you, but I definitely want some of your little holiday ornament balls.
The holly balls.
I want to bounce on one.
That's an Amber. Amber reached out to them, and these are fun for sure.
They're so good.
So you have a podcast called Unleash Your Inner Creative.
I do.
And I do. Yes, correct.
The rumors are true.
The rumors are true. And Eric was on it a while back, and then when I was going through treatment the first time, I remember it was like the first time I was bald and all that. It was in like the closet of our room at the time because we were doing construction on like the rest of the house. So it was basically just in our bedroom. And it was such a great conversation. Like it meant a lot to me to get to do it. And then Lauren and I, fast forward later, we took a road trip together. I was going to Arizona to see our friend Erin at Seco Space to do some speaking and recording and stuff for my public speaking reel. And I was like, hey, Lauren, like, why don't you just come with me? Like, you know, it'd be fun to have a buddy to drive with, and you're starting to speak and all this stuff. And it was in the car ride, you know, about 6 hours in, that we talked about the first episode that we did together on your podcast. And I said to you, I think I said, you know, I appreciate you having me on it so much since I'm not a creative.
Yeah, and that really offended my soul.
Yeah.
Because you're one of the most creative people I've ever met. Taking something that has never been done before, taking it from your mind's eye and making it exist out in the world and in such a big way. I mean, I can't imagine something more creative than that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it was cool.
You did something that literally had never been done. That's the definition of creativity.
Which, like, it's wild sometimes that we can't recognize those things about ourselves, because like it's really transformed the way I view myself and my creativity since we discussed that. And then we ended up recording a second episode while we were in Arizona together.
Yes.
And talked a bit more about it. But I feel like that relates in so many other things of like, we're a lot of times very aware of how we'd want to be there for someone else or like what we would want to do for other people. And we don't think that the same rules apply for other people towards us.
Right.
You know, just like our own creativity or the way that we would like help someone, you know, going through cancer or any kind of hard time. And I think we get in our own heads a lot about what that looks like. And it's like even this, I mean, how this came together when, you know, I felt bad asking for your time or Dana's time or all these things.
I would give you anything.
Yeah.
Like, that is the amazing thing about you. You could ask me anything at this point. I'd be like, take it. Yeah, keep asking. No, because you've taught me, first of all, like, you're underplaying what a big deal that event was. Like, you asked me to open for you, but that was a life-changing opportunity for you. Because of that, I was able to meet Aaron. He did my reel. Like, he's setting me up in such a big way. But that was because of your generosity of spirit. And when you lead like that, people can't help but want to follow you. And so it's wonderful because you have this organization that's doing that. That's totally like not a butterfly effect. What's the ripple effect? That's it.
Yeah.
A ripple effect of like goodness and just giving. But it's because that's who you are. And you've caused me to just want to be more generous of spirit. And also you've really taught me how to ask for what I want, because you show me that when you ask for what you want and you include someone in your dreams, you're giving them the opportunity to achieve their dreams too. And so, yeah, I'm not going to say no to you about pretty much anything, as long as it's within my moral code.
Well, you know, I'm pretty ethical.
Yeah, you're very ethical.
Yeah. No, I love that. We had such a great time with Aaron and just in his team, you know, the thing that I've realized throughout like this example and just giving and receiving in general is that a lot of times like just allowing people in is the hardest part, and people don't want to impose.
Yeah.
So no one wants to like, you know, bother you when you're going through something or things like that. And I found proactively answering questions about my experience or other things is helpful, because I look back to, you know, the closest person to me, like while I was an adult who had cancer, was Eric's mom. You know, she's doing great. She's, you know, 9-10 years out from stage 4 lymphoma. And now we joke about chemo symptoms and all this stuff.
Right.
But I never even knew those things before that she went through. And I would have felt uncomfortable asking her about them, most likely, because I wouldn't have wanted to impose. But even if that wasn't a factor, I would have had no idea what to ask. You know, it's like someone in another field or another, you know, like I wouldn't even know how to pick your brain about podcast producing, because that's not something that I do, right?
Right.
And sometimes I think like being proactive and allowing people into your world is like really neat and opens up a lot of that cool stuff.
That is neat. But I also want to say one thing, is that it's true. Like, the more you talk about it, like, people now know these terms. Like, you proactively share about your life, you share your story, you do it in an accessible way, you do it in a way that isn't scary or overwhelming, and you are very compassionate with people. I remember when we recorded our second podcast, you're like, you know, people, I don't even remember what you said, but you're like, people say this thing to me, which I understand. And I was like, basically, like, they're saying something because they're afraid of their own mortality. So you're like being compassionate toward them, but you really are. And you're so open about these things. And I'm really grateful you're bringing this conversation to the forefront, because it wasn't that long ago. I have a friend whose grandmother died. They called it of lady cancer. And that wasn't that long ago. That was like 30, 40 years ago.
Wow.
So actually using the proper terminology, saying what's going on, sharing things like, I'm going to be in cancer treatment for the rest of my life, that's something people need to know. I never heard anybody say that before I met you. And I know there's other people out there like that going through the same thing as you. So I really commend you for sharing your story so boldly and bravely.
Thank you. I mean, what I think is so important about saying it in that way is that it's not negative. Like, I'm not saying it negatively or because I'm sad or down. It's just real. That's the truth. And in a lot of ways, it's a positive thing. Like, I was just talking with Dr. Sharf about how, you know, we can live with these things.
Yeah.
And so I think sometimes we're so quick to like assume something's one way or another when we're putting that spin on it, you know, and we're preventing people from really understanding what people are going through, which is great. which is great. I don't know.
Which
what
is
it
great. Okay,
That's
also you've been broadcasting for basically your whole life. I don't know anyone who's ever done this. Are you going to the bathroom? Like
I've gone to the bathroom twice. I have gone to the bathroom twice.
Only twice?
Yeah.
You've
yeah.
been going since 8? Yeah, let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. We started at noon. We're going till 8 p.m. and I wanted to do 12 hours.
Of course you did.
They had me shorten it to 8. But I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
Also, we've had like some really fun, different people and getting to like sit in person. I mean, how often do we get to like,
not enough,
just do this?
I'll be honest, not enough.
Not enough.
We should come here again tomorrow.
Yeah, can we just keep this set up for a couple weeks? I live here now.
Yeah, this is my home. Welcome.
Lauren, we have pizzas, like we can save them for leftovers tomorrow, like all these things we're set pretty much.
Yeah,
Can
that's
just keep
great. So we'll
talking.
just be living here.
Yeah.
This is my new roommate.
That's yeah.
Great friend of mine. We're very close.
What is the future of Unleash Your Inner Creative look like? Like, what do you have coming up? Anything you want to talk about? Enough about me.
Oh, well, I always, every January, I do kind of like a less hokey version of New Year, New You.
Ooh.
So I have this lady on who's going to teach us how to do a life audit.
Ooh.
To literally, it's a great episode. You should tune in. It's going to be the first one of the new year. I've got another episode with Julia Cameron, author of The Artist's Way. So she'll be coming on again. And I do these mini-sodes now where I take little creative lessons from my life and share them with the people.
With the people. I love it.
We're going to be incorporating more video content.
Cool.
And just always trying to get better. Like, that's the thing. I'm always trying to, like, innovate and make it better. And, like, I don't want to get bored, so I'm always changing up the way the content is.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And hopefully, like, asking more people to come on. Because my friend Alyssa taught me, when you ask, you invite someone into your dream and maybe to theirs.
And if you don't ask, the answer's no.
Yeah.
So
and you shouldn't be saying no to yourself.
I love that.
Never shut the door on yourself.
Oh, there's one other thing I want to squeeze in discussing because it made such an impact on me.
Are we going to do it? Should we say it?
What are we? Robin Thomas. That wasn't the thing. Okay, on our road trip to Arizona, Lauren I was like, what do you want to listen to? And this was like 4 hours in.
Yeah.
She's like, I got to tell you, I think that the best songwriter of our time is Rob Thomas. And it just threw me for a loop. Like, it's not that I disagree. It's that...
Yeah, it's definitely not that she disagrees.
Definitely
you can see a look on her face. She loves Rob Thomas.
I love Rob Thomas. Like... But it just really, I wasn't expecting it.
Yep.
And so I extended the Rob to Robin Thomas. Rob, if you're watching, we think you're amazing.
We do. Actually, we're really, really counting on you being in person with us at some point.
At some point, like in our lives.
In our lives, and also with We Got This, I think it would be a perfect collaboration.
It really would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're manifesting it. Yeah.
We're big time manifestors.
So that was important. So thank you.
Yes. Yeah, no problem.
But the other thing, the other thing that I think is so cool is in your keynote that you do. You talk about the NASA study.
Yeah.
Will you explain that for this? Like, I feel like changed the way I look at people in life.
Gosh.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So I would love to. So NASA did a longitudinal study on creativity. They studied a group of 5-year-olds from the time they were 5 to the time they were 31. When the 5-year-olds were given this creative test, 98% scored not just creative, but at creative genius level. And they kept checking in with them every 5 years. So 5 years later from that, it was like 31%. 5 years later from that, it was about 14%. And by the time those same 5-year-olds had turned 31, the numbers had completely flipped. So only 2% scored as creative genius, 98% did not. So what that tells me is that creative genius level is actually innate in us. And it's not something we have to conjure up or invent. It's just something we have to remember. And so the way we can do that, there's a lot of different ways. But one of them is just by daydreaming, allowing yourself to imagine. Look at what Alyssa created just by allowing yourself to imagine, allowing yourself to say, what could be? I wonder what we could do. And that's the power of creativity. That's the power of you. And that's the power of We Got This.
Huh, if we could mic drop these expensive mics, I would.
Yeah, we'll just gently caress them instead.
Yeah. I just think it's so powerful. Like when you think about, 98% of us are creative geniuses at birth, and by the time we're, how old was it?
By the time
30.
we're 31.
31.
Yeah. A mere youth.
A mere youth, only 2%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really amazing. I just love you so much. I
Love
think
you.
you're amazing. Thank you for all that you do to support our communities, to support me personally. We will go out to dinner soon. You don't only have to hang out with me in podcast settings.
Okay. Well, we should bring a mic just in case.
Just in
You
case?
never know.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, no, I love you. I think you're an amazing human being. And again, one of the most creative people I know. You inspire me greatly. And whatever I can ever do for you, I'm always here.
Thank you.
Everybody donate. We're trying to get to $1 million. Come
Yeah,
on.
let's do this. I know.
Wouldn't it be
Come
fun?
on. It would be fun.
Yeah.
Well, keep tuning in. You know,
Yeah.
all the good stuff, and we'll have some good updates.
Okay, can't wait. I'll be watching from home. Bye. I love you.
I love you. Thank you. It was great.
So fun.
All right. It's thinning out in here in terms of the amount of spectators. Are we going with Todd next? What do we got? Oh, okay. 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 Todd. So, Eric, my husband, is a big fan of comedy podcasts, a long time. And one of his favorite comedians, Todd Glass, I mean, years ago, he all of a sudden got this text message, I believe, about, something Todd was doing for his podcast, and he needed a drummer to fill in. And Eric got so excited. He still gets excited when Todd texts. It's just been like 10 years now or something like that. So, the shine's there. It's still there. The glass is still half full, and Todd Glass is our next guest.
Alyssa! How you doing? I'm doing good.
I'm so glad that you're here. I knew I wouldn't miss you because I can hear you wherever you are.
I was laughing, and I saw something over there. Can I show you something really quick
Yeah.
before I sit down?
Yeah.
Can your husband bring it over here?
Yeah.
So I know this is crazy. I didn't plan, obviously, of having this table.
Okay.
Turn it this way. Eric, please put it over there. Don't. Yes, sir. He's been playing the person that tries to do everything right and they're overly subservient, which would make them.
I'm married to one, yeah.
But he's doing a bit with me, and it's very
Oh,
funny.
okay.
So I don't like when people come over my house and I look at the table as maybe a piece of artwork. You know what I mean? You're having dinner. I don't care if you're having pizza. And then people come over, they put their keys, they put their phone, they put their slop all over it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a nicely set table. So I see this thing over there with these cardboard things, and I think I'm gonna put them around my dining room table and go, everyone has room for their shit. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm sorry, but I'll just leave now. There you go, put your shit in there. Thanks a lot. Take it off.
This is honestly, does that exist as a business? Is Shark Tank watching? We have a lot of Shark Tank businesses.
I think I'll just glue cardboard under it.
Okay. I didn't mean to overdo it on it.
I like your I gotta get my. You know what? I gotta get your crotch aligned on
Yeah,
these.
yeah.
Otherwise, you're looking at. Thank you very much, Eric. You know all about aligning your crotch. I don't even know what that meant.
Feel free, make yourself comfortable. If you need a squishmallow.
I feel great. Hello.
Hello. I haven't seen you in person in a long time. Probably years. I remember the gig
Comedy
you
Magic.
had. Which one?
I saw you at the Comedy Magic Castle.
Yes.
No,
Well, yes.
the Magic Castle.
Magic Castle. The Magic
sorry.
Castle. And then you had a really fun show. This was years ago in someone's backyard.
Oh, right.
That was really fun.
Oh, that was so much fun, and I brought the whole band.
Yes.
And it was just in someone's backyard.
Yes.
And I had the drummer and everything.
Yeah. You splurged on the drummer.
I did an Eric keys and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we know each other sort of really well and not at all, right?
Exactly.
Because just through the years, through the years of knowing each other. Well, it's good to see you.
It's been good.
What if she goes, that's all the time we have?
No, it really is. I really do feel like you're a pretty big part of our family.
Yeah, me too. And I have all the pictures of your what's your daughter's name again?
Ellie.
Ellie.
You and Ellie could be your own sitcom. She just, I feel like, would find you so funny.
Little kids, and you don't have to, how old's Ellie now?
4.
Yeah. That's when it starts, where my people that rent from me have a 4-year-old, and she gets bits.
Yeah.
Right? They get bits.
Yes.
And they're very funny. And you don't have to dumb it down for them. If anything, I think when we're little, we all do bits. You know, you call them bits, right?
Yes,
With your
yes,
friends, you're just
yeah.
always doing bits.
Yeah.
To me, I love bits. To name drop, one time I asked somebody, it's not really name dropping, I go, they worked for Conan O'Brien. I go, what is he like?
Yeah.
And they go, he's super sweet and he's always doing bits. I go, God, now I even like him more.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm all bits all the time. And little kids, they do bits all the time. And when you're older, then life knocks that silliness out of you.
Yeah, I mean, this really relates a lot to the what we just talked about, the study for creativity. I would imagine there's something similar about our comedy, because it's funny you say that. Ellie recently learned riddles. Like, she got like a riddle book, and like she gets sarcasm. Like, she understand, or she'll say something that's a joke that I don't even realize is a joke until she kind of like finishes it or lands it or laughs. And it's like, wow, like we just suck the fun out of things sometimes as we get older.
It depends what you do for a living. I mean, hey, look, I say this in an appreciative way because I'm sure stand-up comedy isn't the only art form that lets you sort of, but it's one of them. It's one of them. Lets you stay silly and lets you stay childlike. So her name is Satya, and she is, I mean, she just gets bits. Sometimes I smoke. Not in front of her, but I've smoked, and then are we allowed to mention that on the show?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I go over that.
Cancer? Absolutely.
We'll edit it out, and then edit it back in.
And Glozell was here earlier. She's donating a percentage of her gummies, her like weed and mushroom gummies to We Got This.
Oh, good, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. After you say it, then I realize, oh no, pot can be the friend of someone going through this.
Yeah.
So I get around her and I'm high and I think, am I okay around her high? Like, am I too high? Maybe. But she gets it. Like, I'll say things to her. I go, and I mean it. I go, your hair is so nice. It's like, I love your hair. It's like you should do commercials for your hair. But I go, it's so nice. I want to pull it until it hurts you. But she giggles. Like she gets it. She knows what I mean.
Yeah.
And it was Halloween. And even then, I talked to her mom the next day. I go, I know, like, this little girl adores me, and I'm aware of it. But it was Halloween. I didn't expect to see her. I always get excited. I turn the corner, and there she is. And I go, Satya, your mother told me you passed away. And she laughed so hard. She got the absurdity of it. And then I instantly went, okay, maybe that was a little too much. I go, I'm calling child services. I'll have you out of this house by the morning. I'm gonna have you move in with me. I'll treat you right. I try to fix it a little. But she, nevertheless, the point is she gets silliness.
I love that. Like, are you familiar with like a lot of the dark comedy within the cancer community? Like, I didn't really know it till I had cancer.
It's funny you say that because, as you guys were talking about this a little, the last guest. Where's the last guest?
Yeah, Lauren.
She already
that
left.
out. Yeah.
Piece of shit.
Right.
Anyway, no, she said she was going to hang out. Turn the air just a little bit down and cool it off in here for me. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, it's a little hot.
I'm sorry. I want to be focused, but a good interview. So calm down, Todd. And here we go. This is my calm Todd. My whole life I'm trying to be calm. Let me be calm. Hold on. Not calm, boring, but what was the thing you just asked me about?
Dark
about
comedy in the cancer community.
I was a little bit like, even when I just mentioned that bit, anything to do with death.
Oh, yeah.
Gets you scary. But what I try to remember, and tell me if you relate with this, be totally honest.
Yeah.
A long time ago, a friend of mine, their kid he had stage 4 brain cancer. And I hadn't seen her for a while. She called me out of the blue. She said he loves comedy. Mm-hmm. And he came out to visit me. And I asked her sometimes, I would forget what his diagnosis was.
Yeah.
And I heard it. I just didn't want to believe it. Stage 4 brain. He's doing great, by the way.
Wow, that's
which is
amazing.
crazy. He'll get an operation. He just doesn't want chemo.
Okay.
Right. That's his choice,
Okay.
So I said to his mom, I go, sometimes I'm afraid to ask you the questions. And she said this 12 years ago. She goes, Todd, the only thing I'm uncomfortable with is not feeling comfortable to ask me the questions. And that really was valuable for me to go on, not only with her, but anybody. I learned you have to be respectful, but I bet a lot of people feel the way she feels. Is that?
I can totally relate to that, and I totally agree. And everyone's different, of course, but from my general experience with fellow thrivers, survivors, patients, I mean, it's a big part of it. Like, we want to talk about it sometimes,
Yeah.
And we don't want people to be afraid to ask questions or tiptoe around us. And I think this is a lot of the reason why traditionally, like, people wouldn't tell anyone they had cancer or, like,
I know, that's so sad.
hide it. because they didn't want people to treat them differently or things like that. And I think that by not being open to asking questions or saying what's on your mind, that is being treated differently. And it's like, you know, ask it. Because and a lot of times we just don't know what to ask. Like I was saying, like when my mother-in-law, you know, Arlene was going through chemo originally, like now we joke about like chemo symptoms and stuff, but I wouldn't even known what to ask then. But I would have probably been nervous to do it anyway.
Yeah.
And when you're going through it, like, I mean, the best thing is like I get this like chronic runny nose from chemo, and then you know a lot of people when you say that, you know, they get uncomfortable, like of like, oh, like I don't know what to say about you talking about a chemo symptom, and they're like, oh, well maybe, you know, I get a runny nose a lot this time of year too, and you know, and it's not bad intention.
Right, they just want to make it comfortable.
They just want to make it
the Santa
comfortable.
Ana. Say you have a runny nose. Say you have a runny nose right now. Go, my nose is
oh
running.
Man, my nose is
that
running.
Santa Ana wins. Everybody's nose is running. I was on the 405. I'm not even joking, Alyssa.
Yeah.
I look out my window, and I'm looking at the other people in the cars. I'm not kidding. I swear they're like...
Oh,
people
that must be
and there's
it.
tissues
Yeah,
flying out there.
yeah.
I swear to God, I thought it was snow, and it's people. Everyone's wiping their nose. They're wiping their arms. They're wiping the snot all over.
But, you
So
know,
you're fine.
My toes, I get like some.
Oh my God, my gardener's got that.
Oh.
He said right now, if you're living in the California area, you got that toe thing that you have.
Really?
I don't even hear what it is.
Yeah, I love it. Oh man, let me know when we're recording your podcast of this. We'll do bits of this for
I
an
stopped
hour.
my podcast because your husband, he
Oh.
wouldn't play for me anymore now. Let me tell you, can I say something? I love you because you love your husband. That's one of the ways I connect with you. Eric Calver, man, you know, what you said, when we met Eric, he for my band, I need musicians that are really good, but I also need, sometimes I put comedians in the band for the bits. Eric does both. So when we're talking about Eric, there's a few people when we're putting everybody together, we're like, you know, okay, and other people can hold their own, but Eric, he can do more than hold his own. So we go, well, Eric can do both. That's sort of a bonus.
Yeah.
Sax can do both too. Alex Young. Alex Young can do both too. And we have to say, Tim, is he watching?
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
your triangle player was here earlier, Lauren Reeves.
Oh,
yeah. I know the last time I saw her was at the recording for your Netflix special, which you
Right.
guys should all check out. It's on Netflix. Eric's the drummer, Todd's the comedian.
Eric
of course.
is. Because I kept calling him, and he was so sweet about it, but I wanted a different Eric who I already knew. So finally, when I was putting this Netflix special together, and I go, you've done a few things for me, I go, Eric Calver would be great. And that's how I got other musicians through Eric. And I texted him, he goes, this is Eric Calver. I go, I know. It was like the first time that I said, I know.
You
and
know,
then
my mom was in the audience of
she
that
was
Netflix
there?
special. Yeah.
Wow, I really had fun. That was you guys. You were good. They played. They looked
it was
sharp
so
up there.
fun.
That
You made
act-
them all clean shave. That was the only thing
I
Eric
did.
was annoyed about.
Your husband makes me feel so bad about that. I mean, he's like, oh, you know, I okay. And then he texts. I go, if you don't want to, I go, there's a $50 bonus if you shave. And I just think it's funny when the band looks so all-American with their bow ties
It
and so
was
clean cut.
really- it was
And then
so
they're
sharp.
giving everybody the finger in the audience. It's
Exactly.
a jux their look of so I do ask him to shave. But you know, I know.
For you, he would do
Thank
anything.
you.
Yeah,
But
yeah. And
I
are
s-
you heading to New York or something? What do you have going on? There's like something happening. Eric was telling about a show you might be doing. Oh. I meant Los Angeles. You're here, and we're talking about stuff.
The show that quickly on YouTube.
My nose is running.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
are you
I
kidding
know,
me?
I know.
Oh my! So is everybody's nose in the studio.
everyone's
Everybody,
nose-
wipe your nose.
Wipe
Everybody,
your
act like you're wiping your nose.
Wipe
Everybody,
your
wipe
nose.
There's probably one person. It's so windy. It's so windy. Anything to create a diversion. Oh, I heard someone in the studio say it's windy, so maybe everybody.
How windy
the
is it?
diversion works. So if they go on YouTube, this is talking about the show you just mentioned.
Yeah.
There's a 4-minute clip. It really says everything better than I could explain. It's called Todd Glass, The Event of a Lifetime, and Eric's in that too. We did it at the Dynasty, Typewriter Dynasty.
Oh, I love the Dynasty
And it's
Typewriter.
sort of the show that in March, hopefully, I want to bring to New York for 2 weeks. Find like a 75-seat swanky dark jazz club.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want
Yeah.
drinks to be able to serve, but black tablecloths to the ground.
It's a good place to manifest things. A lot that we talk about comes to fruition.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
Well, let me go a little longer
Keep
here.
going, keep going.
So we'll find it in March, and then have the whole big show in this teeny little dark jazz club setting.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to get people's attention to a show. Like in New York, how do we call attention?
Yeah.
So what I did was, instead of having, usually it's one person, presents, like Mike Birbiglia
Yes.
presents, boom. I thought, let me have like 4 or 5 comedian friends, like high-profile comedians. My friend goes, well, what if you get more? I go, well, I'll just need 4. He goes, you should get it all you can get. So without mentioning the names yet, I have like 20, 25 names.
Oh
and
my God.
they're good names.
Oh, I believe it.
So it sort of relaxed me a little that I know the show is there. I know the show is tight.
yeah.
I've been doing it for 5-6 years on the road and doing stand-up for a lot
Yeah.
longer. But now I have a way to advertise it. So it's like all these names present Todd Glass.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear more about it and see it when you announce it. And it reminds me, so I recently learned some stand-up. It was at the
Nice.
Crow, which I know that you did a
Yes.
set at.
Nice.
Our friend Nicole is the owner there.
That was a really
really
that's
cool
like
spot, right?
And the parking in that back area in those restaurants.
It's awesome at Bergamot Station, Santa Monica. We did my pre-sale launch for my book party there.
In
as
her
well.
place?
Yeah, yeah. And so Nicole does this thing called Storyectomy. It's all about getting her story out. And she does one for cancer stories.
Mhm.
So I signed up for it, and it's 6 weeks of free, classes on learning stand-up and like the rules of 3 and all these things. And we write our own 5 to 7 minute, set. And
How many classes have you been to?
I went to 4 out of the 6. I got COVID in the middle.
Okay,
but
so
I already performed. I can send you the video.
Oh, I would love it.
Yeah,
and
it
it's
was
the
special.
best thing in the world, right?
I honestly, I really, I enjoyed it so much. It was fun, not only because I thought it was fun being up on stage and talking about these things, but relating it to like cancer, like how we were saying. Like,
Right.
sometimes it's hard to talk about certain things. It like breaks the barrier because everyone's talking about cancer.
That's to lead me right into something that I sort of do like to talk about because it's positive about comedy.
Yeah.
And and tying it into what you said, you can talk about it. Mr. Rogers, one of the most infamous things. Oh, he said many brilliant things. He was just a wonderful man. But if you can mention it, it's manageable. And I have used that so many times. It's sort of like, of course, but you need to hear it. You
Yeah.
can't manage it if you're not mentioning it.
Yeah.
So if you can mention it, and little kids need to hear this too when they're younger, if you can mention it, you'll manage it. And that's what I love about comedy is that when people say, oh, you can't talk about anything anymore, it's the opposite. You have to have accountability for it.
Mhm.
And if you say certain things, there's going to be an outcry. Sometimes the outcry is wrong. Sometimes it's right. Am I horrible to say that? So I don't mind it. I think what people really mean to say, because you hear it all the time, and they're really not usually defending comedy, they're defending themselves.
Mhm.
I notice that when I'm at a Thanksgiving dinner and I go, well, actually, comedy, you can say more now than you ever could in the history of comedy. You think if they were really concerned about comedy, and I'm 40 years doing it, they wouldn't bow down and say, oh my God, I'm changing my opinion, but they go, oh, I'll give this guy a listen because that means comedy's in a good place. They're defending themselves. You can't say this, you can't say that. They can't say this. So they're relating with comedians because of things that have happened in their life.
Yes.
When people said the littlest thing, But I love that you went up there and on such a, what could you say, tender, dark.
Yeah.
And I've seen it done, and more now than ever. People going up on stage, and when she said, like, lady cancer, is that what they called it?
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's just back then, like
there was a long
that's
time
so
ago.
sad and funny, right?
Yeah, and it used to be, I forget like how long ago, but like they wouldn't tell, like the husband would have the option to tell the woman if they had cancer or not. So there were like
Oh,
high-profile people that never knew if they had it or things like that. And yeah, if we don't talk about things, then it's
That's
important.
why
Communication.
When people say we need to go back to the way it used to be, I always. I'm so tired of hearing that. I feel like I'm the only one. I know I'm not, but it's like, just please. I guess you can't change people's opinion by yelling at them, but you go back to the way it used to be. For who? And everything was so hush hush, and you didn't talk about anything, and this was keep this person quiet, and that everything was like, hell, we called underwear unmentionable. Like there's something to be said about that. That means underwear, it's unmentionable. That's how
Yes.
disgusting
That's the
it is.
offensive thing.
That's the
Yeah,
offensive thing.
us being
Meanwhile,
human beings.
Right. And meanwhile, black people couldn't use white bathrooms in that era of that properness, but what was unmentionable was underwear, you know. So I try
yes.
not to make those same mistakes today. Like, but I love that you went in. How long was your how long did
It was
you
like
do?
7 minutes.
That's long. We usually do 3 your first time.
Yeah. The time frame was 5 to 7 minutes. We all practiced together and all that. We did, we watched some things from you, like on YouTube. We watched a lot of Tig Notaro's stuff, especially like her special when she first had breast cancer and had
I know.
had the surgery and everything, and
that show at Largo.
oh my
I
god,
mean,
that was the one. I mean, unbelievable. And she walks on, and she just says, "I have cancer," and no one knew yet. And it's like, when these things are done the right way, one, it's not only very entertaining and it can be fun and funny.
Yeah.
But what a great way to spread awareness. It's
that's why it's so important. Comedy is a powerful tool. So that's why you want to see it used in the right way.
Yeah.
And this is the right way, obviously.
We might do because we did the book party there. So we had Grace Helbig came. My friend Carrie Ann and Sarah and Lori, who were in the Story Act Me thing with me, and Andrew McMahon played some songs. I don't know if you know Andrew from Something Corporate and Jack's Mannequin. He's a great musician and has a great foundation, Dear Jack. And we just did, some fun things, there throughout the night. Nicole opened for us, but it was so fun. So we were like, we got to do more of this stuff. So I'm going to hit you up if we do
I would
another
love
show
to do
there.
it. If you ever do a show, matter of fact, today I was telling Eric, I was like, I say Eric's name funny, and everyone makes fun of me on the podcast. They go, Eric. I say, I thought today, I go, hey, if you want, I've talked to Alyssa, maybe I'll jump up, I'll do some stand-up. I didn't know there wasn't a studio, an audience. So, but if you,
cool. So,
down there, if there's an audience, I'm always in that place. What's that place called again?
The Crow.
And what's that whole complex called?
Bergamot Station.
You could go have an awesome dinner, go see a show. Parking is easy. Parking is, I mean, it's,
I know, it was like,
tons
this
of
is
parking.
too easy and nice to be a comedy club. It was really, it's great.
And did you see the little room upstairs?
Yeah, that's where we did the classes.
I love it.
It was really cool. The whole experience was awesome. And then, during it, so Liquid Death is one of our partners. And I love Liquid Death, waters, nice teas, and all that stuff, but it looks like you're drinking beer. But so they donated a bunch of stuff for an event we had around the time that I was doing those classes. And Polly from Liquid Death, she's awesome. She helped coordinate all the donations for today. She was like, you got to do a photo shoot with the hearse. They have this hearse. It was pink. It got recovered because they're a partner of NASCAR now.
Who are you talking about?
Liquid Death.
Oh, okay.
So their whole thing is like murder your thirst and all
Right.
this. So they travel around with a hearse and they have a fridge that's a casket. And so she's like, you should do a photo shoot with my hearse for like the cancer thing.
Right.
And so it was
What did you think of that?
I thought it was great.
Right.
So I was like, okay, I don't want to do it alone. So we brought it to the Crow at Bergamot Station. We parked it in the alley. And all of us in that Story Act Me thing did a full-on photo shoot with this hearse. We all wore black and pink. We have it's the picture that's on. This is, This is what this picture's from. This I was like super serious. Like, here I am in front of a hearse, This is from Trophy Smack.
Not to give them another plug, but I'm very into like packaging, how just cool, the way cool.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't have to be expensive. Target has some good packaging for their candies and stuff. It's like nice, but I always like the way Liquid Deaths look in the refrigerator. Just 3 of them, or in my cabinet. And then sometimes someone will come over and look, they can drink them, but I really don't want them to. They're like, oh, do you mind if I drink these? And you know what I say? You'd never know. I go, yeah, that's what they're for. But inside, I'm like, you piece of shit.
Yeah, ruining my display.
Ruining my vibe. I got to go pick up some more Liquid Deaths.
I mean, they rebranded water. Like, it is
good
genius,
for them,
right?
That's why people have ideas and people push them down like, talk about water. How are you going to, it's already there. It's free.
I was thinking that with like Uber, Airbnb. Like how many naysayers are probably like, that is a stupid idea. The liability, all this.
Yeah. And you know what? Taxis only made it easy because of how nice they were. But remember when all we had were taxis? Yeah. They were begging for another thing to come along. If you gave them a credit card, Jesus. They were angry. The cabs were dirty. The people were mean. And then when something came along as an option, they went, what? Whoa, all we did was not give a shit at all. I can't believe somebody else moved into the market like this. No, all we did was have filthy, dirty cabs. We were mean. We didn't give a shit.
We wouldn't take your credit card.
Wouldn't take your credit card. Only about 20% of cab drivers were nice. And then all all of a sudden somebody. That's why you don't want to prove that there's, you know, a need for that.
Yes.
But
yes.
I didn't like that voice I did. It was,
I liked it.
I could have done. Let me try again.
Okay.
Boy, I can't believe
You
it.
changed your face in that one too.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh, that's like
but hello.
Hello. This was a blast. I had so much fun chatting with you. We've never.
This is the most we've ever talked.
This is the most we've ever talked.
And by the way, it's not because for any other reason, but that's why I said, like, I feel like I know you really, really well, and I do on so many levels.
I mean, I would hope there was no other reason why we hadn't talked.
Oh, like, I was gonna say, like, I didn't want people. Maybe they tuned in late. They go, "What? Do they see each other a lot? And they never talk to each other."
Yeah. Just do a little nod or something. No, I mean, I hear you on speakerphone. I see you at events or things like that, but we never get this quality time.
No.
It's just really nice.
And I'm glad we did. And I feel like we touched on some good stuff and some silly stuff. And and what time do you go to tonight? Bless you.
Yeah.
You think the other acts?
So what?
The other acts don't give a shit. They come in here.
Yeah, he cares.
Dude, I
Todd
care about
cares.
the people. I'm a people person.
I told Jimmy Pardo. I said, Todd told me that if we don't hit the goal, you're gonna supplement. And
I hope he will. Oh yeah, I did say that. I did say that.
And I said it's fine. I don't expect you to give the money. Just post all day on social media or something.
Yeah, do something. You don't just sit around. People have. I really know how to. Which camera do you want me to look at? People are dropping dead. People, get off your fat ass and go pick up the phone and call. I know you think, well, times are tough. All right, have a can of soup one day and don't eat anything. Please, get up right now. You, the person right there that steals from the supermarket. That's okay, but give some money here. You take razor blades, or you leave something under the cart. I know what you're up to.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that's me.
Starting to eat the bananas before you check out. I know those people.
Yeah, I know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I know what they're doing. I get caught eating out of a bin once, Alyssa. Not, that's what I steal. Not anymore. Well,
like
I still do it.
Candy?
Yeah, like cashews. You open the valve and you let like a quarter-pound
yeah,
slip into your hand, then you eat them while you walk through Whole Foods. Long time ago, and I know we're wrapping up. A long time ago.
This is important.
This is
Todd.
important for me to bare my soul about this. I guess I was in the supermarket. And the scoop. This one had a scoop, not the one where you turn it. But So I took a scoop. Took some peanut butter pretzels, and the woman turned the corner, and I knew I was wrong. She goes like this. She gave me a look. Hope the camera got that. Let me get that one more time. So I promise you this is a true story.
Yeah.
And I looked at her.
I believe it.
I looked at her. It was just so simple, and I went, I don't know why, but I went. And you know what she did? She went, like, she just wanted to be in on the thievery. You know what I mean? She's like, yeah, screw my boss. We don't even have health insurance. I'm like, shh. So I always think that's a good thing to do. If you ever, if you get caught, you just go, shh. I mean, there's limitations. You can't walk out of Target with a TV.
Cute and innocent.
Yeah.
Just be like,
you hit someone's car, they go, hey, you hit my car. Act like they can. If they go, no, you hit my car, go, you just keep acting like my wife.
Yeah.
Anyway, what time do you go till tonight?
We're going till about 8. What time are we at now? So,
And
wow. We really did this, guys.
Well, we did right. Well, thank you, and yeah, good luck. I hope you make your goal. People, please, I don't ask for much. I really don't ask for much. What did I ever ask for? Name one thing I ever asked you. Thank you very much. That's all I want to do is get those two to laugh over there. I've been trying all night long. Oh, I can go. Thank you.
Thank you.
There
I
we go.
appreciate it so much. And in addition to the fundraising and the money, which we really need, we really do. And I was saying with our group up here, like, it's been 3 years of me kind of waiting to be so direct and asking, like, don't get me wrong. Everyone's probably like, oh, that's bullshit. You always ask us for money. And I do at like events and other things. I try to always have something, in exchange and all of that. But it really is so important, like in us being able to continue to do our mission. It's like, we got to keep the engine running.
Yeah.
And I've volunteered 100% of my time the past few years in doing this and continue to. And someday Eric needs there to be me to contribute to our household at some point. but in addition to funds, really like such a big thing people can do is just post about it. Like let a friend know about the registry. I think it's really helpful when other people encourage people going through treatment about the registry, because maybe if someone crosses upon it on their own, I hope that they feel comfortable just doing it.
You know what I'll do? To be honest, it's so funny. I realized I didn't post about it. I mean, I posted, I think, one.
You have 40 minutes.
Well, I can get in the car and do it. I'll take care of it.
Maybe we'll create like a fun reel from this or something. We'll
TikTok,
collab.
Instagram, here I come.
Yeah. Here we come. But yeah, posting, making people feel comfortable, like normalizing this whole asking for help and all that stuff, having runny noses and all that stuff. It matters, So thanks for being a part of it with us. You've been a part of it. I've felt your presence the past several years and more.
I check in.
Oh, absolutely.
Everything we're talking about today, I've dealt with Eric. I go, Eric, sometimes I want to ask, like, how Alyssa's doing. Is that okay? Or I don't. He goes, oh yeah, and then he would tell me. But I check in.
And now you see, I'm just freaking crazy.
If I find out you made all this up, I will not. I will not be happy.
It's a long con.
Right.
I love it. I got to give you another hug.
There we go.
This is great.
I'm sorry, I'm a little sweaty.
Oh man, I've been sitting under these lights for 8 hours.
Wow.
Ooh.
I like when you see a show and you see the person walking off and they're out. It just looks like something fun's going on.
Yeah.
This guy's over here.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, really.
Forgive Todd. He didn't mean to break that. Sorry. Oh wow, here we are, friends. Wow. Wee hours. Thank you. We got Todd. My brother-in-law Tyler is still sitting here in the audience. He helped bring all this furniture and all that was donated by our friends at Papillon Rentals. I mean, we've just had quite a day. We have an update? You gave me a nice smile. No? Okay. Oh, okay. Yes. So we have a lot of thank yous. Okay, here at DSP Studios, I mean, this has just been amazing. I've mentioned this a bunch of times that we just kind of gave this idea of a live stream, and it just surpassed all of our expectations. I didn't even know this was possible. So Drew, just immediately we had our first phone call and explained to Drew what we wanted to do. And it was like, I mean, he was sold before the call. It was unbelievable. Dana introduced us. It was amazing. So Drew, Woody, Chad, Liz, Liam, Bobby, Eric. Is that Eric, my husband, or there's another Eric? My husband, Eric. Dana, of course. Katie has been here all day. You guys saw her in our segment too, but Katie has just been crushing it with helping us with social media and fellow badass thriver. We just appreciate it so much. Justine, our dear friend Justine Termino, who's been helping us remote. If you send in messages like you need help with the registry or questions at info@wegotthis.org, a lot of times trying Justine, and it's been so helpful. And we also all see it too. We're a small team. Jillian. I'm assuming that I don't know many other Jillians with a G, so that's Jillian, Sarah, and Amber. You guys, I mean, I don't know how I can thank you for, just all of these things. I really, it's like I don't know. I don't know how we do what we do, and then we do it, and it's like, how did we do that? Yeah, but we're continuing to do it. I appreciate you being along for the ride. Like, not only just the stuff we do as like work, but like, I was feeling pretty down in the dumps yesterday. I was like on my way back from the radiation oncologist, and you guys are supportive as friends, as peers, as moms. It's important. So I'm glad we got this together. It means the world to me. Tyler, I mentioned, he's been here all day. Thank you so much. Mike Block was here earlier. Bye, Todd. Love you. Mike Block here, an old friend of ours who helped with photos today. He's helping us with a lot of the grant initiatives we were talking about too. Wendy, my amazing sister-in-law, Annie Bond, the incomparable Annie, was here for most of the day, and she's coming as my sidekick for chemo tomorrow. So we're gonna have a blast visiting Dr. Sharf again, and all of our partners. So I mean, we just have so many awesome partners. You've been staring. You've been staring at most of them throughout this live stream. Charity Buzz, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see the updates on the auctions. So we're, around 50,000 raised, which was half of our goal, but we will have some updates because a lot of people have been bidding on these auctions, which is huge because it's a ton of work putting together silent auctions. Charity Buzz partnered with us to make it really easy and seamless. I'm really confident that we're going to hit our goal thanks to them, but not too confident. Like, you should continue to donate. We really need it and appreciate it so much. Oxford Pennant, they are awesome. The pennants behind us, if you ever see us on a Zoom call or you saw us on Good Morning America, they're covered in our headquarters at my house in our office. David from Oxford Pennant has just been such a big support, made a donation. The crew necks that we wear, like the This Sucks one, we have a limited edition Thrive crew neck. That's awesome. It's on the website for a donation as a pre-sale incentive for my book. Noggin Boss, I mean, our office looks like we work at Noggin Boss. There's so many noggins. It's hilarious. I appreciate you guys so much. Trophy Smack, you guys met Dax earlier. This swag that we have, I mean, I just have such a confidence about me going around with championship belts everywhere and rings. Crocs and Hey Dude, this is my first time wearing Hey Dudes. I've worn these the entire day for an 8-hour live stream. They are extremely comfortable. I love them. Crocs is just comfortable and fun, but also being able to customize your identity through times like this is huge, and I just love Crocs for that. It's been amazing and such a popular product for people to register for. Liquid Death is awesome. They're always a part of a fun time with us. I got this flask off my registry. I think it was Kristen out in Rhode Island that got this for me, and I love it. It's filled with water. It's filled with water. I'm not drunk. If I was, I wouldn't have lasted 8 hours. I promise you that. Casadani, we mentioned Kristen earlier. Amazing thriver as well. She got diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer when she was 6 months pregnant. And after, she decided to make the most fun apparel company called Casadani. Check them out. She's donated some robes and things we've been giving away today. Jazzwares, I've been cuddling with my Squishmallows for most of the day. Jazzwares is so awesome. We're so excited to be connected. And again, thank you to Eric Tash for making that introduction. Nampons. This is one we haven't talked about yet today, but I get a lot of nosebleeds during chemo, and Nampons are tampons for your nose. And I said that on live TV on Good Day LA, which I owned it. I said tampons on TV, but Nampons is awesome. They just donated 500 Nampons. We're going to distribute to patients who need them. So that'll be great. Have some emergency nosebleed kits. Holly-ball. These things made the set. Again, Amber messaged Holly-ball. They just no questions asked. Absolutely. And they sent us all these awesome Holly-balls. And the colors are very Wicked-esque, which we noticed too, which definitely bonus points on that. Pitfire Pizza. I mean, we just met the manager yesterday and they donated 15 pizzas. Unbelievable. I can't wait to eat some of that. Hyper Ice. If you guys know the Normatec leg pumps, they were actually originally invented for lymphedema, for breast cancer, which is amazing. And they've been huge in the endurance sports space. Used to use them all the time when training for things. But Hyper Ice does the machine guns. I use a massager for my back, all these things. Super comforting for patients. You can get 15% off their products on wegotthis.org if you go to wegotthis.org/recommendations. Same with a lot of the ones I'm reading off here. Queasy Pops and 3 Lollies, these things here. I used to have these all the time when I was pregnant. We didn't even know them yet, and they reached out after our GMA segment. We have some custom We Got This containers of them that we're starting to make, that they're manufacturing for us, that will be a part of this new revamped marketplace for We Got This. So we're super excited about that, and they're really good, and they genuinely do help with nausea. I especially took them a lot after my surgeries. Sugar Box Donuts, Cindy at Sugar Box. We've had so much fun making, I say as if I was a part of it. You've made us custom donuts for GMA Day, for Blippy Day that we had. You sent donuts for the whole crew and people today, and we appreciate it so much. Amy Kessenberg, we talked about earlier. Amy Kessenberg, you as an individual, I appreciate you so much. We met back, I don't know, not even a year ago, maybe 8 months ago in San Diego for a public speaking conference. And I got up and told my story. I got a last minute opportunity to tell a story on Page. on stage. And after she came up to me and said, I want to partner with your nonprofit for October. And we started doing it then. I really had no idea that they would end up with a $10,000 donation. And it means the world. And we were able to distribute bags to patients as well. Again, DSB Studio LA. This is a cool spot. Like if you need a spot for any production needs, recording, streaming, I mean, the sky is like the limit here. We walked into this blank canvas of magicalness. It's been amazing. And the way that everyone imagined this, and not only just like using the space. I mean, Drew and his team are back there. Like they've been there the entire time producing this and doing it and helping direct us on like what will be beneficial for the set and all of that. It's just been amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you. Papillon Rentals, these like awesome couches and all the things. Jen from Papillon, who's also a badass survivor, has been helping us out with a lot of our stuff. And it just like, I mean, this really, I could live here. We won't. Flipmits, Matt from Flipmits talked about earlier, those pink skelly hands I love. Flipmits in general, they're like gloves that turn into mittens that can also be sweatbands, and they're awesome. Like they're very useful for everyday life if you're a runner or something like that, but they're also really useful for like chemo, if you're icing, all that. So Matt's just an amazing human, always down to help us out. Nonprofit growth advisors, we sang their praises earlier. They're a big part of an extension of our team. They're helping us really take the past 3 years that's been like this whirlwind, and we've grown at such a pace that is making a lot of people's heads spin, and I apologize for that. But nonprofit growth advisors, NGA, is helping us really take that all together, and like we're turning into the big nonprofit in the big, nonprofit that we dream to be, and it's exciting. Cottontail Bow Company, my friend Jamie, who I grew up with, played field hockey in high school with. There's custom We Got This bows and headbands on their website, but they also sent out an email today. They've extended out, their sales for Cyber Monday and everything through today, and giving some proceeds to us. So really awesome. Love you, Jamie. A Mom's Village, Eliza, did the same. The other day, they had this awesome open house, and they did a raffle for We Got This, made a donation that's already going towards that thermometer there. And last but certainly not least, Brave Gowns. I talked about the gowns earlier. Summer from Brave Gowns just has created such a cool community and product that's really affordable. They're like $25 to buy these gowns or to donate so that another patient can have the gown. And a lot of them are donated to pediatric patients. And I can say as an adult too, like it was really fun getting a custom gown and having fun with that. So there are just so many partners. I'm sure that I'm forgetting someone, and I apologize if I am. But I just can't express my gratitude enough, regardless of the funding and all of that. This platform is something that I just really strongly believe needed to exist. It's my life's mission, and it does exist. And there's so much more I want to do with it and all that stuff. But really taking a second to look back on everything that we've done, it's amazing. And we couldn't have done it without the we and with everyone involved. And please help us to continue to keep doing it. It's helping us thrive so much. Dana. Oh, Dana's my next guest. Okay. Eric's been like signaling to me as if I would understand. I don't. We did. Yeah. So without further ado, Dana is our next guest. Been talking about you all day. Oh yeah. Are you comfortable? Can I get you?
Oh my God, no, this is amazing. I've been creeping. Yes, your home is beautiful. I've been creeping back here, in the other wing of your house, really.
Yes.
If you really think about it, it's really another wing of your home.
I like to call it our house.
Yes, it's our house for sure.
Yeah. This is amazing. I mean, I really had no idea what I was asking of you. Like when we initially talked through Zoom, and I kind of explained, like, we want to do something virtually. I don't know if it should be like podcasty or this or that and all this combination. And you were just like down to figure it out.
Yes.
And like figure it out. We did. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I couldn't have done it without you and the whole We Got This team. Like literally, I walked in today. I was like, oh my God, this looks insane. It looks incredible. But I mean, just thank you to everyone who we reached out to that said yes to come today.
Oh my God, and the amount of yeses. And I mean, there were people too who said yes who just like weren't available or not in town. Like,
right.
The willingness of people to come in, and then Bobby Moynihan, like surprising us. Like, it was like people just, it's so amazing how much people want to help.
Yes, it's so just the best people. I mean, like the comedy world, the podcast world, it's just like filled with the nicest, best, funniest people who are just like so down to help. If I'm like, hey, got this thing. And honestly, like, I mean, you know, not putting, or no, I am going to say We Got This is the best charity. But the platform is just unreal. Like, I'm shocked in a way that like it never existed before, but I'm thrilled that you were the one to think of it because so needed. It's crazy.
I appreciate that so much, of course. And I mean, my theory of why it didn't exist, I think it had tried to exist as a for-profit. And I think that's why it didn't work.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, taking inventory from something, or like, you know, this idea of it being fully agnostic to what people register for is so important, but it's not profitable, right?
Right.
So that's why we're expanding on other areas, but like we don't want to profit through the cancer community. We're not profiting at all. We're a nonprofit.
Right.
And in general, you know, a lot of it is a bit crazy in the sense that like this is a for-profit idea in a lot of ways. It's a tech company in a lot of ways.
Totally.
But like us being so mission driven and wanting it to exist enough, and you know, and I met with venture studios initially and investors, you know, through the recommendations of people. And I mean, honestly, it was just the direction that people outside of the cancer community, and it's not like ill will or anything. It was just like their instincts from a business perspective made sense. Like I understand it. But me as a cancer patient wasn't okay with it.
Right.
And it's like, I get it. There's this balance. So it's like, okay, it has to be a nonprofit because I have to be able to go out and do things that wouldn't make sense for a business.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
And I think that it's that piece of like, of just doing it. And I got advice very early on to like, just make something happen and put it to market as soon as you can so people can just start using it.
I love that.
And I mean, it worked out better than we could have imagined. Like the registry first try was like very functional and great, which is huge.
Yes.
The marketplace, like I was explaining, like this like affiliate marketing model that we're trying to give people discounts for, like it made a lot of sense to me, but explaining it was hard because people were like, oh, I don't want to take away from cancer patients or that. I was like, oh no, like we get donations if you do this. So we're pivoting on that. And those are some of the things, but it's like pretty wild, you know, there's not many like businesses where you can launch something and have it work as flawlessly as it has. And so I'm grateful for that. But in response to that, it's like, I think we're also crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy in a good way.
It is a lot. It is a lot of work. It sounds like, oh, you just do a register, you throw things on it. But like the way that it was customized, like, I mean, you can put literally anything from any website or even like, you know, custom do things. You know, it's cool, and I'm so grateful that you're a part of it.
Oh my God, thank you for just having me be involved in this whole day. It's just been so amazing.
And you're a drummer too.
Yes,
right?
well,
like, tell me more about you, Dana. Tell them more about
you.
Gosh,
what I was gonna say. I mean, I know you because I know your husband because we're like cut from the same cloth. We like are. It's so funny. We joke that like we're often not in the same room because we're often
because you're
just
like the same person.
We're just covering for each other. Like, so yeah, I mean, I'm a drummer. I've been playing since I was a little kid. And I've been so lucky kind of in, you know, my, you know, just I played my whole childhood into college, all the things. And then, you know, out in the real world and like working and kind of doing it on the side. But it was like all worlds combined when I used to work at Earwolf, and I produced the show Off Book, the improvised musical podcast.
Zach and Jess
with
sent
Zach
that
and
video.
Jess.
You can see on our Instagram.
Yes, I mean, they're the best. And so I was just producing the show, you know, as a producer at Earwolf. And at the time, it was just Jess and Zach, you know, who are just absolute powerhouse talented improvised musical people. And then Scott Passarello playing piano. And it was kind of like, oh, like we kind of want to maybe fill out, you know, what the sound, is and what the maybe we'll have a band, and it's like, well I've been playing drums for forever, and especially doing improv was also part of my sort of
not
creative
just drums,
path.
like you're playing drums for an improvised music.
Yes. Yeah, and it's like I'd done UCB forever, so there was like this kind of weird like comedy piece and then musical piece, and then Brett Morris, who's my partner, who we met at Earwolf, he was engineering the show, and he's a musician, and he plays guitar, and it was like, hey, Brett can come play guitar, and it's like all of a sudden I'm like, we are a family band. That's kind of how it started. And so it's Off Book is still like a live show, and we have a show coming up at the Lodge Room if you're in LA on December 18th with Paul F. Tompkins, who did a video for today.
Yes,
Nicole
thank you
Parker,
so much, Paul.
who did a video and might come up at some point.
Yes, thank you, Nicole.
A surprise video.
Yeah.
But so that's how I've been kind of lucky to do drumming things, creative things on the side with doing, still industry day job things, I guess.
Yeah, I like the mix.
Yes, and Eric has been amazing for times when I haven't been able, have something else, and then vice versa. Of like he can't do, like Baby Wants Candy or other things. We're swapping, trading places, so it's been so fun.
Well, I'm excited you guys have a show coming up. We're gonna have to see if we can make that.
Oh yeah. That's it's our. I was like, it's like our famous. It's our annual Christmas show.
Oh,
so
yes.
it'll be like the 7th or 8th annual episode we've done, where it's like Paul and Nicole, and then like everybody. We're doing Christmassy things, but it'll be fun to do it live, and it's gonna be live
If
streamed.
you need
too.
holly balls, I bet you that Amber would let you borrow.
I want the holly balls. I need this like for the house, and I got so excited. I mean, I know the unintentional theme of the day has been Wicked, which is literally my dream come true.
It's like a subconscious now for the whole team. Everyone's obsessed.
I'm obsessed. I have been obsessed with Wicked. Literally, I've been using this quip, but when they announced Wicked, like as the Broadway musical, they had a ye old website, and on the website it just had 3 songs, 20-second clips, like, MP3s or whatever. And I would just listen to the 20-second clips like over and over and over again like a crazy person until I was able to see it. And then I was lucky enough to like work for the show for a little bit. So that was like mind blowing, and then the movie is the best. So Wicked's not a sponsor, but you should Wicked
pretty darn close.
Wicked,
if you're listening,
please donate money to We Got This, and also if you like Wicked, you should just donate money because to We Got This.
I mean,
if
Wicked
you like Wicked,
has sparked just a lot of joy, so I feel like it supports our community immensely.
I think that putting Wicked Broadway show tickets, Wicked film tickets on your registry is great, and then I'm sure whenever it is available for purchase, like the film, you could put that on your registry.
Yeah. And on your resume, PR agent for Wicked, Dana.
I'm working for the show for free.
I love it. This has been so much fun.
This has been a blast.
This can't be the last time we do this.
I mean, Alyssa, I have to say, I've been saying this back there, you are such a natural and a pro. Like, we just have to acknowledge that you have not hosted anything.
No,
really, I mean, I know you're a speaker. You go out and you do public speaking, but this is like times 1,000, and you've been crushing.
Hey, that means a lot. I mean, coming from you, thank
truly
you guys.
Insane.
I'm having a blast. So any opportunity to do this ever, this is so fun.
We got to do this again. This is very fun. The best.
Well, I know Drew mentioned like bringing in audiences here and different stuff.
That would be so fun.
I think that there's some things we should chat about.
I'm just staring at Eric off camera. He's like gonna fall asleep. He's like, wait, no.
Eric's like, stop planning things.
I'm like, so we'll do this again next week. Everybody tune.
We would have these periods in the house where like if I'd say anything, you'd be like, no new ideas.
I really appreciate your balance, like of the two of you. I love when we got on a call. We were initially talking about this or talking some ideas, and there was a very brief moment where we thought we were going to do this event at our house, maybe.
Yes.
And you're like, we can come over like in 2 hours. We can come over like tonight. And Eric,
do you want us tonight or tomorrow? Eric's like, Alyssa.
Like, no. But I love that energy and like vibe, and like you're so inspiring. Like it's truly just I'm like in awe of like everything that you do, and just so lucky to be a part of this day and a part of the team. And it's been so
You're
so
in it
fun.
now.
I'm in
You're
it now.
in
You
it.
can't. You're not gonna be able to shake me.
Your
off.
energy fuels me, so there's no turning back.
I love it. We're fueling each other, and then now we'll both just be like Eric.
Eric. I know. Seeing you two working together, I mean, really an unbelievable duo.
Finally, we won't
I
just be
know.
like ships passing in the night. We can
I
actually be working
know.
together. It's
I
the
know.
best.
Drum
I love
battle
it.
next.
Jimmy Pardo did text us and was like, you guys are doing a drum battle, right? And I was like, no.
Oh, that
Well, we
would be
could
so
do that. A
fun.
little mini drum line. That'd be kind of fun.
Like a drum family.
When we do the parade next, when the We Got This parade
Yeah,
happens,
that hasn't happened before.
that will
so,
be-
Yeah. I appreciate you so much.
You're the best. And yeah, everybody donate right now.
Yeah, please donate if you can.
50155.
Yes.
Correct?
yes.
Yeah,
At the
okay.
very least, if you've already donated, or you're like, hey, I can't donate right now. I spent too much money on Hey Dudes for for Black Friday.
Oh, look at that. There's a QR code ready
Oh
to
yeah,
go.
QR code right there. I would really encourage you to like at least tell a few friends that could benefit from the registry. We're close
Yeah.
to like 2,000 registries, and that's really. I mean, we're doing all of this for that purpose.
Yeah,
So please
yeah.
just continue to tell people that it exists and continue to have fun with us because we're just continuing to live. Let's do it.
I love it.
Yay! Thank you.
Is there anybody else next?
There's just one person left. Small guest. My husband, Eric Calver. Come on up here. Hey, how are you? Whoa, I feel like you've been talking with me. You've been talking with me all day, but from there, and it's more of like a hey, or like.
We need
whoa.
to work on the hand signals I give you.
There was no training on
There
the
was
hand
no training.
signals.
I thought they all made sense.
Yeah.
This is maybe the second time I've sat all day.
Yeah.
This really hurts.
It's funny because I think I have the opposite issue. Like my back's
been
getting hurt
sitting
from
all
sitting
day.
too long. Yeah, yeah.
And I've been standing right there next to that
Yes,
camera
yeah.
as my producer table.
Yeah.
Just running around.
I know. This has been really cool.
It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
You've been doing
for-
great.
Thank you.
You-
I mean, I
truly-
like seeing you in action, like producing and stuff too.
Thanks. You know, you're a natural speaker, as we all know, and you know you held your own not against, but with a lot of professional improvised comedians, and it was amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm proud of you.
Aw, I love you.
Yeah.
I'm proud
well,
of
good
you.
to see you.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Um,
No, it's been fun working on something together.
Yes.
I mean, we work on things together, right? Like
Well,
life
like
and
our
parenting
family,
and all
our
that.
daughter, our
Yeah,
home.
Yeah, and we used to own a gym and all that. But there's usually things where one of us is kind of like the lead on it or
Yeah.
something. And this was kind of the first time that like we each had like a real individualized role with a whole team and all that
Mhm.
stuff. And it was cool seeing you in action.
Yeah, I like to plan, as my
Yeah,
fellow
which-
coworkers and friends know I'm a planner.
Some people could say that's a weakness of mine.
See this mic. Now I'm finally here. I can try to fix it.
Oh, I see. That.
And then the sign. Here. Now is it level now? No, it's okay. We're at. Oh.
I feel like it's just. It's.
We're good. It's fine.
We're
at
it's
the
been
end.
8 hours.
We're at
you
the
know?
end.
This has been really special. I mean, you've been such a good sport too in being so open, like with the cancer community, with the We Got This community, like allowing me to, and yourself, like in my book, you have a section that you wrote. But like I know that I sometimes I talk about like when I was first diagnosed and you breathing into a paper bag and all this stuff and I don't do it to make fun of you because I mean we found out I had stage 4 cancer. I mean, it was really wild, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I think that like you being so open to allowing me to be as open as I am, I truly do believe that it helps so many people. I hope that the way that I talk so openly about cancer helps fellow thrivers, but I really think that you being a part of it, like the amount of caregivers out there and supporters and spouses and all this, like, I think we really underestimate how important that is, and you're making a huge difference for that.
Thank you. And it's a lot to juggle with everything, but I always describe it as like getting the next level of weights in a gym. Like stuff gets harder, but then as you keep doing it over and over, it actually gets a lot easier if you keep lifting it over and over.
Yeah.
at this point, the way we handle all this and the way we even parent is just like, and I know it's a phrase I say all the time. It's a yes and type of thing. Like, okay, well now we got this diagnosis. Okay, now what? It's not like, sitting there and like, we can be sad, but we're not just like, oh no, what do we do? Like we want to move forward. We want to do the next thing. We want to keep it positive, and that's what we do with our daughter. And we just make it all positive, like, cancer hates kisses and cancer hates dance parties. And so I think for me, it took a while not a while, but like the beginning, I had to like find out how to jump on that train of like, you were there. Like the moment you got diagnosed, you were like, okay, all right, now what? And I was still like in the shock part. And so once we got to this moment of like, hey, come with me, let's go. We're going to do this together. I think we got this was starting to be said even before the
like we look back at Instagram posts and things like we got this was a thing that we said before we got this was a thing.
Right.
Yeah, and I remember, and I've told the story before, but like we questioned like, should it be we got this, I got this, you got this?
Right.
And I mean, you kept bringing me back to it being we got this.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, if people feel like they needed to say I got this or you got this along the way, people can always change it. And there's never been a need to change it because like it is the we.
Well, the we is so important to our own family and the way we've just been over the past 15 years in LA.
Yeah.
It was always a joke about a Calvert party where like, what are you doing this weekend? Oh, we're just having a small party, just like 40 people.
Yeah,
like that's
just
not
like 80 of our closest friends.
Yeah, like that's not small. Like, oh, that seems like a small party.
Yeah.
And it would always be like these big parties, and we were very inclusive with the we. And I think what was always so fun is after the parties, people who didn't know each other would say like, your friends are really nice.
Yeah,
like,
everyone would love each other, and you're like, oh, when you're like inclusive, and we bring everyone in, we have more fun, and so many of our friends are really close friends now, and we're close friends with friends of friends. And, like even Holly from Lucius, like I know Holly through one of my best friends, Billy, and, and like all these things that we've been doing this for a long time, just not related to cancer.
Which is why the we was so important, because it's always been a we thing. It hasn't been just a you or a me.
Yeah.
And it has been us, obviously, but we are so inclusive, like overly inclusive, but like in the best way.
Yeah.
Which is why we so important to We Got This.
Well, I love it. I know we're gonna start closing out here soon.
Can you believe we are 9 minutes away from getting to 8 hours of live streaming?
Wow, that is unbelievable.
I was running a tight ship.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I can't stress enough. Oh yeah, speaking of running, let's talk about the LA Marathon.
Jillian.
Thanks, Jillian.
Running LA Marathon. That's right. Where's my camera? Right there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. We Got This has a lot of charity bibs for the 2025 LA Marathon. We have a lot of half marathon bibs, which you can only do with a charity bib. You can't just buy that bib.
Yes.
But we also have full marathon bibs. I'm still deciding which one I'm doing, half or full, because I haven't had enough time to train.
Yeah.
Or there's the 5K as well.
Yeah.
You can do the 5K.
Oh yeah, Dana's doing the 5K.
If you want to be a part of our team and fundraise to get a bib for one of those, go to wegotthis.org.
Yeah, I mean, shoot us an email. You can email us at info@wegotthis.org.
Yep.
Message us on it. Like literally, just get in touch with us. It's a lot of fun. We had last year, we were allowed to get 15 bibs, so we maxed out at that. We had all 15. It was awesome. This year, we got a few more. We were able to get 20.
Yeah.
It's really fun. We were doing these races after your mom was diagnosed with LLS.
So yeah, I started running in my mid-20s, and I was doing a lot of 5Ks. And then one of your friends' moms said, oh, you should do a marathon. I was like, well, I just ran 3 miles. Like, I can't do a marathon.
But then he was like, oh, but should I?
Maybe I should do a marathon. And so I looked up, because my mom had just completed treatment for cancer, some charity bibs to do that. And so I did that with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. And then it started 6 years of races for us?
Yeah, with team in training. And now, we very much partner with LLS today. I mean, near and dear to our hearts and have been sponsors of our events and likewise. And it's just, it's cool to see where that's gone. So the marathon and the running stuff has been big for us. I mean, also just training and having that community and being a part of the excitement is really awesome. So if it is something, yeah.
And I should mention with the charity bibs, if you do that with us, you have a discounted membership to join the LA Roadrunners, who have groups that run on Saturdays and Sundays every week, and they do the training runs. They have runs at Griffith Park in Santa Monica on Saturdays. On Sundays, it's in Encino. It's really great to have that community, like you said.
And if you need a virtual community, we work with Keep the Pace. Kyle, who's also the founder of Swoveralls. Oh man, I didn't wear Swoveralls. I mean, I didn't do costume changes, but
shout out to Swoveralls.
Shout out to Swoveralls. Kyle at Swoveralls. They are so comfy, free the waistband. And Kyle also owns with his friends Keep the Pace, which helped everyone train last year. And really just, again, like meeting people where they're at, of like, how can we support you and make it so that we can accomplish great things and keep going towards these missions and goals.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Can you believe you had over 30 guests today that
It's
you spoke
really
with?
crazy.
That was insane.
And like, I mean, we were going virtual, in person, pre-recorded. Like what everyone put together is unreal. I got to just sit here and talk, which everyone knows.
There was a lot of running around back here, going back and forth to Drew and team, changing things up. And
Alyssa, go to the bathroom. Go to the
But we did it. Congratulations.
I mean, to all of us, what an accomplishment I never knew we wanted to accomplish.
Well, it's what's funny is you know, this concept came up pretty fast. Like within a month we put this together, and my dad was asking me like, I can't believe you're doing this. This is insane. And I said something to be funny, but it also, like, I meant it too in like a serious way of like, if Alyssa says we're gonna do something, we're gonna do it.
Aww.
And even though it's like a lot, like we get it done because we believe in the cause, we believe in you. We know you don't steer us the wrong way, and it's crazy, and we all have crazy stories about doing this stuff, but we get it done because we love you and we care about this cause. So
I appreciate it so much, and I love you guys too. And I am self-aware that we need to, you know, pace things out a bit. I'm not gonna like fully slow down, but you know, being able to not have to do fundraising events, like making that more of icing on the cake, and you know, ways for us to just donate more to patients and all that, and getting in more major donors and grants and things like that helps us to like live life a bit more realistically. So people seeing this, if like there's any way that you think like you'd want to help or be involved or, you know, further our mission, fundraising goals, all that stuff, like please reach out. We're really built off of the we. Like we are a team and we're better together, and it's pretty awesome.
And I'm gonna give a plug to our We Got This anthem.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I wrote a song with our friend Liz Full, who's a great songwriter. We wrote this whole song about We Got This within the first month that you concepted it. And we just had a quick conversation about how you felt, and a lot of the lyrics were a conversation.
Yeah.
It's a really great song. Go check it out on our Instagram. There's a music video for it.
Yeah. If you type into iTunes or Spotify, We Got This anthem, you'll see it, and we have like over like 30 friends on that, like playing, right?
Yes.
It was crazy.
We have a lot of people. Again, the we. Let's make it a small ensemble of 30 people.
Yeah, exactly.
To play this song.
And then the Trills recently recorded that a cappella. We haven't announced that.
We haven't announced that.
Yeah.
Is that an exclusive?
Well, it's an exclusive. If people have hung out till 8 o'clock, they deserve a little nugget of fun facts.
That's true. We have exactly
3 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
Should we like set a timer so that
we can do that, but maybe we should get a tally of what we have.
Yeah, where are we at?
48,000. Wow.
$48,000.
We've hit 48% of the goal.
Wow.
That's
How
amazing.
cool is that? And it really is bearing the lead, I feel like, a little bit there, because again, if you guys check out Charity Buzz, you know, if you go to the website, wegottthis.org/events, or if you texted We Got This to 50155, people have been bidding on a lot of trips and memorabilia and experiences. I'm really confident we're going to hit the 100,000, but that is really just symbolic of this milestone of us, you know, reaching. I think it was Katie recently that said, like, when a business is in business for 3 years, they're, you know, proven to be successful. You know, I mean, we're hitting like these milestones of like, it's not just something we tried to do. Like, we are doing it, and we appreciate everyone who's making that possible. And that includes like the Registry users and people sharing and people being open to share their stories so that other people can be motivated by it. And yeah, let's just keep doing it because like I'm having way too much fun. Like I can't stop.
I know that.
Yeah. And
that's
shout out
good.
to Lennon, our thriver Lennon, who made this for us. We surprised her with the championship belt, and I think Lennon's 6 now. And this stays in our office normally. We brought it because again, this is like my new home, but this is over my desk in our office every day. And it's things like this that again are just symbolic of the bigger picture of why we're doing this. And why it's so important. And I mean, we have this crew here packing up. Everyone's been here all day. I mean, Katie's been here all day too, fellow badass.
We have about like 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30
the alarm's
seconds.
gonna go off.
You
You
have
know,
an
and we
alarm?
were like, we can end earlier, and nope.
We did it.
We did it right to
We
the
got
end.
Right to the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
When the
Well-
alarm goes off, I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stretch out. I'm gonna eat some.
And
of that
big
pit-fried
thanks to everyone
pizza.
here. Thank you every
Thank you
single
guys
person.
so much. Drew and team.
Everyone's amazing.
This was amazing. I can't wait for what we do next. Man, cancer sucks, but together.
We got 10, 9,
9,
8,
8,
7, 6,
6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We did it! Woo!
We did it! The alarm's going off. Wow. I don't need to run a half marathon. This was that.
Oh my goodness.
I appreciate you all.
Just thank you, everyone. Woo!
Sometimes it's hard to ask for help when you don't know just where to start.
People want to help. It just restores my faith in humanity a little bit.
Feeling numb, feeling overwhelmed. This is not what you signed up for.
It's a hard word to hear, and it's a hard road ahead.
It's alright if you're scared.
People really do want to do good.
You know we will be there. We can make it through the next part, and the next part, and the next part. Even when it seems it's too far, it's too far, it's too far. Just know